What's up, chatters? How's everybody doing? A little bit of a late start. Better late than never, though. Give me a second. Well, yeah, we starting off with Tekken today. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Only will the YouTube stream. Tekken finally? What do you mean finally? I've been busy, man. I've been busy, man. I've been busy, man. Mm-mm. Making a comeback to Tekken? What are you making a comeback? I ain't never left. Oh man. I gotta upload today's video as well. Upload that right now as well. So give me a quick second. Give me a quick second. Give me a gear second. Yep. Ah, one of those. Yeah, Cyclops is next Friday. Yes. This Friday we have Summer Games Fest. So make sure you guys are there. Friday, Summer Games Fest at 5 p.m. EST. If you're Central, that is 4. If you're West Coast, that is 2. If you're UK, that's 10. If you're JST, that's 6 p.m. Wait, no, AM. Whoops. Do you want me to give Australian time too? Shit, I can. Cyclops. Support Cyclops? Okay, we've lost the plot. We've lost the plot, I see. So we've lost the plot. We've lost the plot. Got it. Bro said I will harm you. I'm crying. Okay, YouTube stream is up. Let me upload today's video. Today's video is... Blah. Can you guess it? Can anyone guess it? Whoever guesses it and is not a sub, I'll gift the sub to them. But most of you guys are already subbed, I think. If you hear this early, chances are you're already subbed. If someone can guess today's video, I'll gift you a sub. Speaking of sub, I have to gift the YouTube subs. The monthly. Bro, Kid Icarus, a new Kid Icarus with 3 families. DPS Luna, incorrect. Nope, it's not DPS Luna. Groot, what? Okay, now you've lost me. Now you've lost me, bro. Kunimitsu, incorrect. Incorrect. Try again. Fantastic. Fuck no. No. No, not at all. 20 video? No. 007? No. You guys are forgetting something. You guys are forgetting something. You guys are forgetting. Our chatters are forgetful, it seems. Our chatters are forgetful, it seems. The shitty story game. Cuphead, we didn't do that yet. Psylocke? No. Are you talking about direct? Is the story you talking about directive? Mm-mm. That girl that dropped in Street Fighter 6? What's the name? Who's that girl? Luna Street Fighter 6. Okay. Luna Snow in Street Fighter 6. Alrighty. Ingrid. Oh, correct. But you are already subbed, so I can't gift you a sub. Correct, but too bad. You're not subbed. I said Ingrid Trust. No, you didn't. You said Marvel Rivals and Yujiro. You said Marvel Rivals and Yujiro. You are not correct. It's running out. Okay, whenever it runs out, spam me. Or can I? Can I? Nope, it won't let me. It says it's grayed out. The button is literally grayed out. I can't even gift you. Whenever it runs out, spam at me. In 4 days? Okay. Anyway, the video's uploading. It says 10 minutes left to render. I'm not gonna put any timestamps on it. Too lazy. Anyways, we're playing Tekken today. Welcome to the stream. Hope everyone's having a good day. Yeah. The stream might lag a little bit because I'm testing some shit out with TikTok. Again, for the millionth time. If the stream lags, I mean, it's not gonna crash. It's just gonna how this works is that if the stream lags, it's gonna add latency to the stream, so it's gonna have like a 3-second delay. But I mean, it's not gonna crash, but it's like the same thing as last time. But hopefully it doesn't do that. But it might. I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, I'm playing Tekken today. If you like Tekken, stick around. If you don't like Tekken, come back later for Rivals. Who doesn't like Tekken though? Come on, now it's Tekken. You like Tekken? Is this on Twitch? I don't know. Is this on Twitch? Is this on Twitch? I need to check TikTok on my phone. It might be in 30 FPS. It should be in 30 FPS. I'm trying to stream on TikTok and OBS at the same time, but I'm using TikTok Live Studio, which is going to cause me to lag, but I don't really have a choice. I'm trying to unshadow ban myself from TikTok if you don't know what the fuck I'm trying to do. Because I'm giga shadow banned right now. And the only way to do that is to be on Twitch, TikTok's best behavior. The warning I got for getting banned the other day got removed. Thank goodness. But I think I'm still shadow banned. How do I get shadow banned on TikTok? I keep getting falsely banned. Just false positives. Like last time I got banned like 2 weeks ago, it said I was saying slurs. I'm like, what? And the clip example they gave me, I said like 2 words. I think I said like, oh wow. So I was playing Dino and I died. I didn't even curse or anything. I was solo queuing that entire stream. That was the day I did the 10-hour stream. I was solo queuing the entire stream. I streamed till like 7 a.m. I remember that day. I didn't play with anyone. Well, actually, I did. I played with someone on the last 2 matches of the day, but I was like banned before that. I played with Curry at like 8 a.m. and then I ended the stream. But before that, the entire stream I was playing alone. I didn't even like do anything. It said I was saying hate speech and slurs. And you know, I rarely talk to people in game. And if I wasn't playing with anyone, I wasn't talking to anyone other than reading chat. So like, I don't know. What's up, Valetti? Appreciate that. Thank you. But like, yeah, I don't know. So yeah, that happened. And then, yeah, I got banned from live stream on TikTok till like the 21st or something like that. And they gave me a warning. And I had to complete some like creator homework thingy to get unbanned or something. I don't fucking know, bro. But yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Anyways, let's try some Tekken. Now I need to practice because I don't have any good Kunimitsu combos, so I'm going to lab. The start of the stream might be a little bit boring. But it is what it is. Kuni game? Yeah, we are cooning. We are cooning. That sounds insane. We are cooning. We are cooning in here. Yo, Ditro guy, thanks for the 37. So yeah, the stream might lag. I hope it doesn't. I actually got to pull up TikTok on my phone. I need to lab some combos. I didn't even do a Kunimitsu video yet because like
Yo,
I don't have any
what's up,
combos
everyone?
yet.
Starting off with Tekken W.
I don't have any combos yet. Let's see. I need time to get banned again is crazy. I gotta pull up this combo video as well. Stage's music. Oh, isn't this what's her name's? What is it? Remain stage? I forgot her damn name. That new character. I found a combo video. On the Bombo video. Yippee. Harry Zell. Yeah. Yeah, it's the combo is something like, well, the only combo I know is like what? This. Oops. This. 1, 2, 1. Oh, fuck, I did it wrong. Isn't it like this? Oh, what is that? That's like the only combo I know. It's the only combo I know. I know her wall ender. That, and what else do I know? This. Oh, wait, not that. Well, I mean, that's good as well. That is the wall splat, resplat thingy or whatever. So I can do like, fuck, I don't know. Can I do this? Yeah. I don't know the wall combo thingy. You do that combo for most of their launchers? Oh, cool. How much? 17 frame startup? Damn. That wasn't it. Yeah, it's that. So, do that. That's all I know. Do down forward 1, 3. Oh, wait, and this is a 14 frame launcher, right? Oops. That's a 14 frame launcher. What is it, 10 frame? Isn't it 1, 2, 2? And then like 1, 2, 2, hold back. You can do stuff like that. What else? You do this when they're on the floor. Back one, down forward 1. Wait, what do you mean back 1, down forward 1? And for wall combos? Back 1? So you just do like 1 spin or something? And then down forward 1? Oh, wow. One spin into down forward 1? Oh. Interesting. Cool. If you don't run all the way to the wall, you can back 1. Oh, if you don't run all the way up to the wall, the back 1 can whiff. Oh, lordy. I like how she still like gets dizzy. It's pretty funny. Same thing with this thing. What's up, Kiko? This move is still hilarious. That move is still hilarious. Walking instead of damage. You can do down one to full crouch mix at the wall. Oh. I need to remember her fucking stances. There's this. How do I do the other one? There's this. There's this. I guess that last one would be like what, back turn? I don't think I'm forgetting any. The TPBS? This? That's fire, no? Bro keeps disappearing when he resets the combo. Bro. A horrible racist joke. Here's what I be saying. You just be saying stuff. Old me would have banned you ages ago. Back 1-2 is pretty nice. Back 1-2. Oh, this. 1-3-2, you give you a typical staple. Okay, okay. Cool. Oh, a little chocolate? No, it's just that this guy talks too much shit. The old me would have banned him like ages ago. Had to play 39 ads before I could watch stream. This guy. All right, let's pull up the combo video. Let's use Furious. This stage's music is distracting. Both the Tekken session are ragging us. Son, I haven't played this game in ages, bro. I don't even know any Kunimitsu combos. If I were to pull up, I'd play Clive or I'd play Reina or Double Jin. I remember the or I can play Heihachi, I guess. My Heihachi is hella rusty though. I haven't played with you guys in ages. Hold on, let me get the game music. The stage's music is driving me insane. Okay. Yo, Kiko, thanks for the gifted. I appreciate it. Okay, what was I doing? Practice mode. I'll just put my music on, but I'll put it really low. Come back to Clive. I still am gonna play Clive. I want to play Kunimitsu though. I've been waiting for Kunimitsu to drop for ages. I am still gonna play Clive. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get both these characters to God. I'm not dropping Clive. No one's gonna make me drop Clive.
Get ready for the next
that stage
battle.
music was starting to piss me off. That shit's driving me insane. If I still main Devil Jin, hell no, I'm never touching that character again. Until Tekken 9. I don't like this version of Devil Jin. Hell no. Never going back. I'd rather play Reina. I'll play Reina. I'm not playing fucking... I'm not playing fucking Double Jin again, bro. Tekken 9 ain't happening. Tekken 9 ain't happening is crazy, bro. Y'all don't have faith in Harada? No, my bad. Not Harada. Michael Murray? Y'all don't have faith in Michael Murray? That dude Michael Murray needs to get off Twitter, bro. That shit is crazy, bro. Oh my god, bro. The shit he be typing is ridiculous, dog. Bro, the way he types on that app, bro. That shit is so funny, bro. Oh my god. Yeah, I bet you he's chill offline, but online he's like, oh my god, bro. Like online, I bet you this guy is like insane. Where is it? Hold on. Online, I bet you offline, I bet you he's like crazy. Okay, where is it? I can't even fucking find it. He deleted it? Producer. I don't think he's gonna stay. I think he's gonna leave as well and go work with Harada and them on SNK. Oh, here it is. Look what he typed, bro. Bum blaming his fans for leaving too. Because he said that no worries, I'm good, just interested to see people finally realizing that actions have consequences. Meaning kind of like the fact that the actions have consequences. Meaning basically like, oh, the fan base is why like Harada and Nakatsu left. Is what he like, it's kind of insinuates that's what he's saying. Like, bro, what? So then this guy said bum blaming his fans for leaving. And then Michael Murray responds, who are you and what have you done in life? Yeah, that's what I thought. LOL. Bro, why does he type like this? He types like a villain. Like, he types like some Disney villain, bro. Yeah, that's what I thought. What the fuck? Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, bro, what are you saying, bro? What are you typing right now? He's like, yeah, that's what I thought. Like, what are you typing, dog? He types like a middle school bully or something, bro. Like, get a grip? Lock in? Like, get a grip, bro? Like, what are we typing? Summer Ant? I don't fucking know, bro. Tekken is... This shit is, like, I don't know. He deadass posted, why would you need to sidestep a hell sweep when you can block low in Tekken 7? After they made hell sweep homing from that. Oh my god, bro. Oh. Bro, he should not be on Twitter, bro. I'm telling you. I bet you he's a chill person IRL, but like, he needs to get off Twitter. He has to, bro. He can't, I don't know. I don't think he should be on Twitter, man. Your birthday, dude? Happy birthday. I don't think he should be on Twitter. I think he needs to get off that shit. It's the first Tekken stream I'm watching. What's up, dude? Whew. Why is everyone just saying happy birthday to each other? What is wrong with you guys? All right, where's this combo video? We're getting off topic, bro. We gotta lock in. I know this combo already. Okay. Ooh, what ender is that? Kodosuko 4, 1+2? Was that this? Ooh, that works. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Oh, whoops. Back turn 4. Oh. Wait, what? 4. I don't know, 1+2. Do I hold back to going into? Yeah, I'm going into the stance. How do I not go into the stance? Oh, just press 4. I'll just press it, but don't hold forward, huh? Okay, what do I do after that? Sidestep left 3+4. Oh, I fucking hate combos like this. Sidestep, and then tornado, and then down this. Oh, you can do that? Fuck, man. What the fuck? Got it. I didn't do down. Yeah, apparently the main BB can whiff sometimes. Apparently, I heard it's like on tall characters or no, short characters or something can whiff or something like that. She has like the Clive problem. Bro, I remember when Clive first came out, his fucking BNB didn't work on girls. I'm dead ass. Like, anyone that plays this game knows his BNB didn't work on girls. The Garuda part, it would just drop. The Garuda into the kick, it would just drop on girls. That shit was crazy. Yo, Kiko, thanks for the gifted again. Yo, what is all these random gifteds? I appreciate it. Son, did I not sidestep left? The one that worked, everyone was the down one. Wait, no, that was the one that didn't work. I don't remember the one that didn't work. I think it was the 4-4 one. Fuck you, Clive players. I hate you all. Oh, wow. Oops. I hate this combo. I don't think I'm going to do this again. I want to do it at least once, though. I hate the sidestep combos. While we still hating on Clive? Bro, they don't want to... Bro, Tekken players don't like guest characters, bro. They do now. Oops, I'm doing the wrong combo. Fucking hell. Oh, I sidestepped again. Yujiro is cold though. Yeah, Yujiro is sick. But like, a guest character, they fucking hate guest characters. Because they're always easy, which is like, I mean, they're a guest character. Of course they're gonna be easy though, no? Oh my fucking god, I hate this combo. What? Oh, it's 1. I'm doing 2. I'm stupid. Fuck me. This combo, Ella, not worth it? Yeah, it's not. I fucking hate this combo. I just want to do it once though. I'm kind of stubborn, you know. What's up, Cupid? How you doing? Bro. Son, this combo's ass. I'm not doing this shit. This combo's ass. Forget it. Combo's ass. Requires a deep dash before... Oh, what the fuck is this? What is this one? Is this worth it? You gotta do a micro dash? And then 1 plus quarter circle forward 2? Or forward, down, forward, deep input, whatever you want to call it. Let me try this. It's like a fun combo. You rally only like 2 to 3 to 4 outs. I don't know, 2 to 3. Yeah, I know. But these are fun though. Brother. Why am I messing this up? Wait, so I have to not hold forward and then go forward. That's a weird one. I don't think it's worth it either. I have to not hold forward and micro dash. Oh, fuck. Do that. During the up forward 3 animation, just mash 3 plus 4. Mash forward 3 plus 4. Oh, you can do that? Oh, you can. Wow. That's interesting. Fuck. Do I still have the soundboard? Oh, I do. God damn it. Yeah, damn it. Yeah, damn it. Yeah, you have to do a micro dash. Okay, this combo isn't worth it. Not doing it. It's not worth it. Yo, thanks for the gift of the game, Kiko. I don't know why you're gifting so much, but I appreciate it. I'll do that micro dash part later. Well, I'll keep it in mind that I can do it. Is this worth doing if I do this route? Hold on. See if this does more damage. Oops. Oh, you can't do that with that? Fuck. I feel so bad for myself because you run 14 ads every 3 minutes. Okay, that's just not true. I can literally show you what my ads are set to. I usually show this because people lie on my channels all the damn time. There. You want to see it? It's right there. 1.5 every 13 minutes. Now, if you want me to be a demon, I can I ain't doing that. Nah, I leave my thing at 6:30. I only run 6 minutes of ads an hour. That's it. No, I'm not doing that. The recommended is 10 minutes though. 10 minutes is usually the recommended. But if I run 10 minutes, you're gonna get an ad every 9 minutes. Or you're gonna get 2 every 15. Or 9 every 18. I think that's too high, so that's why I usually use 6:30. I don't even think I'm supposed to show this, but fuck it. I usually show it because people like to lie. Say I run 9 ads. I don't even run 9 ads. You can't get 9 ads on my stream. So if for emotional damage, you can't even get 9 ads on my stream. Okay, what was I doing? So you can't do that with that. You gotta chat you to sidestep. Fuck. Yeah, you have to do a sidestep and do that. I hate this combo. Why? Why is this like this? Look at my name. I don't know. Oops. Supposed to go 4-1 after that last hit is good. How about this? And you just throw the kunai after tomato? Yeah, I know you can do that. Oops. It's not enough damage though. Oh, I meant to hold back, but yeah. Okay. What was this? It's like the same thing. Ooh, which one is this one? Cat 4-2? You can do that? Let's try this. Oops. Oops. Oh, well, I'm too far. That's awkward. Do I have to micro walk in to do it? I think I do. So much micro walks. Oh, fuck, I threw the thing. It didn't. Oh, I'm getting trolled. Got it. Cool. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. That reminds me of the Clive combo. You do the kick and then you micro walk 4-4. That combo is sick. Next. One, 2, 1. Oh, it's the same thing. Oh, what the fuck is that? Was that cat
Cat, and cat 3. Cat 3. Oh.
Cool.
Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to do that route. Oh, fuck.
God damn it. This is hella swift one. That one is hard as fuck to do. This one?
I think I'm messing up the timing.
Oh, that's the hard part.
Huh.
Cat there.
Yeah, that is a tight link. Okay. Can I just do this then? I mean, not that. Can I just do this then? Again on the floor? Would that even give good Oki? I don't know. Let's find out. I'm doing the wrong route. I'm autopiloting. Whoops. Oops. I mean, I guess it's not the worst, I think. Obviously the other one does more damage. Hold on. Was that 72? 72? How much damage is the one I'm doing?
Getting one trick Spider-Man is going to 7 and 14. GG.
W Spider-Man. W Spider-Man.
That's the wrong route.
Dude, that is ridiculously hard. Bro, what? I'm just gonna do that. That is too tight.
That is way too tight. Fuck that. I'm not doing that.
It's far too tight. What's this? Is this a 20 frame? Oh, it's 15. This does more. Oh yeah, this one does more damage. This is a better damaging starter than doing this one.
Okay, what is the combo?
So I remember hearing that. Wait, what am I looking at? Hold on. The shell hit a bit harder on big characters to time correctly. Oh, great. Oh, great. I mean, okay, let's try this.
This one looks like a fun combo. I gotta remember the inputs though. This one has a lot of corner carry. We're up forward. Three is safer.
This. Then this. Oh, then not. Oh, we can find out. 13. 14. Yeah, about one frame.
Literally one frame.
Forward 1+2. Yeah. I'm not doing up forward. Why is it giving me that? Huh. The fuck? Think any more DBF Zeke DLCs coming? Yes, but I don't know where they're gonna announce it. I have no clue, but I'm pretty sure they will. There's no way they just randomly start working on the game 5 years later, unless they're either doing a new game or they're doing like a 2.0. Okay, so why is this combo not working? Launcher, knee. Why am I not getting 3+4? I'm not getting this. Oh, I'm doing the dash, aren't I? Yeah. Oh, I have to delay. Wait, what the? That's 0 next to a follow. Wait, what am I delaying? Delaying 1, 2, 1. Question: why do people really play Ultron? Because Ultron's good. Ultron's good. You're tripping. I have to do 4 forward. Okay. Oh, good night, Akira. Fuck. I keep forgetting the inputs. Son. I keep forgetting the inputs. What the fuck is that combo? Oh my lordy, I keep messing up the last part. I gotta do raw running 4 and then 3+4. It's not even that hard. I keep fucking it up. Brother, I keep doing the tornado and then fucking hell. I had it. This reminds me of the Reina combo where you have to do you had to do, I think, raw running 4 or 3. Is Reina's tornado? I don't fucking remember which one it is. It's one of them. That combo was annoying as hell too, but it was fun to do. It was hype as fuck when you got it because you get so much damage from it. There we go. Okay. Don't duck me. It's time for some belt ass. What the hell? Papa Patel. That better not be who I think it is, bro. Oh my god. What are you doing here? Oh, the damage on this combo was kind of ass, though. What was that, 72? I don't know. That's like kind of not worth it. Oops. works. Oops. $68. Hachi is such a sick ass character in Tekken. His combos are fire. Dude, Heihachi is hella fun. I remember the Heihachi arc I had. I was playing just Heihachi for like just weeks. This shit was fun. What's up, Black Banana Man? How you doing? I was just playing Heihachi for weeks. That shit was fun. It's my AC on. The fuck up 3 plus 4? The walk here on this combo was OD, damn. Oh, I didn't know you could pick up from that. Oh, you can't do that? That sucks. Oops. Oh, you can do like a lot of stuff. Go back, turn 1 plus 4 is cold. How do you manually want to? Oh, it's that. I like this move. This move is fun. Does he have any special like grabs from this? Oh shit! Whoops. I forgot about that move. The fuck is this? Forward? Oh, 2-3. Is that like 12 frame or something like that? I would say 13 frame. Only issue is that they're both highs, which is kind of like, yeah. Which is kind of, yeah. It's gonna, yeah. Miguel. I don't even remember what Miguel even does, bro. That's the thing she has. I know she could use that as an under. Why does not work for me? Oh, there we go. Oh, you gotta be really fast. What the fuck? We did a slide one. What is the combo for this? Back turn. Oops. What is it? 3 years? Damn, that's a long ass time. Appreciate it. Hold on. Go full crouch 2-1. Wait, what? Oh, rising 2-1. Okay. How the fuck do I use the stance again? Oh, that was the movie you guys were talking about? Interesting. What's up, Aka? Was your IFS in your DPS Luna video? That my team failed me badly. Well, it happens. This dude. I'm too washed, boss, man. I'm sorry. This dude, bro. Big Hoss. That is the real Big Hoss. That is not the fake. That is the real Big Hoss too. That's why I was like, there's no way this is who I think it is. That is the real Big Hoss. The fact that you guys remember Big Hoss is actually concerning. Anyways, okay, what is the combo? Rising 2-1. Okay. Let's, there we go. Fuck, this combo is like messing up my brain. And okay. Dash 3+4. The fuck? What is the ender? Oh, that's an interesting one. Why did that drop? That's actually a pretty good route. It does a lot of damage too. I might do a different ender than that one though. But that one gives Oki, clearly. Oops. 3+4 until down 4, 3-4. The fuck? It's a weird route. They can do stuff like that. Okay, I think I'm ready to go play. I need to get some reps in playing her. The fuck is this combo? Oh, her 14 frame. All right, I think that's enough for now. Let's play. I don't want to overload my damn brain. Pull up one last wall combo. Fine. Get a wall combo? I think, don't I already have a wall combo? Can I see a rage art? Sure.
命の花を散らしましょう。いでよ、クワガタ。はあ、終わりです。恨まないでくださいね。
Okay. Okay, what is the combo you're trying to tell me? Back 1-1. Oh, the back 1-1-1. Down forward 3-4. That? Oh, because it puts you in back turn. And you can do like that, right? I see. I see what you mean. Yeah, Clive had some shit like that with his tons of characters that have shit like this. But little wing stance thingy. I fucking love Clive. Y'all can never make me drop that character, bro. there's actually no way you guys can ever make me drop Clive. That character's too hype. Fuck. Down forward 3. Oh wait, am I doing it wrong? I guess I should do this, right? Oops. Oh god. That is weird. Oh, I guess I could do that, right? What the fuck? Oh, this is not. Oh, that's weird. Why is it not giving me that? Oh, it's not even worth doing at the wall. Never mind. You screw you 4-4-2. Oh, you can do that. I know it's wall splatted. Behemoth stance? Yeah, something like that. I don't know what the stance was called. Okay. Cool. What is all her shit out of back turn again? Oops. That's the high, right? I forgot all her stuff out of her back turn. The most important ones, I remember that low and... What the fuck is this again? There's no follow-up on this? Was there a follow-up on that? Nah, wall splats. Oops. What is it? Always forget it. Yeah, it's that. Up one. Oops. Oh, I can't do it for that one? Huh. Well, 4-4-2. Let me do it twice. Oh, it can tornado as well. What the fuck? I don't know this move can tornado. That's pretty cool. I was gonna do this. And like, probably like, I don't know. Hold on. Fuck. I was gonna do a wall ender. A 4-1. Yeah, a 4-1 is better, yes. Like that is what I was probably gonna do. Petersburg got Thunder Summer. One luckiest person. How did your PC break, dude? Sometimes it be missing? Yeah. If you're not like close, this will definitely whiff. Oh man. Fuck. Oops. It's pretty good. It's good to have. Fuck, I keep canceling the stance. That the only mid out of back turn? I guess there's that one, but I guess you can do like what? Something like that. Oh yeah, the spin. It's broken? How? Oh, you're +7. That's kind of crazy. They can't step it either. Is it safe? Oh, that's fucking disgusting. Yeah, that's pretty gross. All right, let's play now. I don't want too much shit to where I overload my brain. It's enough labbing for now. I labbed a little bit off stream earlier as well. That's already got the combo video open. Okay. All right, let's play some more matches. And then let's get on Rivals. Well, let's play some matches and get on Rivals. Let's go to rank this time. Thanks for putting me on the Persona. No problem, dude. Persona was goated. We're going to play some more next stream. I'm going to start stream earlier next stream. I started late because I was editing. And I did, what was I doing? Oh, I was helping my brother. His PC is having issues. I'm gonna upload today's video before I forget. It's a Street Fighter video. We ever do Armor King video? Oof. Oof. I have interest in Armor King, I just never did it. I was supposed to do it though, but I don't remember what I was doing at the time. I think I was doing a Sage M Slam. It had to have been that, I think, because I remember I did the fucking Street Fighter Slam, and then immediately after the Street Fighter Slam, I did the 2x Scale Slam. So I had no time. So even like Ingrid, I mean not Ingrid, even was that around the same time? I think it was. I don't remember though. It had to have been because I remember even what's her name came out, and I didn't even do a video on her. C Viper came out. I didn't even get to touch her. She came out the day before the Sage M Slam, which pissed me off because I wanted to do a video and try her out, but like I didn't have time to practice her. And then after I got back from the slam, thankfully we won. We won that slam. After that, I was in the 2x Scale Slam. Immediately next week, the 2x Scale Slam started. So like I was on 2x for like how long? Like I don't know. It was just like it wasn't a good time. I don't know, bro. What's up, YG? Internal fan. Okay, sure, buddy. Yeah, it was just bad timing. I don't know. Maybe I will, but right now I want to play Kunimitsu. The only interest I have right now is Kunimitsu. If I was on Kunimitsu, I'd still play Clive and Reina. But I'm probably gonna drop Reina for Kunimitsu because I've been waiting for Kunimitsu for how long now? Way too long. Oh, Armor King's right there. Anyway, let's lock in, bro. I haven't played ranked in this game in so long. I'm Shinryu ranked, which is pretty crazy. Well, to be fair, I'm playing a new character. But yeah, first Kunimitsu match. Ranked. Lock in. Oh god. I don't know what. It's a guarantee follow for that. Oh, he grabbed me well. Oh lordy. Got him. Got him.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. W. No, you grab me. What is this map? This is a Pac-Man stage. I'm not using heat. I forgot heat stuff, huh? I didn't learn any heat stuff, did I?
本気でいきます。
Ooh. Got him. W Pac-Man stage, yeah.
3. Fight.
That tracks? Okay. Oh my. Heat. The heat move. Yeah, I know. That one's plus. I remember that one. But I'm talking about like heat launchers and like heat dashes and shit. I didn't learn that stuff. I forgot. So I'm heatless. Oh, what?
Round 4.
I'm heatless.
Fight.
Oh my lordy. Okay. It was a tornado. He doesn't even know combo to do all of that. Oops. That's hilarious. I didn't mean to do that, obviously. I don't know what that even does.
Final
That's not blockable, right?
fight.
Fuck. Oh my god, this guy. That was a 1+2, right? I think. Fucking okay. Oops. Fuck! Wrong button. I meant to do the one. I did do a mistake. I did the wrong one. That's unblockable. Armor King is like Piccolo. Like Piccolo? I wouldn't say he's like Piccolo. Because I'm playing fucking Broly with no projectiles. Actually, no. Android 16. He was just trying to grab me over and over and over.
Round 1. Fight.
Jesus Christ, this guy. Oh, that wall splats. Fuck.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh my god, all this guy knows is the grabs. Oh boy. Does she have any low launchers? I just realized she doesn't have any low launchers, does she? Oh my god, it's Pac-Man stage. Fuck.
Round 3.
Playing to grab merchant. I am playing to grab merchant. Oh fuck. Oh god.
Round 4. Fight.
Nice. Oh, what? That was awkward. Oh my god. What the fuck is this guy doing?
Final round. Fight.
That was really good. Nice. I don't know the follow-up for that yet. I don't know what the guaranteed follow-up for that is on counter it. Oh, this guy just loves grabs. He doesn't do anything else. It's not a 1+2? Ugh. It was a 1. Or no, it was a 2 slap switch me, no?
盗みのご依頼なら
After grab. Why do you think people don't like fighting King, bro? You should low-key play JoJo All-Star Battle R. Game is dead. Why would I play it? What? If it's dead, why would I play it? Is Baki in the game yet? No. If it's dead, why would I play it? What? I don't.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh my god, this guy. Just grab merchant, bro. He's a grab merchant, bro. Holy shit. Can you even duck the grab? I don't even remember. I'm pretty sure you can't. This guy should be playing King, not Armor King, if he's grabbing as much.
Fight.
This guy doesn't even block low. Jojo, probably not. I guess I'm just gonna keep going low. This guy doesn't ever block low. Oops, wrong button. Oh my god. That's a 2 break.
Round 4. Fight.
Jesus. Oh, you can't do it on the wall. No, I didn't know that. Ah, fuck, I forgot. He always does that. He doesn't even know frame it. He's just grabbing, even if it's minus. Nice. Okay, not bad, not bad. That was a pretty boring match, though, because I'm just fighting a grab merchant, but whatever.
Get ready for the next
Oh, I need to
battle.
know the guaranteed follow-ups. Give me a second. Hold on, I gotta cancel the queue because I don't know the guaranteed follow-ups on this character. I should probably put counter it on. Purple rank is low as shit now. Yeah, this game is not what it used to be. I'm assuming this is literally the follow up on most shit. Just hits people on the floor. Yeah, literally. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought it was. Let's go to circle forward too. Oh, you can do that? That's pretty cool. Works only if they try to move. That's a thing? It's like a secret flower, but not secret flower. What the fuck? Funny. Hello, sweetie. How you doing? Sweetie boy? Interesting, man. 042 is way usually buffer than 442. I forgot about this move. Yeah, this one's faster, it's 13 frames. Two, 1-1, while standing 1-1. Back turn 1-2. Does he have like a sidestep heat engager? Actually, what are heat engagers again? Isn't it like this? What's a good move for heat engager after sidestep? These are heat moves, not heat engagers. Or are those technically the same thing in this game, I guess? At least some are. Nope. That one specifically you can only use during heat. Back turn. Can you do that? Oh, you can. That's what's up. 1-4 plus 11. That's actually pretty good to do. So I can do sidestep 1-4. Well, I can do sidestep 1 and 1-4 as a guaranteed follow up to get into heat. One, 2, 1, 3. Dash up, get Oki. That's pretty good, no? That's pretty good. It's not bad. That's not bad. What the fuck? I forgot she has this. Counter hit forward 4. Oh no, forward 4. Jesus Christ. When do you ever need to do your enemy like this? The hell did your enemy do to you to make you want to do this to them? That shit is evil. Kind of 4-4 to 1+2? Is it? Let me see this. Oh, you can do that? You do that into a 2-1 as well. Oh wait, no, that is the move. It's pretty good.
行きます。甘い。甘い。
This is an E engager? They use side step 1+2. It's pretty good. Okay. This character is so fun. Fuck. Should have 1+2. What a cool character, bro. God, I'm so happy she's here. Oh, man. Feels good to be playing Tekken again, bro. It feels fucking good. All right, let's rank up, and then let's get on Marvel. I want to play some more tomorrow. I'm probably going to do a long session of Tekken tomorrow. Let me get a rank up first, though. Because we don't have that much time since I started pretty late. Feels fucking good to be playing Tekken, bro. I'll tell you that. What's up, Super Ninja? How you doing?
Get ready for the next battle.
Come on there. その武器、興味あります。
Round 1. Fight.
Oh shit. Okay, I don't remember how this fucking character works. I'm about to do close circle forward. Oops. Woo, that's a lot of snakes. W clutch? Woo. W clutch? Oh my god, you're not dead. Okay. Okay. I fucking love that move. Oh shit, bro. I hit him with Secret Flower. I hit him with Secret Flower. Oh my god. That move is so goated. Oh god. Oh god. No! What's up, Kazi? How you doing?
4. Fight.
Counter. W. W. All right, rank up match. Tomorrow I want to go for Flame Ruler. I mean, actually, I think I can definitely get Flame Ruler. I just gotta lab more.
Round 1.
This game got 120s. This guy. Oh wait, I didn't get the follow up for that, huh? Today's your birthday? Yo, happy birthday, dude. Ooh, get your ass whooped. Get your ass whooped. Oh man, that was clean. Get your ass whooped. Oops. Oops. I didn't know that put you in back turn. What the fuck? That leaves you in back turn, or is that an option?
Fight.
Wait, that's a thing? Cooked.
Win.
Okay, that's enough Tekken, sadly. I want to play more, but I gotta get on Rivals.
Ready for the next battle.
Tomorrow we're gonna go for I'm going for blue rank tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna have to do a lot of labbing though, because I didn't even get a guaranteed follow up to what was the other thing? Fuck. I already forgot the I already forgot the fucking follow up. Back turn 4-4 is good for lows. Back turn 4-4. Back turn 4-4. Oh, back turn into 4-4. Oh, I see. I gotta use this move more. Is this move good? Do you get a combo off that? I don't know. I have no clue. Whatever. Let me stop live before I keep playing. That's enough Tekken for now. Sheesh. That was fun. Okay. Oh man, I need to have a lot of shit. But I can feel it working though. That's the thing about Tekken. One of the more rewarding games if you lab. Well, any game is rewarding if you lab, but like with Tekken, I don't know, it's just that feeling. When it clicks, that shit is fire. When the character clicks and you like got it like that, that shit is heat, bro. It's like it's unlike any other, bro. It's too fun. It's too fun. But yeah, new video is out already on YouTube. If no one saw it, it is Street Fighter 6. Okay, I need... I was gonna do something, I don't remember. Oh, I gotta change the game on TikTok. Rivals. Rivals. Okay, Laya actually did ask me to play. I don't know what account we're supposed to be using though. She didn't say. Casual gaming indeed. You don't have to hop on Rebels. No, I want to play Rebels tonight. I put it in the title. Tomorrow I'll do a longer stream. This stream is gonna be pretty short because I started so late. Cause I woke up at like what 4? No, actually no. I woke up at like 3. I didn't get out of bed till 4. And after that, I went to go work out. Actually, no, I had to do some cleaning. I did some cleaning and I went to go work out. But before I worked out, I had to help my brother with his computer. He's having some weird issue where like when he plays like Marathon or Destiny, he can't move. Like WASD doesn't work. It's weird. Rolled back the drivers, reinstalled the drivers. Not in factory reset. We did a system restore. We did literally everything. That shit still doesn't work. It's weird. It's only on those 2 games too. Swapped out the keyboards, swapped out like fucking everything. Like that shit just doesn't work. It's weird. Well, cursed. So I'm trying to think of what would work.
A tree.
Anyways,
Wait, hold on. What kind of ribs did you get?
what account
Because
are
the
we
ribs
on?
I get at Lucille's are always tough. The beef ribs.
Oh, this is all.
They're supposed to be tough. What account are we on? Oh, I'm on the alt account, Infer. Did you get my message, by the way?
What message? Wait, what is she talking about? Oh, that's what she meant. She meant Cuphead. Did I ever stream again? I don't know. She said, "Did you want to play tonight?" I said, "Sure," but I don't know if she meant Cuphead or if she meant.
Another? But I've had it before and it was
I have no clue which one she's talking about. Whatever. I was just asking. Yo, Texon, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it,
down
dude.
a tank. Oh, we're down a healer.
Motherboy issue? I don't know. That's weird though. Like, literally, if he presses play on any game, Rivals, any game, other than those 2 games by Bungie, it does not work. Like he presses play, but like when he uses WASD, like look, I'm moving right now. It works. It works for him on any game, but if he tries it on Destiny or like Marathon, it'll work for like 2 seconds and it just does not work anymore. So I'm like, okay, it's probably like keyboard or something. But how would that make any sense? Because the keyboard works perfectly fine. It just doesn't work on those 2 games. It's so weird. It works for like 2 seconds and then just stops working. I don't know. What's up, Arthur? How you doing? Exxon, are you ready for Vivi? What the fuck are you talking about? I have no clue what you're talking about.
Double KO.
Finally made the platinum rank. Hey, yo, congrats, dude. It's a Roblox game. Don't worry. Oh, he's talking about the fucking Bleach game, bro. I've heard of that game like 4 years ago. It's finally public now or something. That game was in CC like 4 years ago. Not 4, but like 3. Actually, it might have been 4. Actually, what? This is 2026. They doing the CC the public method.
Fools.
Anyways, but yeah, that was weird. I don't know why his keyboard just doesn't work. I mean, like on those specific games, it's so weird. Give me a second.
More foes to conquer.
There you go. My bad. Okay. How come what happened? No. I was talking to someone. But yeah, I don't know why his fucking show won't work. It's weird. Anyways, I gotta switch accounts. Give me a second. Gotta switch accounts. What? That's adding Steam Wallet. What the fuck? I'm trying to think what could help him or fix it for him. What could possibly fix it for him? I did drivers. I did keyboard, mouse, reinstalled drivers. I did fucking everything. I can't think of anything. Anything I could think of wouldn't make any sense. I feel like it's a Bungie issue. That's what I told him. It had to be a Bungie issue because it's happening only on those two games. No other games does it happen on. Both those games are made by Bungie. It doesn't happen on no other game. Time to get on that super hot fire. Super hot fire. Oh, Samantha said, hey. Hello, Samantha. Restart window? Nah. There's no way. That's OD. I don't know. I reinstalled the drivers. I rolled back his drivers. I updated his I tried like 3 different driver points. I tried different system restores, different keyboards. That doesn't make any sense. How is it only on those games? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't add up. Mantis is still good. Yes, Mantis is top tier. If anyone is telling you Mantis is not top tier, they are lying to you. Mantis is top tier. She enables triple support unlike any other character. She's the best triple support character. And she has a really good team up with Groot. She is really, really good. That's why you see a lot of Mantis and Groot, because they have a team up together. And Groot is also really good as well. What does that team up do again? Doesn't it give him like healing? Groot can put this wall down, restores health to random nearby allies. Son, that's really good. And she has one with Loki as well. Loki's runes grant allies with regeneration domain or damage. Yeah, Loki's shift gets damage boost like brother. But if Lomilk asked that, you would have said she's FT. Bro, Lomilk is trying to force Mantis in 222. He knows his problem. I keep telling him, no. Let's go back. He'll try and do Mantis in 222, and then he'll get flamed by his teammates, or he'll lose the match, and then he'll ask me, yo, why am I stuck in this rank or X rank? I'm like, son. This is such a simple fix. It's such a simple fix. Elo L, literally.
Oh, and we got a strange. That's perfect.
He says he's an Elo L or something. What rank is he right now? Let's look it up. He's diamond. Oh, he's actually pretty high rank right now, actually. He needs to play DPS. He needs to stop playing fucking Mantis, bro. But he likes Mantis a lot. There you go. He's playing Psylocke right now. He's playing Psylocke, Elsa. Actually, he has been playing DPS. His win rate with Psylocke is actually high as hell. 31 wins, 49 matches. That's actually really high. He just fucking forces Mantis though into these like garbage situations. He's practicing Sylas. Yeah, I was there. I think. Was I there? I think I was lurking. I don't remember. I was thinking of a different stream.
Damn, this guy. Why you should
Yeah, I can't wait to do some 007 later. I'm playing 007 this stream, bro. No one's taking that away from me, but that game is too fun. Unless we play Rivals for a really long time and it gets really late, but I doubt it. But 07 is fun. I'm at the... let me not spoil. Never mind. What's today? Today is Wednesday. Oh, we're playing fucking... And you'll see it next stream, never mind. You'll see it next stream. I'm not gonna say it. Let me DM this person.
Might be good into the mad damage. I'm gonna try it one more time.
It's a mix-up though, that's for sure. It's a mix-up.
My whole life, all I've known is gone.
Well, should pick up Spider-Man, and I think you should pick up a... I'm gonna get banned on TikTok. I had to stop myself. Nothing. Nothing. You should pick up the Blade. Play Blade, yes.
You never stood a chance.
I totally wasn't gonna say anything pertaining to Home Depot. I think you should pick up the Blade instead. How about that?
Wow, 4 in a row.
All ears? Bro, you should pick up the Blade. That's what I was gonna say.
You might want to stay down.
Double KO.
Oh man. How about you pick, bro? Why do you play Spider-Man? Play Daredevil, bro. You don't like DD?
On the hunt.
You don't like DD? Bro, fucking Necros doesn't even play Spider-Man anymore. DD doesn't have mix? Bro, he'll mix you. He doesn't need mix. What mix does he need? You're dead. What? And he technically does have mix. What's... If you do the righteous cross upwards,
Double KO.
you can like dodge skills and shit with it. I don't do it a lot because I don't need to. Stuff like that. It's kind of hard to do. You gotta like angle it.
3.
There you go. Stuff like that. You can like dodge shit. What you mean he has no mix? What do you mean by that?
5.
That's just weaving? What mix do you need?
6 in a row.
Not enough mix up? He technically does have mix. Combo routes? Oh my god, this guy, bro.
I see you.
He technically, like, it's just simple 50-50s. Like, I don't know. It's like the simplest mix. He doesn't have like crazy mix or nothing like that. It's like 50-50s damn near. Like, if I dash at a Luna,
Our enemies are near.
hold on.
I can feel them.
If I dash at a Luna, they instantly use their freeze. So like, I'll usually do like this, and then this, and then reflect the freeze.
Hellfire. No escape.
I do a cross and I instantly reflect instead of like doing another, because usually you do like what, this? But instead of doing that, I instantly just do this. Sometimes. Because they will instantly just freeze. That's just knowing the matchup. That's still mix. That's still mix though, no?
Wow, 4 in a row. 5. That's
That's mix. She got mix. She thought I was going to use cross. I didn't use cross.
On the
It's a 50-50, you're guessing. That's mix. That's not mix? Okay, buddy.
unbelievable.
So now we're mix experts all of a sudden. Okay, got it. Just forget it. You guys got it. All of a sudden, we're experts on mix. All of a sudden, we got experts on mix in here. Got it, got it, got it. Where's this girl at? Am I in a party? Yeah. I'll call her on Discord. I wake up at 4. Okay. I'll be on at like, what time am I streaming tomorrow? 7? What up?
Oh, what up? Did you want to do Cuphead? I don't mind.
Too late. We're on Rivals. I already saw my chat
Okay.
rivals anyway, so
All right.
do it another. That's fun.
I responded to it very late though.
I mean, I thought you meant rivals. I read it wrong. So I was like mid-match reading it. It's fine.
You're
Don't worry.
good.
When is your next day off? Monday. We can just do Monday.
Monday. I don't mind any day though, cause like
Yeah, but
I
you get
could
on
do
like
any other
extremely late.
Which
I
hero
guess.
do you think you want to be today?
Mm-hmm. We're do Friday. Ooh, not Friday.
the chat. Let's do Cap. King, how are you doing?
I don't know what I want to play.
I never wanted to be Iron Man.
Over Iron Man.
Well,
Now, who am I gonna banish?
I'll send you the
Bloodlines?
stream thingy.
okay.
Oh yeah, we're getting that power. Send in the form of a link. Use the thing I sent you?
It's been sent for my stubborn class. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Whoa. That's weird.
Although I don't know. Are you? Oh, are you in it?
What? Oh, you sent me it? What do you mean?
Oh, I got it. Never mind. It was lagging on me, so it didn't load.
When you hit your first yo-yo combo, will you love the art of Spider-Man? No. I won't hit my first yo-yo because I'm not playing that character.
Hi, legendary.
I want to play Black Cat. What? What? Whoa, what is these bans? Whoa, whoa, whoa. No one wants to ban Gambit?
Why did White wait? Oh, they must be a trio. There's no
Okay,
way.
it landed
Why
on
they all
Gambit.
ban Namor?
Luck's on
You'll
my
need a
side
top-notch
today.
team to win this one.
Oh.
Mileskin? Jesus. Black Panther, here we go. Who took your Iron Man? What do you mean?
He hovered him.
It's fine, I'll play Black Panther. And get
That
off the
was
character.
fantastic yesterday.
You got jokes. You got
No, it was
jokes,
a
huh?
genuine question. I
That
was
is the most
genuinely
boring
asking.
character I have ever played. My chat, like people kept coming to my stream saying, "Why do you look so bored?" Like,
30 seconds before
and
you
his
attack.
ult does no damage, so it's like he's not that bad if you're a brawl comp, but like he's so boring. Like I don't know.
Really, I thought he was pretty good.
He's
Well, it
decent,
kinda depends,
just
though.
boring. The only thing that's good about him is he's hard to kill. That's about it. But other than that, I don't get like the dopamine from killing people or nothing. Cause
4.
So after playing him, do you think? Oh, I forgot to do the penny lineup.
All you need to do is
You think what?
area.
Do you think he should belong in the DPS category or tank?
I mean, I don't know. He's like, I don't know. He can stay where he is. He's just niche. People that play him will play him. Will like him will play him.
Well, did you dive with him? You could dive on him too.
With Mr. Fantastic,
Yeah.
his TTK is too low.
What is that?
Time to kill. TTK is time to kill. You know how fast Daredevil kills you compared to like, what, a blade? That's what TTK is. This time to kill is too slow. You're gonna react and just run away. I would not dive
Well,
on that
shit.
character.
Fuck, I hate CC Doom. What happened to the CC chain thing? Why didn't that work on me, man?
That shit barely procs. That shit's a myth.
I got melted.
Okay, they have a Daredevil. I'm switching characters.
Oh, I thought I was playing.
Bro, there's nothing banned. What is this match?
Guess we better save the world again. Or is it worlds this time? Powering up.
This all can die. He's banner.
Holy dead. Both tanks are down. Look at pushing.
They're down, both their healers. Or not. I don't know where this girl went. Oh, found her. They have no healers. Here, what are you talking about?
Oh shit.
Yeah, I hate swinging my camera, Mr. Fantastic. It makes me kind of dizzy. At the end of that stream, I had a headache. It was actually pretty bad.
It's in chat. Come here, Emma. I want you.
You tried to steal my final?
What the fuck? Kicked me. I got kicked to the fucking wall.
It was an Emma.
No, Emma's all the way in the back. I was trying to hit her.
You got kicked. Either you got pushed by
Oh,
Invis
no.
or pulled by Spider-Man or Daredevil.
It was something like that. I don't think it was Spidey.
It's probably Daredevil pulled
I'm
you.
blocking heels.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
That was annoying.
Well.
Maximum pulse.
That's awkward.
Lots of Angela, right? Well, this is my third game. Walla. Hi, Darkness. I think I lost. No, it's my fourth game.
You just started stream or something? Or what?
Yeah, we're 53 minutes in.
Hurry up.
What the? Okay, I'm dead. I don't even know what I want to play.
Oh, wow.
I got you.
She was so oblivious to me. Oh,
What?
Peel?
Peel? Why is he saying that?
I don't know. Flex on y'all a little bit. My friend made home. Oh my God! You better share that. You better share that.
Time.
Where are tanks at? Where are tanks at?
Both
Oh, we only
pillars
have one.
are distracted.
Oh, you're solo tank. Okay, that makes sense. I'll play tank with you.
We did have another tank.
We're doing anymore.
Where's my? Bruh. I had both healers distracted, and I didn't get any healing.
Wow.
Oh my God, DC, I have to see that.
Yeah, I'm gonna tank with you. I don't know why that guy just silently switched, but whatever.
I'm as flawless
Shit.
as they come.
Is the
Doc.
team even here? I'm going for the healers.
I am ready to
What is wrong with this guy?
What do you mean? Dude, but isn't the DPS supposed to be working on that? I'm confused.
Yeah, we are getting cooked. Please, Coco. Yo, you okay?
You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
He said, yeah.
Get that vehicle moving again. Only 60 seconds left.
Yeah, we need to use this cloak ult. We're taking way too long to use this. Just cloak ult in. Just use
That's
it.
for
But I keep dying, so.
Oh,
give me
just
some
use it
time.
right here. Just use it right here.
just use it.
Just use it. You're just being too afraid to use it.
Okay.
I wasn't being hurt. I was waiting.
It's all good.
Invis has no jump. Oh, Sapash. Emma's away from her. God,
What
please.
the hell? They have no healers. They have no healers. Yeah, this character is okay.
That one hurts.
He dies and just comes all the way right back.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Be rid of me so easily, I'm
The life
afraid.
force wants to heal you.
Let the devil out!
Of course she's getting healed.
A nice deep freeze.
I'm with you, but Okay, finally we won a team fight, I think.
And they're
Oh, they
portaled.
portaled. Oh man. Coming back.
Where is it?
He's alone. His team is not even with him. Kills Daredevil. What did she just ult? What? Okay. Whatever, I suppose.
Okay, I think I should go for it.
Got him.
Nice.
You an Angela? Okay, that's random.
Spidey's going for the back.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Grabbed him. Oh, he's 1 HP. Nice. That's dead.
I have ults. Okay, see, Luna's down. But Spidey's in the back. You know if their healer has ult?
No, but I just killed both their healers, so I killed one of them. I don't fucking know if I killed.
Our healer needs help.
Nice. If their DPS was just died.
Luna's almost off.
We gotta kill these healers. Oh, great. Okay, that might be game.
Oh, someone's already strange.
Yeah.
The current score is
Hi, gaming.
2-0. Time to
You think Emma puts ionic diamonds into people's brains to lobotomize them? Huh?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I think it's just mind control, man. I think you're overthinking it.
We're gonna prevent.
What? I can go Thing if we need anti-dive, I guess.
I might try Penny.
Sure. Do you want to do Thing and I do Penny, or it's up to you? Which one do you prefer?
I'll probably go Thane instead.
I bet.
I haven't really played Penny that much.
I'm here.
I can put Penny.
Just climb walls. I'm psionically linked
What's up,
to a giant
gaming?
robot. I win.
Armored up!
Hi, Ramen.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
How are you doing?
Ready for some action, kid.
Let's do
I'm chilling.
Nest right here.
I think you gotta connect the webs.
The battle
NBA watch party mad.
4,
Well, your team lost?
2, 1. Time for some fire.
I don't keep with basketball that much anymore.
Securing the mission area.
You should try connecting your webs to your nest.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you're right. That's a good call. That's whatever. Too late now.
Hey, where'd that guy go?
Well, okay.
We made quite a team.
Oh, that guy's dead. I got fucking pulled. This asshole.
All right, Ty. Now we really have to attack. This is gonna hurt.
Oh god.
Careful, careful, careful.
Systems restoring.
Oh man.
Went the wrong way. Yeah.
Work together. Time for some fireworks.
I got him.
Yay!
God, this asshole keeps shooting me.
Oh, man, I gotta make another beacon. Here they come.
If you don't want to learn Penny, I can help with that. Ooh. You know, I should try Penny more on the when they go dive.
Khonshu is my
That's really good.
About time I got a shield.
It looks like they're going to the left.
It's fun.
never miss.
Put a bunch of mines over there. There's an ammo right here. You're trying to show my fucking nest, you asshole. That's what she gets.
I got both the healers like
Nice.
occupied.
Good job. That was good value because, yeah, they just died when you were doing that.
I'm counting on you, friends.
Thank you, thank you.
Armored up.
Y'all ever see? Oh, you know, I do see it often. Hey, you think I could get that guy in the air?
Nah, I wouldn't risk it. I would
Never
not risk
mind.
it. It's a little bold. I have a Phoenix now.
Oh, I could ult here. Oh, wait.
He's destroying my fucking
backed
nest, this
up.
asshole.
I died. I did it too late. Poke is out.
Oh my lordy, I can't play the game because this all keeps stunning me. Oh man.
Invis is down.
We're portaling.
Okay.
Nada.
Ooh.
That doesn't count.
We're on the balcony.
Dana is fun. I'm just gonna dash in there.
Guess it's time.
30 seconds.
Cloak on our portal.
Oh, you rocket!
She thinks she can hide.
Aww.
This character is evil.
The final 10 seconds.
There's range portal. Set up for portal.
You got him?
They're back
Yeah.
on the
Nice.
hold. We just need to live. Oh, good shit, good shit, good shit.
Final score 1, 2, 0.
Witness me getting jumped? Yeah, I did get jumped.
Thank you.
GG's.
Another epic victory.
Yeah, that cloak was getting flustered. You can tell.
Dina's fun.
It's hella fun. Until you fight Punisher.
Oh.
Punisher Moon Knight.
So anything poke on him would be bad.
Yeah, he can't block. He doesn't have a shield. He's not really that fast either, and he has a big hit. Well, hurt box.
Hip?
Nah, not hip. I meant to say. I was gonna say hitbox, but hurtbox and hitbox are two different things.
Play Hulk. I would have to go to the practice range first because I don't know anything. You ain't down.
Ooh.
Bet.
Damn, do you get baited in the challenges this easily? Damn. You are very competitive. Damn.
They're so lucky.
You don't back down from challenges, do you?
Want to be today?
Y'all are so lucky. Where's Hulk at?
Nah, you're not playing Hulk. I'll play the Hulk.
Solves problems.
No, I'm joking. I'll
Sure.
play. Yeah, you know I'm not playing that. Dude. I'll play Cap.
That will never die.
Now.
Wait, you don't like him?
Who am I gonna
Hell no.
banish from this match?
I don't like
Bruce
Hulk.
only chat. Bruce only.
Oh, you're trolling. I think Hulk
I'm
is
not gonna do
buns.
that.
The only thing strong about him, in my opinion, is Bubble. I don't like the character outside of the bubble.
Let's see.
Ooh, I need to show you this horror game that got announced yesterday. It's called Ill.
Ooh. Ill. What's it about?
I have no fucking clue, but it's disgusting. You're
Multiplayer?
a type of disgusting. Oh, I don't know if it's multiplayer, but it's your type
Your
of
type
disgusting.
disgusting.
You're probably
What
gonna
do you
think
mean
this
my
shit is
type of
cool.
disgusting?
It's the type of disgusting you think is cool. Like, you like
it
gross
gore?
shit? Yes. Whoa.
Oh.
Kinda.
Okay.
I don't know. It's just crazy shit. I
look
sent
at
you the
that.
video, but you can look at it later.
No, okay, I got a challenge. So I got to get 10 kills with Hulk.
Okay. What does
I
she
got
get
it.
if she does it?
JT won't show me his cooking anymore.
Damn. Gatekeeping eats? That's crazy. We're gatekeeping cookies or brownies?
Oh my
You'll need a top-notch
I mean, I do that, but like, I just had to piss my chat off. But still, I expect better from you guys.
What is this gamma burst? Inflict damage, reduce indestructible guard cooldown upon hit. Ah,
Kind of hard to get vital result. Yeah.
I got a team up.
Oh, you have one
Do I have
with
to activate
thing.
it?
Nah. Oh well.
Oh.
It's automatically activated. Thing gets it, not you.
Oh, okay.
It gives them the little green punches.
Oh, it's on the line. Shit. Funny's such a weird character in that most of her skills can't do it on characters. Maining her means you're gonna struggle with other characters because she does play quite differently than other things.
Chat, who do I play?
I'm thinking about switching my keybinds right now, but I probably shouldn't.
You're gonna do it. Better hurry up.
I used to be a sword master, but now
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever not had fun playing this game until yesterday. I'm not playing Mr. Fantastic. That was the most boring shit I've ever done in this game.
4, 3, 2.
I was staring at the clock the entire stream.
Okay. That's why I ranks all playing pairs are one-trick ponies. Oh, really?
Rooney does it's cool. I didn't say it's cool. I just do it to piss you guys off. I didn't say it's cool. That's a compliment.
Oh shit! Where's
chat.
our team?
I don't know. I'm behind them though. I'm playing Iron Fist. This guy used
Wait, how
his
come we
lamps.
can't
Okay.
jump?
You gotta hold spacebar. Like with the Hulk, you want to keep holding spacebar, like always. Like the moment you finish the jump, you should automatically already be holding spacebar again. After the first jump, you know? Does that make any sense? I don't know. Their Moon Knight's down.
Got one kill.
Let's go. He's an not Iron Fist, he's a Cap. Nice.
Oh, nice.
Wait, she has 5 kills already. Well,
Nice.
I'm pretty good. Yeah, you want to just keep holding spacebar.
Okay.
Like just practice it right now. Like do a jump, and then like the moment the jump comes out, you should be already be holding spacebar again.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much how the Hulks just keep jumping over and over and over. It has no cooldown. Let this guy run. He uses lamps. Damn. Should I drop Blade for Iron Fist? It's up to you.
you'll fall long before I do.
Oh, we don't even have point. I just realized that.
What the? Well, that guy's dead. But we didn't? I thought we did.
Time to heal.
Called him a goofy. That's this guy's an asshole. Well, I right clicked.
Oh, I didn't notice this guy back here.
You'll fall long before I do.
No, I almost got the kill on him. Assist kills don't count, so I need 10 final
Oh,
kills.
10 finals? You can do that. It would have to be a longer match though.
You call yourself a sword man?
Oh, I actually don't know how to do his ult.
Just go big.
Your powers are mine.
Oh, I got counter ulted. That's fun.
Struck down by living
Armed and dangerous.
Oh, that's another cloak ult.
Fuck,
Okay.
another us against the world?
That was a Loki.
bless me so long.
Don't got an E. What the fuck?
Nice.
Almost about out.
This fucking Loki just went invisible. Can't find him.
Yeah. man. I can't freaking. Where's this healer at?
This guy's alone.
Wait a minute. Okay, now I'm having a hard time.
Wow, that's interesting. Okay.
Let me change the sense on this too. There we go. I think he needs a higher sense.
Oh my god. Wow, he doesn't die there? Wow.
I rise in the name of Quinlan.
Oh, I missed. God, every time I'm about to...
I killed him, don't worry. Yeah, you guys gotta run from that. They have a Scarlet? Oh.
You'll fall long before
I need to take a walk. This Rick is almost overpowered.
Well, they're down like 3 people.
Gosh darn it.
That guy's dead.
Only 60 seconds left.
my power knows no bounds.
Oh, sorry. I should let you get it.
You're good. This guy's...
Almost there. You'll turn that down. Us against the world.
What the fuck? Why is this... Damn, these ults are so annoying.
Yep.
Finally, I got a final.
Nice. Scarlet's 1. Nice. Let me get this, whatever his name is.
Where's she at?
Final 10 seconds.
Cap on site.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. The vehicle reached its checkpoint.
Wow, this is annoying.
Gosh darn it.
Some healing. Down. Hurt pretty bad over here. Enemies fall.
My freaking Thor stealing all my kills, man.
See how hard out trade Thor does solar damage. You come get this guy. He's one. Go get him. Oh shit, don't die for it though.
I'm getting stunned crazy.
Trying to save you run. Wow, this guy's an asshole. Whoa, I'm dead.
You can't do bonus damage. I do.
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind.
They got me good.
Watch me soar.
Did he just ult me? What the? Why did he do that? Okay.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
No, he stole my fucking kill again. Motherfucker.
Come get this thing. He's right there. No.
Where?
Okay, he's dead. Come, follow me. Follow thing. He's low. Get that guy. Nice. Where's the rocket? What the fuck is this guy doing up here? Okay, I don't know how the hell I'm... this guy.
Come on, kill.
Can we use this Loki ult, please? Thank you.
that ours?
Wait, you copy Jeff? Hey, yo. I thought he was gonna copy Cloak. Or Invis. He copied Jeff. Oh, he got you.
No, I just got here.
My fucking god, bro. This fucking Animal Crossing backline. What is this? And he's just sitting in the spawner room.
Armed and dangerous.
Okay, we're down to Loki.
I have both their healers distracted, but I can't kill any of them because they're just walking in and out of the spawn room. Okay.
Oh no! Posture check.
2, 2, 0.
You had depression. You
my
saw
God,
that?
I
Like,
thought you read that. Oh, when you're about to die.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Was it 10 finals? I don't. How do you even see your finals?
can't see that yet. The match is over.
I don't think I have 10 finals just yet.
Probably at like 6, if I had to guess.
Yeah, because it's fucking Thor keeps stealing my
Yeah,
fucking
I saw the Thor
kills.
take 2 of them.
Bro!
Round 2.
Help you turn back into Hulk faster. Oh, they do. That's good. That's good. Good to know. Man, Thor. I'm kind of triggered.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
You think it's easy to get lords now? Yeah. Because they changed the quest from characters to specific to being like role. There used to be character specific, remember? But now it's just, oh, damage, healing, or damage taken. And 18v18 is a thing, so it's like really easy to lord characters.
How many others did you take away against their will? The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
It's the same comp. Oh, no, it's not. There's an Ultron. What the fuck? It's still triple, though. Don't forget to use the bubble move. It's really good. Nice.
Yeah, I got a funnel.
Don't forget to use your bubble move. It's really good. Get out of there, though.
I'm dead.
Oh, good. You got a funnel.
Solal has blessed me again.
God damn. I'm just like punching
Oh, damn. They already got it.
a brick wall. I'm here, but I'm gonna die touching this.
I'm sure I'll be here. Here. I can show
I gotta
you.
kill this fucking
Oh,
Ultron.
I guess I didn't show you. Never mind.
Hold on, this Ultron needs to die. Oh man.
No way. That was good.
I literally can't kill anyone. They're on triple healer. What does Iron Fist do in this comp chat? This character is so bad into this. It's just hit markers.
Damn it. That's supple thriving. I love to see it. Or supple, yeah.
Damn, some characters are just not made the same in this game. His TTK is too low. I can't kill anything. Because they're triple healer. This is why like Daredevil is so good. Iron Fist just switches. Sheesh. I mean, I'm getting ult fast, but I still can't kill anything even with my ult. Because they're triple healer.
Where's the team at? Because I'm about to go in.
I'm ready. I'm behind you.
Whoa, bruh. Oh shit. Ah.
Okay, well, there's that. You better hurry up and get your ult. Oh no!
No.
Aw,
I just got my ult.
damn.
Oh, not my ult. I was just about to switch.
Yeah, technically is that ult. I get what you mean.
What's a team of heroes without?
Better stop that vehicle.
Waiting for you guys.
All right.
Now, I'm hurting pretty bad over here.
Got him. Ulted him. Oh, come on, bro. He ulted me too. This guy's insane.
Clobber that.
What
But
the
I hear they're
fuck? Look at the damage I'm doing. They're taking no damage. Holy shit, this Ultron needs to die.
What is that?
I can't even kill him either, though.
What the fuck? Gosh,
There's
darn it.
buns in the triple. I'm switching to Moon Knight.
This is my first time playing Hulk. I'm so triggered. I keep getting invis and she's so hard to kill.
No, I know what you mean.
That feels better.
I don't know if Jeff will be easier to kill though.
I mean, they're triple healer. None of them are easy to kill. I'm being honest with you.
Wow, I got melted
Yeah.
before I can even do my jump.
Yeah, your character's not really good into this. Since they have flyers and well, I guess Hulk can kill flyers, but Moon Knight is just gonna keep using you as an onk.
You want me to go on Moon Knight?
Nah, I'm on Moon Knight. You can switch characters if you want, though.
No, I mean like tackle Moon Knight, their enemy Moon Knight.
Oh, you should probably get Ultron. You could fuck up Ultron. Yeah, you can fuck up Ultron. Because if you hit someone in the air, you bring them down with Hulk. Sign this Ultron. I gotta play Star-Lord here, bro. Or actually, I'll do Hela. So it's not small thing.
It's now or never. Stop them.
You say congrats to that guy? It's all downhill from me. That's fucked up. Ultron's won. Got that guy. Oh my god, he's so low.
By the eye of Agamotto.
No, they got our healers.
Wow, this guy just
Fuck.
doesn't die.
Annoying.
Final score.
What an evil comp.
3.
You should just play your mains, but on controller. I mean,
I got 8 finals.
8?
No!
Oh, it's those 2 that Thor stole. Damn. I'm lucky.
Fuck you, Thor. I'm so pissed.
Fuck you, Thor.
I'm so pissed. I was trying so hard to get a final too. Fuck.
She'll have to try again.
Uh,
Damn, that's mean, coach. What the hell, dude?
damn, coach.
That's fucked up.
I might try again. I might try again.
Control Rebels? Nah, I gotta do a stream trying out Control Rebels. I'm gonna do it soon. I just gotta download on my PS5.
Here, I will redeem myself.
Okay.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Let's go. Hulk
Smexy
again.
time. Okay.
Meow.
See if I can get a Black Cat game in.
Now.
Surely,
who am I gonna
surely
face in this match?
they won't ban Black Cat, right? They won't ban my little
How many
kitten, right?
finals? I got 8 finals. So, 2 of them were fucking stolen by Thor.
I mean, I stole them too, but it was a mistake. Apologize.
Fuck.
Don't worry, you have another
Man.
chance here.
I guess I could ban people
Please
that.
never say that again. When I said that yesterday in chat, I was confused. I was talking about Black Cat. What did you think I was talking about?
Saying what again?
I said, don't ban my little kitten. Obviously talking about Black Cat. Why are you silent? What?
You could have said something else.
You asked what I said. What? It was an obvious joke.
You could have said something else.
They wouldn't ban my kitten, right?
Has your e-kitten?
E-kitten. Okay, buddy.
The right heroes could make all
Pushing 50. Oh my god, this dude. All right, buddy. Pushing 50 talking about his little kid. That's crazy. Somebody pushing 50 here. What the hell? If anything, Eli's pushing 50. It's her birthday month. Yeah, month.
Yeah, birthday month, birthday month.
How was the
gonna do this
80s? Jesus.
How was it?
I should be asking you that. The fuck?
Yeah, who looks older, me or him?
How many gray? Wait, do you have gray hairs?
As long as I get something
No.
out of it.
Don't lie. Do you have
You
any
have gray hairs, huh? There's
Fuck
no
no, I
fucking
don't.
way.
I don't. Do you have any gray
You
hairs?
asked me how many gray hairs. Nah.
Do you have any?
I bet you got like.
Nah, I actually
12
don't.
Sitting up there in the middle of your scalp.
Nope, I've never seen any gray hair. I'm mad.
It's June
No lie.
29.
And shouldn't you be trying to
I'm a
stop
monkey
like
baby.
last time? You seem to have become
J2, thank you for the gifted. My Samantha's, Samantha's.
No one has ever called me that before. The battle starts in
Was that 5? Wait, I don't.
3,
No, it was.
2,
Thank you for the sub. Why did I do it twice? Who remembers them really in the TV for the classroom review? Hey, is Hulk more of a dive? He is, huh?
Yeah,
yoink! Give me that luck.
he is.
Shit. Never
I
mind.
killed their Black Cat. I mean, not Black Cat, Black Widow.
Ancient Egyptian, peekaboo.
My birthday is in. Oh, it is 2 weeks from now.
What? She's 1 HPS. That's a lot of money.
Is it on the 15th or the 16th?
Wheeling in the TV classroom from movie.
Hi, Rat.
You know, I actually do remember that, but that's because my school didn't have money like that.
Oh shit! I don't think I could play Hulk in here. Why does everyone want to play fucking dive?
There's still a chance to stop.
I mean, anti-dive.
Oh, welcome to my world.
Shit sucks. Oh, I'm the only thing too. I should have played us.
Now, you know, I was losing my mind when we were playing Quick Play yesterday. Or was it the day before? I don't remember. And every Quick Play was a Penny Parker.
Is that moon not for me?
I got you. Oh my god, this girl with a stupid busted kick move, man. It's hard to play Black Cat. She's not that hard. Oh, you mean you could play Hulk? I can dive with you. I'm playing Black Cat.
Well, yeah, but I'm the only tank.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
They're not going that good, Rack. They're not. Oh, thank you, J2.
Wait, have you been losing
didn't know
before I
that-
got here?
Yeah.
Oh, you brought me into some bad luck. We should have just
sad
played
life.
Cuphead. Oh
That
no.
life I live.
Should have
Thank
just get
you,
on Cuphead.
You know what? You gonna dive this Widow?
Yeah, I already have been.
I got you, Widow. That's what you get. Oh, let me bubble. Wait, where'd you go?
I can't kill her anyway. Never mind, I can't kill
Oh,
her.
the healer is on the left.
I got you.
Dang.
I killed all of them.
Nice.
Wait, I'm still in
Some of
my
my
ult.
final thing
Wait,
kills?
wait, I'm not done.
I could
Oh
try.
shit. I'm not done. Wait. They won't walk out the spawn room. They're too damn, my ult ran out. They're too scared. Good night, Samantha.
You won't be needing that.
What's up, Rock? How you doing? What are you up to today?
Mine for the
Or tonight, I should say.
good fortune for me.
Damn it. Okay, hold on.
Stealthy.
Hold on. Oh, I have ult. Should I ult?
They're down one healer. How the fuck does this guy see me? What? Okay, this guy somehow sees me. Okay. There you go. Just thanks.
You won't be needing that. Should have kept that thing in a museum. Good fortune for me. I am ready to put on a show.
We have company. An unseen
Dude, I was gonna ult, but he did yummy yummy.
Yummy, yummy. That's what you
Oh,
call
but he
it?
didn't get the healer? What?
He called his own
Wait,
yummy,
what's he
yummy.
doing?
What is Jeff's old
Yeah.
name? I don't even know what
Yummy yummy.
There's no way that's his actual name. You're trolling me.
I don't know what it is.
Good fortune for me.
I got there, Luna.
Sorry, honey, but no one targets the black cat.
It's called Jeff.
Who is this walking?
Bro, I can't. I don't know who to believe.
Good fortune for me.
This guy is so fucking crazy.
I changed my reticle on this dude.
Yoink! Give me that luck.
They went into more.
Chat, I kind of don't want them to nerf
I'll go
this
on the
character. She's so
I have
fun.
to. They were gonna push in with that Midnight ult.
I don't want them to nerf Black Cat, but she needs a nerf. She's so fun.
You won't be needing that.
Why do they come on my side? What the fuck?
I have ult again.
Oh, she. Oh.
Ooh.
Are we good here?
Where's our White Fox? She didn't teleport to me. Yeah, White Fox, just keep teleporting to me.
Come on, Jeff. I know you can help me more. No.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Okay, that's a fat ult.
Oh wait, I forgot. I cannot just target the backline as a solo tank. I forgot about that.
Correct.
Wow, I needed that. Down to 30 seconds.
She ain't gonna touch till season
Okay.
10.
Well, I tried my best. Forgot I gotta play more defensively solo tanking.
I need to get some games in with Kissy. She is a really good support player. Yo, you two should duo. That'd be actually really fun. You guys should duo.
Love that.
Yeah. You crazy heals. You guys are both really good at support.
Thank you. Thank you. Does she have an ult?
I have ult. I don't know about them.
No, an ult. I would love some strong kills.
This asshole.
Playing
Where'd this guy go? I ran away. I mean, we're gonna play soon. If you're on, I'll hit you up.
Sure. You mean in like a few hours?
No, no. I mean, like
okay. I thought
one
that's
of these
what we meant.
days. We just
Okay.
didn't pick it yet. It is late.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I probably wouldn't be able to join. Y'all don't kill this guy. Come on now.
Do it at both play sports. I was like, oh, no, we're gonna 3-stack.
I
We don't
should
have to
just
duo.
ulted him.
What do you mean?
What the fuck?
I feel like it might be unfair. It's gonna feel like when we played with Def.
Damn, why do we keep getting Jeff rolls?
Jeez, these guys are annoying. Oh, is that ours?
Invis is on the.
What is ours?
Some unwanted guests. You won't be needing that.
Oh, they have no healers. I think. They have no
I
something.
think they're both down.
Oh wait, no, this last one. There, all dead.
Never mind.
I'm so happy I can play a Black Cat game. Drive safe, Rat.
Is 0.
I should have ulted that tank.
2. Time to switch things up.
Yeah, Bucky ults, you should be ulting. Or if Cloak.
I should ult to Bucky ult.
You'll need a
Yeah, you
top-down team
can't
to
do
win.
anything if you ult his ult.
Can't he uppercut my ult?
No, you're CC immune. No Sky.
No, when he throws it, he can uppercut.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
He will die.
Yeah. There was.
If a Bucky uppercuts a Magneto ult,
Yeah. Was it an uppercut or was it? No, I
he
swore
would
there was a clip
insta
I
die.
saw.
There's no way.
I swore. Hold on.
There's just no way he survives that. You'll explode.
It was this thing right here.
30 seconds before you attack.
I don't think it was this clip.
Definitely dies. Yeah, he dies.
No. You guys are gaslighting me. There's no
We're-
way.
We all play this game a lot. We're like, you should know this. He
Dude,
dies.
I saw a clip. I saw a clip of him uppercutting a mag ult.
The battle
It
starts in
was 2
5,
clips. So it's the one I just
4,
showed chat, and there's
3,
another one.
2,
AI.
1.
Damn. I'm talking about Hook. That doesn't work either. It gets magnetized. Shit.
I can't lie. Will I? Just showed stream was crazy. What does she show stream?
Oh, I should go Venom.
What does she show stream? I don't know. I can't see it. I'm right. Okay. Fuck. What the? I have no money.
Got you bubbled.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
That
Got one of
Namor
them.
is like 2 hit.
Is he? Good comms? Good comms?
There's no heals for the healers.
Namor's 1.
I mean, the tanks.
Okay, they're all 1. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. They did like 4 times. He actually uppercutted and it bounced away? Okay, that's fake. That's fake.
I always land on my feet. Almost there.
If you use Hook after he throws it, it'll clash the rock.
Oh, like his arm hook that he like sends out. I guess I can see that, but like if he uppercuts it, fuck no, he explodes.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint.
Ah! Y'all are late. Eat ass. Oh shit.
Eat ass. Eat ass. Oh wow.
Give me that luck.
Oh
Get this healer.
lordy.
Get this healer.
Was the healer
Aw,
still
shit,
there?
Never mind. No! I'm fucking far. Help me. Help.
I don't know where you're at. Wait, why did you go through the portal?
Healer, man.
Oh, you're kill hungry. My Magneto is
She was
diving.
vulnerable.
Yo, GG, surrender now. We
Oh
gotta
my
surrender,
God.
bro. Fuck.
Aw, I don't have ult.
Good fortune for me.
What? Okay, I guess.
Look, it's 1 hit.
Uncommon Asian. Huh. Interesting, dude.
Guess I'm not so unlucky after all. Gambit left all the good stuff behind. His loss, my gain.
Malted.
Damn it. I'm my ult that scroll girl. We're not gonna ult.
Well,
Has it.
if I can fucking... I hate Thing, bro. I couldn't use my skills because he ulted and then he shifted me. Mickey Mouse character, bro? Oh my god.
Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
You humming that doesn't make it better. Fucking hell, bro. Wait, you talking about my character, Kiko? My character is balanced. Ooh, I framed it.
Invis over here.
Okay.
I'm going in from behind.
My Magneto's diving again. Let's go.
I bubbled you.
I'm with you, though.
You get back there?
Yeah, I got both their healers. And Wanda's 1 HP. Or Scarlet Witch, my bad. I don't know if you know her name. That's why I said I said Wanda, my bad.
Let me melee. No! Gosh darn it. Oh. Damn, I was so focused on that.
Keep up the momentum.
Sandy's here. Unless she's changing spawns.
Oh, she took too long. Yeah, they both took too long. They both died.
Who is that? What do I hear?
It seems we have company. My resistance is down.
Give me that look.
Cephalopods are quite intelligent.
Damage sustained. You won't be needing that.
Oh, this guy's so annoying.
I'm gonna try bubble you.
Yeah, please do it.
Oh, I bubbled the wrong person. Shit.
All good.
I blame
Vault now.
Fanta. Motherfucker turns into a fucking fridge, dude. I showed you.
You called him a fridge?
Dude, I couldn't.
It's just hilarious. Fridge is crazy. She called him a fucking fridge.
Bro.
These comms are fried. A fucking fridge? Nah, I get what you mean. He's like big and white. And like weird shaped. Oh fuck, can I get a heal, please? Alright, I'm about to ult him.
Dude, I should have ulted that cloak. I didn't have.
I gotta wait for this thing to use a stupid shift before I ult though.
Hey, we need some damage over here.
Oh my god, they have so much anti-death. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. And this thing is still chasing me.
Oh no, it got blocked. Shit. Here, let me get. Oh.
Oh, the CC changed. Let's go. Oh yeah, you're mad. He's one shot. Nice. Get ready to follow me. Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Nice.
Okay, we're good. Oh, I died though. You'll leave for a missile follow.
I gotta use the restroom. Be right back.
Go for it.
Another epic victory.
Oh my god.
What?
Sitting down gets my hair tangled.
You say you're gonna cut your hair or something? Oh well.
I
Yeah,
cut my bangs.
Okay. Times it 1. All right. You want her to play Hulk again? Well, she's AFK, so she can't see your message, but yeah, she'll see when she gets back. Damn, I had 26 finals. Holy crap. What a character. Okay, here we go. How's everybody's night, chat? What's up, APG or AGP? My bad. How's everybody's night doing? Anyone do anything interesting today? Or fun? What the fuck is that? Maybe the fighting games and went go-karting? Go-karting? I went go-karting probably since like 3 years ago when I went to South Carolina. Go-karting is fun. Just depends on like the raceway. If it's like a big track or not. And if the carts are in like good condition. Wait, what fighting game were you playing? Oh, you're back?
Back.
Yeah. Coach wants you to play Hulk again.
Oh, for sure, for sure. As long as I don't get fucked up.
2x, can't run Tekken. That's what's up.
Yeah, I'll play Hulk again. I want to try to get those 10 finals.
It's just 10. Can't be that hard. Just need the match be a little long. And you almost got 10 on that match actually with Magneto.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, we got Dummy Thick on our team. Let's see.
Wait, Dummy Thick.
Hero do you think you want to be today?
I think that was
on our team.
Wanda. Yeah.
Say hello to him. Or her. Or it could be Dumb Mythic. But it's definitely Dummy Thick. Well, she plays Cloak.
No.
What?
It's funny that you try to like change it up. It's definitely Dummy Thick.
What if it's just like I'm gonna ask.
Should we ask?
Yo, Dummy Thick. Is it Dumb Mythic or is it Dummy Thick? What if she actually responds?
God.
Nah, Dummy Thick? That's what's up. That's a great name. Our friend's a big fan of you.
Bro.
I didn't say who the friend was. Relax. She said, bro. Like, I didn't say who. Relax. You just you're so troll. She said bro and then she admits it's her. Like what? I alert the enemies when I walk around because of the sound of my cheeks clapping together so hard. Wow.
Oh my god.
What a sentence. That is interesting. Low-key just got banned from TTK and Zeal's chat. Bro,
Sleeping, how are you?
What did you do? Did you guys troll Zeal again? You guys gotta stop trolling him.
Oh, you got banned.
What did you do? No.
I'm actually curious. What did you do?
What did you get banned for? He wouldn't just ban you for no reason. You had to like, you had to have said something crazy or something. Like Zeal trolls a lot and jokes around a lot, but some days he's like, you know, it's not every day everyone has a good day, you know. Oh, I can play Black Cat again. Nice. My kitten is safe. Let me stop. Zeal, I don't know, but TTK. Oh, if you get banned in a stream together, I think you get banned from both chats. Or no, you can't type in the chat if both of them are streamed together. Like if I ban YG right now, I don't think he can go to Eli's chat and type
You don't happen to have a
until the stream together is over.
spare, do you, handsome?
Relax, I wasn't gonna actually ban you. It's not a stray. I'm not gonna ban you. Relax.
I know a private collector who'd pay a fortune for an authentic piece like that.
And that's not how you get up here.
You were making fun of a mod? Oh, that does it. The mod banned you, not them. Maybe we should test it? Why'd you choose me out of nowhere? Because you were the first person to type when I was talking about it. Ooh, I should play Thing so I can get the team up since we're on Hulk. I would never sweat. They don't have the payload. You took it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't realize that you took it.
Oh wait, no, I didn't take it.
Oh, I guess they just never.
Yeah, no,
noticed.
I went to go try and kill a trap.
Thank you. I don't know why I'm not getting healed. Oh, okay, that's why they're dead.
Oh, this is a cool thingamajig.
Peekaboo. Better stop that vehicle.
Oh, Venom and Magic are screwing the back line.
Hmm.
Peekaboo.
Wow, this Venom is. He doesn't like my thing. A Psy what? Wait, what did I just read?
God damn it.
Don't talk to him. This is Loyola.
Okay.
Yo, Yo, why does White Fox outdive me?
Should I keep playing into this comp? I don't even think I could get the healers very well.
I can't kill anything.
Wait, our club ult, but we didn't get point?
Correct. Before she could touch it, they got it. It was just too late. Where the fuck is this guy at? Thank you.
You're gonna still final or get finals if there's a Wanda.
I don't know. You gotta lock in. It is hard to play this character into White Fox. God damn, she's. I didn't realize White Fox is this good at anti-dive. So I thought about it today.
Dude, I can't.
Give up.
I'll probably do on a different team.
Okay. If it's too hard, yeah, go ahead and switch. I'm fighting so much people back here. Holy.
You know, Invis? Ooh, what you gonna say? What you gonna say?
You ain't wrong. How about what? I'm 1 HP.
I think Invis was saying something. Isn't there a health pack in that room?
Yeah, I think there is. Wait, what did she say? Don't talk to them. This is Loyalo. Then doesn't know what to do. Oh. Oh, they need help with the anti-dive. They're talking to us. I got both. I don't know who the fuck I got. That girl's the last one alive. Watch you call your homie? Can we please get more what? Wait, what are you guys talking about? Oh, that's why you got banned. Yeah, you talk too much trash about him. Whoa.
No, I killed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No more ults.
No, I'm kidding. I was talking about the Wanda when I ulted.
Enough ults.
You said no more ults?
That's the enemy saying that. Because we just pressed like 3 people just pressed Q. I have a lot of money though, so it was worth it for me. Bro, this fucking Namor, bro. Do y'all see this guy? Like, you guys are fucking fiend. They have a thing now? Bro! Alright, I'm banning thing every match now.
I'm outside of that ult. She ulted, but... What?
Chat, we're banning thing every match. If she's trying to play Hulk and I'm trying to play Black Cat, I'm just gonna ban it.
chat. That wasn't a good ult.
Fortune for me. Only 60 seconds left.
So if I do no heals roar, do you switch to Luna and flank? No, it just means I don't do heals. Invis. Okay, never mind. I'm just give up.
Oh my fucking god, this guy's so annoying.
Mine for the down to 30 seconds. Good fortune for me. They hit a checkpoint. Now my
What about when you're not support? When I'm not support? And you redeem no heals?
That was an excuse for me to talk shit.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you just gotta chill after Glow. Some streamers, like, I know my chat jokes a lot, so like I don't mind the shit talk sometimes, but like some streamers aren't like that.
Using 1v1 to a shuffle. Who did that?
There's only so much people can tolerate, you know. And some days I just don't tolerate any shit talk. It's like that, you know.
I got
Except
the
for
right
YG,
pop.
fuck YG though. But I'm joking. That's all.
Only 60 seconds left.
No powers, by the way.
Nah, I'm just joking. I don't know what that guy's typing.
Oh, Jeff players in the strength judge flies wet. Am I missing something?
Fuck.
A portal right here? They're pretty close.
They don't care. They don't want to walk. Cause you get
Where
to
is
use the
it?
portal as a wall. They used it behind us. I'm gonna ult in. Actually, I'm gonna wait a little bit.
Where's the team? Oh, this is our ult.
Let me guess. Your name was anyone willing to help? You won't be needing that. You crossed my path. All out of lives. 10 seconds.
What the fuck? Yo, no, I can't fucking move. Oh man. I hate thing.
Keep fighting until you have a win.
Okay. Dude, how much anti-dive do you guys need?
People play. Oh, okay. Person I want to get back is FYG. Who said that?
Huh?
This guy doing me dirty.
Huh?
Okay, this must be a conversation chat's having within themselves because I'm missing so much.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh shit.
I'm dead. Oh lordy.
Oh, they switched to Adam?
The current score is 0, 2, 3. Time to switch things up.
Chess match. I don't know how to play
Which
chess.
side you're on.
I have zero clue how to play chess.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this
You know how to play chess?
Mm-mm. I think I played checkers.
Yeah, I know how to play checkers.
I don't even
but
remember.
Chess? Nope. Just use your instincts. Oh, okay.
Chest. You mean chest? Interesting Adam switch. Yeah, interesting indeed. Oh, Abdul and Neat, how are you guys? JT, I don't even think I asked you how you're doing. And YG. Damn, what am I doing?
Round 2.
Dude, locked in on the match. Don't feel bad.
Who should I play?
I am very annoyed. Every time I keep fighting Thing. And it like
Maybe I
fucks up
should
my
try
momentum.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I mean, you could, but they have a, what, Bucky and who's the other DPS? I don't remember.
Who is their other DPS?
Why, Benjamin Grimm. I have no idea what you could possibly mean.
I can't remember the other DPS. Play Hulk, bro. I'm dying as Hulk.
Oh, Namor. It's Namor. I had to think for a second.
Oh.
4, 3, 2.
Okay, we'll try Hulk.
I'm used to fighting on the streets.
Can I play Thor?
Help get that vehicle to its
How can you play Rivals this season? It's very horrible.
I did not mean to do that.
I don't know. I just play with friends. This game is fun with friends. I don't mind playing alone, but like, if not everyone can do that. Like, have you played with friends?
Good fortune for me.
How the second matches go? They weren't good. I promoed. I'll do more tomorrow, probably. Or most likely.
This health belongs to me.
Damn, that was very unfortunate.
Gross, Namor.
Get to a spot that you can hit me with heals. So you gotta move with me. I can't be dying so many times.
They have 3
Well,
characters
damn.
to... Well, no. They have 4 characters to anti-dive me, chat. I'm switching after this.
I mean, I could try to dive with you now.
Nah. It's not worth it. They have a thing, a White Fox, a Bucky, and they have a Namor. It's extremely hard for me to kill anything. I said that as I kill something, but still.
Health belongs to me.
I got both of their healers.
Actually, no, I'm not switching. This is good practice.
Should have cast a good
Nice.
luck spell, Strange.
Thank you. Yeah, if we're diving, just like bubble us both, and then we just cook them all.
Reached a checkpoint.
Wait, I think they have
Keep
a...
up the momentum.
Oh, they have a DC or AFK.
Good fortune for me.
Let me know when you're going in.
I'm going in.
Oh, I guess you're in now. Hold on. Hold on.
I'm killing them already. Bubble me. Ooh.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, the moment you jump in, just bubble instantly.
Yeah.
You just gotta remember. That's why I keep reminding you.
I actually pressed the wrong button trying to bubble you.
Oh, that's all good. That's just muscle memory. You'll be fine.
Come on. Let me get that final hit. Fuck!
Oh, lordy.
The ult is pretty.
Alright, let's go. What the fuck?
This place and the Master Weaver.
Okay, well, he just broke my ult because he jumped off the fucking map.
Give me that
That's so evil.
You ready?
Yeah, let's go.
That definitely helps.
Oh, okay.
What? He's okay. This guy's weird.
Oh, no. Oh, nice.
I got him. I got Bucky. Let's go. Keep
Okay,
going.
hold on.
What? There's
What?
spawners there. No, you're fine. Back up.
Oh,
We got the point.
No.
It was just funny.
Oh, you good?
Yeah, I killed two or something like that.
Bro, why are you laughing, man?
Bro, you're just making me laugh. You're making me laugh. I don't know. Oh, fuck. I don't know. Seeing you on Hulk is just funny.
That definitely helps.
I'm used to diving with you.
Fortune for me.
Get this Jeff.
Oh, what? I didn't get my ship?
Give me that luck.
I got you.
Oh,
No, I tried to kill him before he killed you. Sorry.
Jump more often as I on top of people. Yeah. I don't know why I'm not doing that.
Doing what?
Jumping.
Yeah, you gotta keep jumping. You just gotta remember, it's just muscle memory. Alright, I'm ulting.
I'm gonna shoot you. Oh, never mind.
This fucking thing. I couldn't use my mobility skill because this fucking thing. It's pissing me off.
Yoink. Give me that luck.
I gotta ban this asshole every game.
Yeah.
This is your big chance.
Coming through.
Armed and dangerous.
This portal spot is crazy, chat.
Eat your heart out, Strange. Good fortune for me. Shield. Fine by me.
Nice. They have a black cat now. Thought she was me.
The current score
in the asshole in his spacebar permanently? Yeah.
Yeah, it is. That's why I don't play the character either. It's not fun to me.
Including which side you're on.
Wait, there's a setting so you don't have to do that, really?
Could make all the difference.
Oh, really?
I mean, you can try it. I didn't know it was a thing.
How does that work? Hold on.
Check the character specific setting, I guess. I'm checking that too. What? Are you sure? There's no way.
Okay, I need to see how this works.
Hold to activate Incredible Leap. Oh, it's just toggleable. Oh. I mean, I guess.
Hooray, they're terrible? Well, shit.
Black Cat making my life real difficult. Sorry.
Oh, it's not that
Getting
bad.
held hostage by...
I think I prefer this.
What's his name? Dummy Thick? If I don't win this match, I'm gonna get... What do I say, chat? Sat on. I don't fucking know. I feel you. What? I'm gonna get crushed.
Oh my god, thank you, Scat.
4, 3, 2.
Read the chat when you can.
Well,
The in-game chat.
I'll read them in a sec.
You just read after the match. I killed that guy. I'm ready to go. Let's go. Oh. No, I missed. I missed my money snatch. That was awkward. Oh no, I didn't miss. I got charmed. God damn it.
Oh yeah, I got rezzed.
Down to 30 seconds.
That's someone's dream, by the way.
Shit. Okay. Honestly, I don't want to lose this match. I'm probably gonna switch off.
Go for it. I can solo dive from Black Cat's fine.
Just regroup. Just have to win one fight when we win.
Oh, make them pay their taxes. Oh, I don't know why I'm melting so quickly. Oh, I'm not sure if I'm doing something wrong or it's just the characters are using.
Where's the stupid thing at? Alright, they're all dead.
Heads up, we got
it out there.
Alright, now you can read it.
Okay.
Score is 3, 2, 3.
So where do I start?
Time to switch things up.
This one character is ruining this game.
Oh, the game chat.
Yeah, game chat.
Top-notch team to win this one.
Horrible character, man. Never see a rank game on again.
My god. You don't want to get sat on, man?
I'm not answering that question. I'm not answering that. I'm not gonna answer that question. Why do you guys keep popping surrender phones? Why do you guys keep popping surrender phones? What's wrong with you guys? Oh my god.
Get ready.
We have Dummy Thick here. We're gonna win this shit.
You're gonna deny the game. Giant. God.
Waste of life. Wait, he called me a waste of life? Horrible character, man. Will never see my rank game. Will never see a ranked game of mine again. I said, I'm sorry, I need this, and he says a waste of life.
4, 3, 2.
It's okay, Papa. I still love you. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what? Thanks? I don't fucking know what.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I don't know where you are at.
I'm gone already. They're trying their hardest to dive me. I'm throwing fishes. No, a lie. No. I threw fishies. Run.
Most supports are one in the back. So we're in.
Come on, Trent. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Good fortune for me.
Oh my god, this thing.
What the fuck? I keep getting melted so quick.
Invis one, Invis one.
Oh, we're dead, we're dead, we're dead. Just reset.
Give me that luck.
I'm going Venom.
Oh yeah, Venom would help. Like best diver in the game right
Bro,
now.
please go back to Rocket, please.
In danger. Get that vehicle moving again. For me. So stealthy.
What the fuck?
I'm about to dive. I'm not ready.
Alright, I'm ready.
Go.
I got the Namor on me.
Oh my god. Yeah, I think you guys win that.
Good dead.
I always land on my feet.
Uh-oh. Oh, he died. Nice. Nice. You guys hooked up. I died instantly, but
I did all the damage I could before I died.
GG, Joe.
I threw fishies and we had
GG's.
Pecco.
thank you for the carry, dummy thick. W all from dummy thick. Anytime Pookie. Oh wow. That is wow.
What was that guy throwing?
I don't know. What? Bro, don't question it.
Oh, we're diamond. Oh shit, I thought I was gonna go gold. Ready for some diamond games?
Are you ready? I've already been here. Lock in.
Got grounded for it? Who?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Oh god.
Magneto.
Who
Hi,
I
Key.
play now?
Alright, this Hulk is destructive. It's like killing my inner soul.
Play Dino with you. I'll go in with you.
So anyone that does poke too against Hulk is also bad.
Yeah, the Hulk dies. Both our characters died of poke. If they play Phoenix, Moon Knight, Hela, we're getting shredded. Punisher, we're getting shredded.
What about Bucky? Oh yeah, no, Bucky's
Yes, but he doesn't do as much damage as the rest of them. I'm banning Punisher. If we're running this comp, we need to ban like poke.
Oh shit, I was too late. Trying to learn Hulk? I wouldn't say I'm trying to learn him. It's good to learn him, I guess, but I've challenged myself. JT gave me a challenge. Get 10 finals with Hulk. Key, how are you doing? Oh, nice. We got rid of a bunch of poke.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Good, how are you? I'm good. I'm good. Could I Hulk just channel your inner rabid dog? Who has that? Who has that inner
What?
dog in them?
Huh? What the?
Lee, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if that's me in the inside.
You got an inner dog in you?
Just ask
You got that dog in you? That dog. Wait, do
That's
you not
my-
understand the saying?
I think so. No, I get it.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
2, 4, 6.
No one escapes hell.
Oh, I did. Several times.
Remember
Lovely
me.
torture machines.
Chad, you think I could reach this across the room? You think I could jump us across the room? I can't.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Give me a second, chat. I'm fixing the playlist.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got
I'm
it?
close.
Hydra's so evil, they make the Thieves Guild look like heroes.
Done slinging meat. Fuck you, Rack. Fuck you. That is not what I was doing. Well, it was, but you're not giving the context. You're making it sound bad. You have an Iron Fist. You are a troll, Rack. Careful, you're alone. You're alone. You're alone. You're alone. I'm trying to save you.
I'm coming.
I bubbled you. Run, 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 run. I bubbled you.
Aww.
Aw. I'm about to die too, actually. Yeah, I'm dead. God damn it, they have an Iron Fist.
Damn, there's just like no way I could live as Hulk.
Yeah, that's just like the Hulk life. You have to know when to get in, when to get out. Sometimes you have to get in, get out before you even get low. Dino diff. Son, you have you have two tank shredders. You have an Iron Fist and Elsa Bloodstone. What?
Damn.
I didn't even take damage from that guy. I got fisted by fucking Iron Fist.
I'm gonna try to dive that one, hopefully.
I'm about to go in. I'm ulting.
Never the fuck mind.
I'm coming. Look, Iron Fist is still on me. And this guy's almost some dino div. This guy's an idiot.
Next, I will pretend to let you compete.
You gotta tell him Dino Diff back.
What? You expected Gambit to throw some beads?
That guy is stealing that Iron Fist's credit, bro. Like, what?
Why does it sound like they're up here? They got ult already?
Okay. Like, cloak ults. We don't have any
Oh no,
ults.
I tried to shield them.
We don't have any
I
ults.
did.
Control lost. Their team's capture progress.
Successfully rage baited? Yes, I've been rage baited. His rage bait worked.
I ult Luna props ult. I mean,
I know it's rage bait, but why am I so mad? Look at that 100 meme chat. I know it's rage bait. Why am I still so mad? This Iron Fist is ulting me. Yo, what?
what the fuck? This is so tough.
It is tough.
Good night, J2. Oh.
That's not good. Yo, Skunk, are you still here?
We went on. It's supposed to be 10 finals. I really can't. Like, this shit make no sense.
Skunk.
Bro gets shredded insane. But when there's a Hulk on me, he's on me like forever.
No more. Someday I'd like to see.
Oh my god. Oh god. Okay, I can't play this into Iron Fist. This guy's just focusing me so hard. Black Cat's open. Yeah, you're solo taking. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
I apologize.
2,
You good. I could do it with the mag.
Bet.
Got it?
Made y'all ban his counters and then got diffed. Oh my god.
Bro.
Bro, this guy is trying to rage bait me. And it's working too.
Wait, we're ulting soon? Why? die?
Mm. I killed one of their healers. They only have one healer. They have no healers. He's gonna say I'm playing some broken ass character now, chat.
You gotta win now.
Yeah, we gotta win this, yeah. I'm losing a fucking skibbity toilet. Skibbity toilet 6-7. Okay, yeah, we need to win this shit. I got frozen by Luna. Okay.
Mag's not good into this team comp either.
Oh, and Namor just got a big ol' or something. Oh damn, you guys killed them all. Shit.
Guy with that same exact name in Roblox. I'm pretty sure I played with Skibbity Toilet before.
Skibbity Toilet.
A very
6-7.
long time ago.
That's a very popular name. It's like a brain rot video series thingy. Isn't it a show, chat? What is it? It's a show on YouTube. It's like just Giga Brain Rot.
Keep going. Ready for my next big score.
I have ult, but fuck it, I'm just gonna send it.
Dude, where's the heals? Where's the fucking heals?
They're down 2 though. Oh, I don't know how we're losing that.
Okay. Good play, not gonna lie. I'm a because of the freaking Dino. I just know Mag's not gonna work very well.
Okay, well, she just lives at 1 HP.
I also played very justified there, so that was my fault.
Control seized. The cat came back.
The cat came back.
Why do you think that though, Rack?
I like the cold. I am ready to put on a show. Keep fighting until we have a winner. Good fortune for me.
They have no healers.
Man, fuck you, Iron Fist.
They have no healers.
How are you gonna?
Loki, you can use your ult. Oh, okay. It's too late, it's too late. How did we lose that? I killed both their healers. Or one of them and someone else. I don't remember who. That's crazy.
That's not really. Oh. Dude, the fact that Iron Fist can run out of my chokehold that quick.
You like that? Who did he copy? Oh, he copied Luna.
Rocket's down.
Ew, it's a lot of tentacles. What is this, chat? I've
been shooting 2 hours and 30. The Kraken.
The Kraken is big.
Never let the black cat
Big
cross
ass
your path.
Kraken.
Be your best self.
Do you think mythical creatures are real?
Like a unicorn?
30 seconds before you attack.
Would count.
Get ready.
I mean, like a Bigfoot.
Sure, buddy.
Sure.
Sure, buddy.
Sure.
My audience isn't
You think they're real?
guys who wear horns.
A shame. There was
Somewhat.
a time when
Somewhat.
McDonald's appreciated
So like half, kinda.
There was also
Kinda, yeah.
The battle starts in 5,
I feel like it, I don't know. Dragons exist? Probably used to. I don't fucking know.
Ghost unicorns are real? Isn't there something about like a horse, like a seahorse? Not a seahorse, but like a swamp horse that would drag you in if you touch him or something?
What the fuck?
I forgot what they're called.
Mm.
See them? Good fortune for me.
Oh my god. Oh, this character is so balanced. Jesus. Wait, there's a rocket. No, I see your ass.
Well, yeah, I don't know what's it called.
Oh my god, she's 1 HP. Almost killed her again.
Give me that luck.
They have a Namor now.
Mine for the taking. Give me that luck.
Fuck, I have no money.
Thorns.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I gotta. Huh? I didn't know that.
Give me that luck.
I forgot I had to team up with Luna. I did know that.
Good fortune.
No, not sirens. No. I believe they mistaken seals for sirens.
Give me that luck.
Yo, how many times have I missed this? Oh my god.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Us against the world.
We have Luna ult. Luna ult, Luna ult. Don't let them push us so far back.
Give me that luck.
Candy's down.
Kill this guy.
For me.
You're gonna run away, really?
Probably gonna have ult, so I'm gonna ult.
I see him. I'm gonna keep trying to focus him. So you
Oh
don't.
wait.
Just don't let them
Never
take
mind.
space. They can't ult. Don't let them take space. Oh, he ulted and spawned. Oh my god, she's 1 HP.
I don't think we need it ult.
Wow, I died because of a Scarlet. Okay.
I think there's someone going to the back. Or am I wrong? I thought I saw someone there.
That's crazy. All that.
Oh, lobby has been dino diffed. Namor diff. What?
All that counter picking and trash talk just to lose. That is ridiculous. They silent now too. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know that ain't about to
okay.
happen. Wait, no, not that guy. Why is the dino guy not talking? The dino's not talking no more. Same thing with Skibbity Toilet. I don't want to hear from the cloak. Yeah, they pissed. That's what they get. This is why you don't shit talk, chat. Especially when the match isn't over.
Oh, it's called a Kelpie, chat.
It's called a what?
Kelpie.
Kelpie?
Yeah.
Looks like a Pokemon.
I mean, they could make it a Pokemon.
Wait, I think this is a Pokemon. Why is there a bunch of dogs popping up? Oh, there's an Australian Kelpie. This is a thing? There's a dog called Australian Kelpie, chat.
Okay, I think that might be my last.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
I will see you guys tomorrow. When did you want to play Cuphead?
We could play it tomorrow or a day after. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm cool with tomorrow.
Wait.
I could do tomorrow.
Yeah, I can do tomorrow. Not Friday. Wait, yeah, I can do Friday. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Any day.
Are you busy on Friday?
At 5 p.m. EST, but you're not gonna be home then, so don't worry. Yeah, I'll be on.
Sure. Okay.
Just let me know if you stream tomorrow or something. I don't know. I'm down.
I'm cool with that. I'm
Bet.
kind of looking for a new game to play right now.
Bet.
Right, chat. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Are you still gonna stream?
Yeah, I want to play some 007.
Okay.
007 time. You can raid someone else. Raid someone, make someone's day.
Yeah. We're gonna head to KPX Chris. I haven't seen him in
Oh,
a
the
minute.
Blade Goat. That's what's up.
All right. Good night, everyone.
All right, I'll catch you later. See you, dude. Goodbye, last chat. Blah, blah, blah. All right, chat. 007 time. Let's go. It's 007 time. Twitter is crazy. I just saw a funny meme. Don't worry about it. Twitter is fucking insane. Okay. Yeah. Shout out to Light. Make sure you guys check her out. Awesome streamer. Boom. No, I can't show you. No, it's bad, bro. It's bad. I can't show you it. Twitter is crazy, bro. That's all I'll say. All right, let's play some 007. I want to beat this game. I'm not gonna beat it tonight, but is that a seahorse? Yeah, it's a kelpie. That's what we're talking about. Okay. I don't know how long I'm gonna play for, but it's only been 3 hours, so I can do another 3 or 2, something like that. I'm trying to think if I have to wake up early for anything before I do this. I don't think I do. I don't think so. I think we're good to go. Okay, we're gonna do 007 first light. Put my controller in. Let me add in the Discord that's 007 time. I have a shitload of videos I gotta edit though. Yo, did you guys see today on not Rivals, on 2XKL Twitter? They like all of them put their, I don't know how to describe this. What's that character's name? Thresh? That you guys said? It was because remember at the end of the Senna trailer it was either Thresh or Viego. Yeah, the devs did this shit. They did all this shit. All of them put their profile pictures, whatever this Thresh icon thingy meter thingy is. And they all said, why don't we make a deal, Senna? I think they're gonna do a double release. I think they're gonna drop Senna and Thresh at the same time. So I think we might get a Thresh trailer later today. Or probably at the Summer Games Fest. If I had to guess. I don't know. 007 time to get your snacks. It is 007 time. So yeah, I think they're gonna do a double release. So that's gonna be pretty awesome. Shit, I might check him out. I'd be probably more interested in him than Senna. Apparently he like has a chain or something, and then like he cages people, and then like I don't know, he can tether it to his teammates. I don't know what the fuck he does in the league, but apparently he's really cool. Yeah, apparently he stole her soul and like trapped her in some cage for like a long ass time, and that's how she got that soul power thingy or whatever. I don't know. He did some shit to her. Now she's like, her soul is like cursed or something. I don't know. Anyway, it's 007 time. Let me change the TikTok game to 007. And I think I can actually stream on TikTok on this computer now. I think I finally fixed it. Oh, this is the wrong 007. I need to set some first on. Did someone say TikTok? So feisty. Yo, they unbanned me, or no, they reversed the warning that I got, or ban or whatever. I think I'm still shadow banned though, but I think I'm not now. I don't fucking know. They said I can actually like start getting viewers now or some shit. I don't know. I just randomly got a message today on TikTok and they said we reversed your decision on or reversed the ban. I don't fucking know, bro. Hopefully you start replying to. Yeah, alright, buddy. Yeah, I do. Strong community over there. You and like 5 to 10 other people there. What have you been up to, Feisty? Stream today? Yo, did you sign up for that Twix Scale Slam? Sign up for that. Well, actually, I think it's too late, but I don't know. I don't know if it's too late or not. Should have signed up for that. Hell no. Why not? Should be fun, no? Ain't picking me, plus I don't want to play that shit. You can't just say he's not gonna pick you. What? You don't know that. The game is ass booty? Okay, that's fair enough. You don't like it, that's fair. You can't just say he's not gonna pick you though. He would pick you. What? You've been picked before, no? Oh, so he isn't gonna pick me. You can't just say that. Not for the first time you had it. With 2x scale, they probably didn't have a placement for you. I only got like I went from the Street Fighter 6 one straight into the 2x scale one, but I only got picked because for the Street Fighter one I only got picked because they needed people that are going to TwitchCon, so that filters it out a lot. And I just so happened to be going to TwitchCon, so I got picked. And was for the other reason, oh, for the 2x scale one, I think I just got lucky. Or no, they needed high ranks, and I was challenger where I used to be challenger, so I got lucky on both events. I just fit the criteria. You probably just don't fit the criteria. Because since you're new, there's other people that are also new. So obviously he's probably gonna pick people that haven't been to slam before compared to you. And also, you know how he's doing like 50-50, half new people, half returning people. But you probably just didn't fit the criteria. Anyways, you're playing 007. Yo, you should check this game out. The game is sick. Let me change the game on Twitch. 007. This game is sick, Feisty. You'd like this. This game is pretty fun. Pretty short too. I don't have clout. You think I have any clout? I'm a fucking rando.
We pride ourselves
All I play is fucking Rivals all day.
discretion here at the
I'm addicted to Rivals. You think I have any clout? I threw all that shit away ages ago when I quit Roblox and stuff.
I'll need you to sign the ledger at reception.
I'm just a rando. I'm a washed up Blade player.
Of course.
Playing low tiers. No, I'm just a washed up Blade streamer. Stop it, Mr. Roblox. That is not me no more. I'm not John Roblox.
One more thing. There's a package waiting for you inside your villa. It
Package?
arrived this morning. Enjoy your time at the Pearl, Mr. Smite.
Mr. Smite.
Will.
Oh yeah, we're undercover.
Too good at that.
At what?
Being a bit of a bellend.
Ah, what can I say?
A bellend?
Seems to come naturally.
She called me a bellend? Isn't that a... That's a dick. In UK slang, if I remember correctly. What is this? Can overload it. If the money was real tight, would you go back to Roblox? I don't think so, no. I don't think so. I don't think so. I could, but like it's like I don't know, man. Bro, like I don't like dealing with kids. Well, not obviously not everyone's kids, but like fucking Roblox players are like and the way they, it's not even just the player base, it's like the games, they don't last on that platform. A game will drop and it'll die in like 3 days.
Q-Track, a smart bug designed to protect assets in the field.
You can ask anyone in chat. Games don't last on that game, on that platform. It's not like AAA games where they last like months or weeks. They will drop and die on like on arrival. Week max, yeah. Week. Sometimes games will be a week max, or
they see everything.
They will just randomly stop updating the game.
So you see what I see.
Randomly be like, oh, I don't feel like working on this no more or some shit.
Through you for the next 24 hours.
But why?
And then it's like,
once you get eyes on the potential
what?
target, I can confirm it's
or
them,
at mid development, Or no, what would let me pause. What will happen is that I would do a video on a game before it drops, and then mid development, like no one can play it yet. I'm doing videos on these games. Mid development, they would just stop working on it, and then I'll get comments. Even to this day, I get comments saying, "Yo, whatever happened to this game? It just never dropped because the dev just did something crazy or got exposed for something crazy or like just randomly just stopped working on the game." Or, bro, chat, remember that one guy that got farmed by, he kept reading comments on his general chat in his Discord. They were hate comments. He kept reading it. And then he just stopped working on the game. Like,
we're live.
Good
stuff. Yes,
because
I am.
Those games are made by teenagers. So, like,
hang on.
Or people our age. So they, not everyone can handle
That
criticism
ego
and
of yours
stuff.
is fogging up the lens.
Touche.
Right. Enough tech talk. I need to calibrate the glass.
It's like you're listening to like 10-year-olds that are just baby raging in general about balance, and you're listening to them.
Cave. All organic, gluten and cruelty free. That's some next level.
Like, why?
stuff.
Don't. Like, I don't know. There's so much stuff on that website. It's just crazy.
Always wanted a pair of
And the CEO is.
You're lucky, I'll bring you back a pair.
Don't even get me started on the CEO. Like the shit he said on that interview was ridiculous.
So that's what a £1,000 bottle of bourbon looks like.
And here was me hoping for a bag of peanuts.
Okay, glasses calibrated. Time to get eyes on that ledger.
Talking about something, I see it as a. Bro, you don't remember the interview? He said, I see it. Because, like, Roblox has a problem right now where there's, like, a bunch of. I don't want to talk about this. There's a bunch of predators on the website. And then the dude in the interview said, because there's like a big major problem about trying to get people off that shit. Roblox drama, bro, that shit is deep. That shit goes real deep, bro. Roblox drama goes so deep. That's why I don't get into drama and stuff on that website, like, or drama in general. Like, that shit is deep. CEO said, I see it as an opportunity. What do you mean you see it as an opportunity? Get these guys off the website, bro. There needs to be more like age restriction stuff. And he's trying to add like dating sims and stuff to the website, and like, brother, what? You can't do that. You can't just add dating and stuff to a website that was primarily marketed towards teenagers and children. You can't. That doesn't. You can't just do that.
If you'd like to follow me, Mr. Smythe.
It's like trying to get kids on GTA. You can't just have both. You can't have children on GTA. Like,
depends.
It's not. You can't just do that.
Just be.
They can't be in the same space.
We
like, you know.
also offer a traditional healing
Yeah, the
ceremony,
CEO changed completely. He's acts way different now. He's less filtered. I don't know if he was always like that, but that guy's crazy. That's sick.
I won't cry, will I?
Yeah, dating used to be bannable, but now he's trying to. He wants more players to play Roblox, so he's like seeing it as an opportunity. Yo, what?
I'd rather repress.
Do you know how much crazy people are on that website, or freaky ass people?
Here we are.
You can't just have
Reception
adults with
right
kids
over
and
there.
stuff like
My colleague
on a kid's website, joining those games. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's deep. That website is crazy, but that's not even why I even quit. I got quit. I quit because it was boring. Who is she? Hold on.
I'm being upgraded, actually.
Oh,
Of course you are.
sorry, again, am I?
You must be important.
Very.
The Emperor
She
Philip
switches
will be
disguises
ready
every
shortly.
time. Holy shit.
Please make yourself comfortable while you wait.
Oh, I'll do that. Thank you.
I didn't catch your name.
I didn't give it.
Oh, is she like that? Okay.
Attractive mystery woman 1, St. John Smythe. Nil. Eyes on the ledger, James.
Right, yeah. Ledger. On it.
Scan the guest ledger. Oh shit, I was too distracted by the lady. Hold on. Anyway, let's lock in.
Here to sign
But
the
yeah,
ledger.
it's deep. The website is crazy.
Smythe, we've been expecting you.
Give it a flick through so I can get a look at names.
Sign here, please.
Got what I need. Running a check.
All done. Enjoy your stay with us, sir.
Enjoy your stay with us.
Okay. Got 3
But yeah,
profiles
Feisty, you should
of
check out this game. This game's fun.
Ramon Hernandez,
It's not long either. You probably like it.
philanthropist, geneticist Teresa Lorca, who you just met, and Ellis White, bit of a rock star scientist.
Let's go find our 3 potentials.
3. Okay. Damn. Where are we at again? I forgot what country we're in again. I forgot. I should have ended stream last stream before we started the mission, but I wanted to see what a little bit of what the mission was gonna be. So now I don't remember where we're at when I started the fucking mission. Does it tell me? Doesn't tell me. It won't tell me anything. Hold on. Intel. Sponsored hashtag. I'm not sponsored. I'm playing this game because this game is fire. I'm serious. Play. I didn't get this game for free. I paid for it. This is like what, $60, $70? I don't remember. I didn't get this game for free. No cap was discussing what happened to Roblox, but parents are at fault too.
Just had Q in my ear.
Both parties are responsible.
Don't use the dart or laser on anyone we need to bug. They can interfere with the Q-Track's functionality.
Q doesn't want me to have any fun.
Yeah, you were in that new one. What's it called?
Right.
No, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I suppose you know where I can find a Miss Teresa Lorca.
Oh, yes. She was here for the convention. But I'm afraid I do not know where Miss Lorca is right now.
Ramon Hernandez. Wouldn't know where I could find him, would you?
Unfortunately, not, sir. I'm not permitted to give out that information.
Okay, there's no point of asking
You can
him.
tell me where I can find Mr. Ellis White. He's a guest of yours.
Yes, Mr. White. I spoke with him earlier at the Velvet.
Did you just say you're not allowed to give? So you can give out info on specific people? Velvet Lantern Bar.
I need to go.
So you can give out info on specific people?
What have you got for me on White?
Like some people, he said, "Oh, I'm not allowed to give that out." Some people, he just is.
They call him Mr. Magnetic. Developed
What?
a liquid
Magnetic?
that
Magneto?
binds microplastic particles to separate them from water, so that they can be safely removed. Made him a very rich man.
Let's get off the resort for a bit,
Oh,
go and
wow.
explore some of the islands around us, then find somewhere.
Rose
to have a
Magneto.
picnic. I love the idea of just you and
Beautiful
me.
Web's ass. I don't know. I mean, I remember that part, but
Proper reset.
Oh, you'll love this. One of them came over when you were in the bathroom. Invited me to come to a party at the Ocean View Bar with his famous friend, Ellis White.
Hitman better.
Looked
Okay,
him up.
buddy.
Apparently, he's a big deal in the ecosystem.
Have you even played this game?
Hope you told him to get
Are you
lost.
saying that?
White is at the Ocean View
You just
Bar.
glazed Mr. Glaze.
Marked it for you on your Q lens.
Thanks.
Can't come this way, bro.
Can't. Oh man. I gotta work some magic. I fear.
Mr. Smythe. Lovely to see you, sir.
Listen to me and listen carefully. You're my assistant.
Afternoon.
This is your job.
Down,
Assist.
boy.
Make it happen.
That was easy.
That's our target, Ellis White.
Man likes a drink. Q-Track still works if he swallows it, right?
You read my mind.
Unbelievable. I pay this guy. What do I pay him? Anyway.
I don't think so.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Nobody
This
just
isn't
walks up to
general
our
admission.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
VIP only.
You lost, man. Private party.
St. John Smythe. Big fan.
I'm a big fan.
Sounds like you got yourself a drink problem.
I manage. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, the bar. Apparently, my friends and I have been bothering some of the other guests, so they shut us down.
Oh, maybe I can help.
Maybe you can. I misplaced the keys to the minibar, and I'm getting thirsty. Would you mind taking a walk with my pal Jonty here to go fetch a new set? He'll show you where. Do that, I'm all yours. What do you say?
Happy to.
My man. Jonty, you're up.
Can't believe I'm doing this. Babysitting the fanboy. Why am I stuck?
The fanboy.
In those tiny shorts to the bar. to
Tiny
get 6
shorts?
keys. I told them it couldn't be got.
Okay, that's not very tiny. But fuck you, man.
I'll do the rest.
Easy for you to say, Bru. I tried getting.
I realized they were that tiny.
Made a total scene.
It was an
They
asshole.
wanted to throw me out only for Ella stepping in. Now, if I so much as breathe near that storage room, they'd toss me out on my ass. So, anyway, go you.
The shorts in comparison are, those aren't even
Keys
shorts.
in the storage
He
room
just
behind
pulled
the
his
bar.
pants up.
Go get that bar key, buddy. I'll be right here waiting for you.
Pulled like the leggings up. Key card, fuck.
Remember the time he called that sous chef a donkey? That was a hoot.
I'll take all the wine, please. You know you're going to have to get rid of the barman first.
Yeah.
Time to order off menu.
Okay.
What can I get for you, sir?
Bottle of Blanc de Blanc Brut 83 when you're ready.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but we don't carry that one here at the Pearl, to my knowledge. Perhaps I can interest you in something else?
Man, I want some pina colada.
Look, truth
Something
is,
pina colada flavored.
I'm planning to propose to my girl today.
Okay.
Have it all worked out, the ring, the words, everything. I just need that bottle to make it perfect. Help me make this day one she'll never forget.
All right, sir. I'll see what I can do.
You're a lifesaver.
Lucky girl.
That'd be a
If she were
lifesaver.
real, of course.
Nice. They loaded.
The American and his gang of friends drunk, making so much noise. I had so many guests ask me to do something about it, but I can't. Management tolerates it.
I can't jump over this? Oh wow, you can't. That's crazy.
The man could set the place on fire, they still call it atmosphere. His money is louder than we are. At least they shut the bar down. It was getting out of hand.
Won't do much good. They'll be back at it again later tonight.
True.
Okay, hang on.
No harm in checking. Better safe than sorry.
W? Nice. What's up, Silver? Thanks for the streak. I appreciate it.
Hello.
Got them.
Nice. Let's head back to the guys. Pretty smooth work getting those keys.
W80.
I'm not
W80
gonna lie,
indeed.
I really thought you'd blow it.
Dude, I wish Twitch added a stream alert
Wasn't that hard
notification.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way to do
Anyway,
that.
I
It's kind of
was wrong.
crazy.
Respect.
Or maybe there
Mike,
is. I just have to
right to
dig.
Thanks.
Do some digging. I want an alert for stream streaks. That'd be cool.
Yo, party people! The key masters have returned.
My guys! All right, let's get our drink on, lady.
All right, folks. The bar is open. What'll it be?
Something that kicks hard like a mule. I'm sober
Kicks
enough here.
hard like a mule. Dude, I don't know. I barely drink. I don't even drink anymore. Well, I do occasionally, but like, I guess tequila or rum.
Make a mean tequila slammer.
Read my mind.
That's more like it.
Dude, I haven't
Slammer
drank
from
since
Magnetic
Japan.
coming up.
Like, that was.
Catchy, right?
I've been drinking like 2
Crux
years.
coined that one. I'm actually trying to
I don't know what's
copyright
strong
it.
and what isn't.
Wasn't too keen on it at first, but
I had to read the
my new
fucking
lady
bottle.
friend over there, she digs it, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I bet she does.
Between you and I,
I think the last thing I had was like a what,
shooting
Smirnoff or
fish in a
something.
barrel here. It's like bang, bang, bang.
But those
Then
ones
back to
aren't
my
like.
villa for X-rated
It's like the
wrestling.
fruity.
You get what I'm saying?
It's like the.
bro,
Those
right?
are like the
I don't need to spell
fruity
it out for you.
alcohols.
No, I
They're like
think I get
sweet,
it.
kind
I
of.
want to punch him so hard.
Not really
right
like.
Me too.
You'd have to drink a
Me too.
lot of them to get
From
you
me
like.
to you. One tequila slammer.
You have to drink a lot of those to get you drunk.
It is true what they say. Not.
Hold on. Let me make sure this is right. Yeah, you'd have to drink a shitload of these to get drunk. Yeah, these thingies. They have like different flavors. You'd have to drink a lot of them. They're pretty good though. They're like in a small bottle. I think when I was in Japan, I had like
All heroes wear capes.
some pineapple soju thing. I don't know what it was. That shit was disgusting though.
Q-Track is live. You can get out of there now.
Any plans for
Plans
tonight?
for tonight?
Oh yeah, there's that hootenanny in the restaurant.
Hootenanny.
Make an appearance. Got my eyes on a hot Portuguese chick I met at the convention.
The
Tess.
hootenanny.
Terry?
What is a
Teresa.
hootenanny?
Yeah, that's it, Teresa. PhD in seaweed or some
Seaweed,
shit. She's into
okay.
me, you know, so it'd be rude not to.
I've met her. So how long you in Vietnam for?
Not sure. My ex went nuclear, threw me out, took the dog, slashed my threads.
Damn.
My favorite TV shows, like total meltdown.
Damn.
So,
That's
called
spicy.
the boys up, took them out here with me. You know the way it is, brah. When life gives you lemons.
How you doing?
Turn them into margaritas.
What brought you to the convention?
The sequel to Magna Liquid. I call it Magna Melt.
Okay.
Breaks plastics down
Okay.
in seconds. Gone. Poof. Like that shit never existed. I'm talking clean oceans in our lifetime, bro. Need extra bank to move it into full production.
Time for me to shoot. Remember, drink responsibly.
No chance.
No chance.
Sorry.
Drink responsibly.
Ellis tracked.
2 to go.
Damien's boarded
This game good? I like this
commercial
game.
flight
It's
to
fun.
Halong Bay. Tickets were booked under aliases. It's a 4-hour journey.
I better find
4
and bug the rest
hour?
of our targets.
Where the hell are the rest of these guys at? Oh, hell no. 4 hours is crazy. I like the game. It's like a mix of Hitman and Uncharted. Though I have not played Uncharted, but I've seen Uncharted. And I can tell you it's definitely a mix of both. Hitman's I've played though. Haven't in a long time though, but yeah, it definitely feels like it.
Wouldn't know where I can find the.
Oh my god, it's what's his name? Krabby Lame. Park was a lot like Uncharted. Oh.
Thanks. I think.
I think.
I'm going to call it and say that it's all deadlifts, squats, lunges, and the sprinkling of psychotic discipline, which is essential for a figure like that. Anyway, apparently she's a marine biologist and an assistant professor at the University of Lisbon.
Do I have to listen to this?
Overheard her talking about it with one of the staff showing her to the Serenity Space.
You don't see me?
Serenity Space. Sounds like a fancy name for the bathroom.
Let's hope not. Anyway, it's
The TikTok guy,
in the
yeah.
center of the resort.
Didn't he like sell his being or whatever the fuck? Or sold his face or something for like 90 billion or some dumb shit? Some like stupid amount of money.
Easy now.
He like sold his like, I don't know how the fuck you describe it. It's not, I mean technically you sold your soul, but like not really.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh,
Smythe,
whoa.
but the Serenity Space is full at the moment. I
So like
can have
you
someone
anyone can
fetch you
use
as
him
soon as
in any game or some shit,
I'll come back later.
or any like anything.
Apologies again.
That's her, Teresa Lorca. What's your plan?
Get close and apply it on her skin.
Apply it on her skin. Okay, how do I get up here?
Afternoon.
Can't climb this? Oh, yes I can.
Who are you?
St. John Smythe. Wellness Division.
It's one way to get someone's attention, I guess.
Thanks. You again?
Genomic analysis of Marinobacter and its role in alginate biosynthesis.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm in genetics.
Jesus.
It's boring science stuff, Mr.
Oh, names now. John.
Teresa.
I like boring science stuff. Try me.
Okay then. You asked for it.
I'm about to get cooked.
Well, algae are inherently more efficient at carbon removal than terrestrial plants. Their entire surface is dedicated to the act of photosynthesis.
Okay, I kind of know bits and
They
pieces of
absorb
that.
as much carbon as all the plants and trees on land combined.
Someone was paying attention in biology class.
Only to the parts that mattered most.
So, there's this particular strain of algae called Chlorella vulgaris.
What the
It
what?
absorbs more CO2 than any other plant on the planet. That's why I'm here at the convention. To secure funding for this super strain I'm developing, which will be our most potent weapon against climate change. Potentially.
That's simple, huh?
That simple.
Mm-hmm. That is a big cup. What in the hell?
How about another?
The Emperor Villa
That
is ready
cup
for
is
you.
abnormally large.
They've got a
Okay, it
habit of
looks
doing
normal
that,
now,
haven't
but when she was holding it, it was abnormally large.
they? Perhaps another time?
I'll hold you to it.
I should
That
hope
cup
so.
ain't the... Okay. God damn it.
See you around, John.
God damn it. Guys,
Alright, Romeo, snap out of it.
whatever, bro. That was like a flower vase. When she was holding it, it was fucking gigantic. But like when you look at it now, it's like
Your new lady friend.
actually low-key still looks kind of big.
Maltracting in the system.
Now, time to find Ramon.
But when she was holding it, it was gigantic. It still looks fucking massive, bro. Damn. Okay, where am I at? Can't jump in the water. What's this? Keynote presentation. Okay. Can I just walk out through the front gate now, or y'all gonna hate on me? W.
That's the thing. I'm only here for a couple more days. It's tight. I get here for another 10 days. The stars won't.
I'm not getting anything from this.
Backed out. You know what? The more I think about it, I don't think it's a good idea to knock on the door of the home villa.
It's Thursday. I'm trying to remember if I'm doing anything today.
Good point.
Bingo. Ramon's in the Hung Villa.
You know, I do have eyes and ears.
On the villa.
Anywho, Ramon's villa's on the same side of the resort as yours.
Yeah, I'll probably start streaming around like
They call it magical.
7 or 8.
Come on. They do it for the romance and the drama.
Private security. Could be Ramon's place.
Just thinking that myself.
Okay. I don't want to waste tools, so anyway I can get across, I'm gonna use it. Late? Technically, since I start at 5 usually. I might have to just get a channel manager.
Doing what he does best.
It's hard to upload and stream daily. Upload daily, stream daily. Upload at least like 2 shorts. Upload at least 2 shorts daily.
It's unbelievable.
Or 1 at least. At least 1
Now
I
that
should
we know
say.
Ramon is up there, what's the plan?
Find a way up, convince him to swallow this tracker.
And if he doesn't?
Haven't thought that far ahead.
Ramon. It's great. They're the
I might
same.
have to lure this guy.
Yesterday he sent everyone for massages. My spy cracked in places I didn't even know existed. All right, I'll bring you a souvenir. You two. Give the kids a hug for me.
Man, fuck your kid. No, I'm joking. Can you turn around, please? Thank you. Get in the water.
Huh?
Oh shit. Bro, stop with that grabbing shit, bro. There's a cornballs do. Oh fuck.
You people need to work on your communication.
Fuck me. Nice.
Well, that was
These damn
fun.
grabs. Annoying. Just grabbing. Damn, bruh. Throw some hands. Throw some hands or something.
Ramon Hernandez!
Don't you move. Please. Who the hell are you?
Now relax. I'm not here to cause trouble.
That's him, James.
Keep your hands where we can see them.
Not so sure this was a good idea.
You better have a good reason to be here.
I'm with MI6. We believe your life is in danger.
Wrong. It's your life that's in danger.
Help me out, Moneypenny.
Okay, dude.
Whoever you're talking to,
Agua
say your
Verde.
goodbyes.
Tell him we know about Agua Verde.
Agua Verde. We know about your connection to Agua Verde.
Stand down. You have 30 seconds.
The terrorist Caliban. We think you're his next target.
I'm always somebody's next target. A simple phone call would have sufficed, Mr.
Call me James. And it wouldn't have because I wouldn't have been able to give you this. Swallow it. Allows us to track you and your vitals for 24 hours.
And after 24 hours?
You piss it out, I stop the bad guys, and we all go home.
Give it here.
He just takes it like that? Damn! From
Now,
a stranger?
if you'll excuse me. I need a cigarette to calm my nerves.
So if a stranger walked up to you guys, chat, and just gave you some shit like that and just told you that, would you take it? Damn. I mean, we do know about the Verde thing, but still. I don't know, man.
That thing Ramon took. Are there any side effects?
I guess we're about to find out.
Oh, what? What do you mean we're about to find out? What the fuck? Bro, about to be bricked for the next 3 days? What the fuck?
What? Still sore I got past you and your friends here.
Watch your step, asshole.
Vaya con Dios, James.
I can't talk to this guy?
Will we see you at the festivities tonight?
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Caliban. What do you know about him?
Terrorist, fanatic, master assassin.
Yeah, he did confirm his identity, but still, like, I don't know.
Purged. Real charmer.
Sounds it.
Same way Bond got caught last time we played. Well, I guess yesterday. I don't know. I just trust like that. I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.
The cards have spoken.
Terror deck. What's the next effort plays I'm doing after this game again? I forgot. I had something wrote down, but I don't, or in mind, not wrote down. I don't remember what it was though. Oh, we need to go back to doing finishing the sub goals. Oh, and I need to finish the last 2 chapters of Deltura. Yeah, Catherine or Amor, one of them, or FF16 DLC. Those are the last 3 I gotta do, and then I can start the next subathon. Cause I don't want to start another subathon until I beat those, finish these sub goals. Well, for Catherine and Amor, I have to try it.
Quite easily.
Quite easily.
All Q-Tracks alive.
The sub goal wasn't to beat it. I have to try them.
Hey, Moneypenny. Where are Damien?
The only one is to beat is the F16 because I'm definitely gonna do that.
Bay. I'm tracking 2 SUVs that met his group at the airport. They're about a 3.5-hour drive out from you. That means you have 3.5 hours to prepare.
Perfect. I've got some time to kill.
Time to kill. I can do whatever I want now. Shit, I know where I want to go. Shit, I know exactly where I need to go. Hold on. Time to kill. Mind if I do?
What are you doing?
Killing time, no?
Yes, sir.
Cocktail, please. Surprise me.
Surprise me.
James,
Oh
What
shit.
are you playing at?
I'm taking a moment.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you said I had time to
Damien's
kill.
en route. We need to be ready.
You said I have 3 hours.
Of course you are. Why wouldn't you be?
Ramon took that Q-track pretty quickly. What did you have on him?
Agua Verde was a waste recycling outfit caught dumping pollutants into South American rivers 20 years ago.
Dumping pollutants.
Poisoned
Wow.
hundreds of residents. His younger brother Raul set up the deal. Thought he was making a difference. Ramon spent millions compensating the family's medical care and expenses over the last 2 decades.
Jesus.
Insane.
If Damien's gonna copy Caliban, how are they gonna explain the dead body in the Mexican landfill?
The corpse was taken to a morgue in Sinaloa for autopsy. There were reports of a fire that same night. The fire chief's report from the station said it was just a fault with the alarm system.
Damien.
Very likely he sent a cleanup crew in to cover up their tracks.
Moneypenny, I never get the chance to ask. How are you holding up?
Christ. Okay, let's see. right, is gunning for M's head.
Mhm.
The 00 program is on the verge of being shuttered for the second time. And, oh yes, almost forgot. You and Greenway are terrorists, according to Sir Nicholas Webb. Other than that, I'm peachy. Right, since we're sharing, let's do you. How are you doing?
I'm waiting for my cocktail.
Here you go, sir. We call it Foking Chomp.
Fucking
Perfect infusion of heritage and creativity.
Sounds delightful. Chin chin, Moneypenny.
Chin chin.
James, something's wrong. It's Lorca. I think she's in trouble.
Oh,
Her
fuck.
heart rate's spiking and her oxygen levels are falling through the floor. Get to her suite. Now.
On the way.
Is it lunchtime already? Either
Out of the way.
Heart rate's at 55 now.
55. No, she's dying.
Move faster.
What the hell is going on?
I don't know, but it's still dropping. 35 now. Something's really wrong, James.
Someone's like strangling her.
I'm almost there. Locked.
Up there.
The fuck?
Oh, she's...
Oh! She wasn't getting strangled. She was holding her breath. Oh.
John?
She's getting strangled by water.
Was never my forte.
Well, I didn't realize you were this thirsty.
Not, actually. You were free diving.
Yeah, being a marine biologist comes in handy.
Oh, what's your number?
Chasing a 6 at the moment.
6. Very impressive.
Wow.
People think it's all about the lungs, but it's all in the mind.
A mistake easily made.
Locked in,
What can I
chap.
get you? You seem the kind of guy who knows what he likes. So let me
What
guess.
can I get you?
You don't like it too sweet. You don't like it too complicated. You like it straight up.
I've been known to experiment.
Audio. James. Still on. Tea time.
Oh my god. The audio was still on. I got a game like that. That is me after all, come on. I am him. I am him.
Feels a bit tight. You sure Q got the measurements right?
I'll be the judge of that. Put the glasses on. Let me see.
Well?
Well?
Oh, very dapper. Give us 12.
Piss off.
Aren't you missing something?
Watch.
The bow tie?
Oh, bow tie. Why is this giving me the option to pick up the bow tie? Like there's another one there. There's only one there.
Suppose Q included instructions.
How on earth did you make it through boarding school without tying one?
Wait, I don't know how to tie one either. Dude, I tied my tie and I'm never doing that shit again. I will never tie another fucking tie again, bro. That shit is hard as fuck.
Q?
How many people in chat know how to tie a tie?
It's a bow tie, not C4. All right. Make one end
Son.
ever so slightly longer than the other.
You people and your vague measurements.
Pay attention, please.
Yes, sir.
That shit is... Oh, what is this? Well, why is it not? Oh, there you go.
There we are.
I haven't done... Why I did
off to
one a
the
few
races.
months ago. Never again, bro. That shit is
Now,
so annoying,
fold
bro.
the short end to create our first bow shape. After that, drape the longer end over the center, nice clean and even, please.
You know, I've disarmed bombs less complicated than this.
Nicely done. Now you're getting it.
Oh, look at you. Saving the world.
No, I never said I was good at it. Me, I know how to tie.
Now the second bow. Fold that longer end to mirror the first. You'll see a small loop forming behind the front bow. Take the folded end, push it through the loop. Steady now.
Oh my
Don't
god,
panic.
so many
Throw the whole
instructions.
thing.
Right, no panic. Just a growing sense of humiliation. Listen, if anyone asks, I was never trained for this.
Our lips are sealed. Right, Moneypenny?
Absolutely. Sealed shut. Rooting for you here, James.
Excellent work, Bond.
Let's see if it survives cocktail hour first.
Almost there. Gently pull the folded parts on both sides to tighten the knot.
That'll be
Once you
tight,
do
yeah.
that, tug the loose ends to even it out. We're aiming for slight asymmetry here, more character. Looks less like a cheap clip-on.
Which would have been easier, by the way.
Lastly,
Yo, hand me the
ensure
clip-ons.
knot is nice and firm, and that's it. You're
Hand me the clip-ons, bro.
And people say field ops are stressful.
Not gonna lie, just hand me it. Just hand me the clip-ons, bro. Let's get this over with. There's no way it looks that different. No way it's noticeable. If it's noticeable, you go to too much of these. If anyone notices that shit, it's not. Oh, those croissants was good. Anyone notices, then they go to too much of these shits.
Impeccable service. All right, let's get to it.
So we all don't know how to tie shoelaces too. What the hell? I used to know how to tie them like 3 different ways. I think I only know one now. I don't think I remember how to do the other ones. What was that on the table? Banner of acorns. The hell? What am I gonna do with that? Really? Yeah, I used to know like the little fancy way where you do like the little like use all the holes and then you like do a little thingy. Thingy.
What's your game plan?
Fine dining and expensive champagne.
Be serious. Damien and his men are on their way.
We've got this. Once I'm in the restaurant, we'll get eyes on Ramon and Ellis. You keep tabs on their movements, and I'll watch over Lorca for the evening.
That's odd. Lorca, her heart rate is...
Mr. Bond is here, gentlemen.
Your heart rate is what?
Safer already.
Still a bit sore.
Spiking again?
Fine. Isn't that right, Pablo?
Yes. Little
James,
holes.
I think you need to get to the Emperor Villa.
Again?
Now.
Ramon, gents, enjoy your evening.
Goodbye, Mr. Bond.
You know, they say
What's got you spooked?
Lorca's heart rate's through the roof.
Again?
Listen, she's not alone. Ellis White is with her. You don't think...
No, I don't. Something's wrong. Damien's SUV, where is it now?
Hang on.
A bag?
Come on, Moneypenny, where is he? Where's Damien?
1 second. Looks like they've stopped. Pulling up nearby CCTV to get a better look. Shit. It's not Damien. I've been tracking the wrong SUV.
Oh. Fuck, we gotta go. Oh, nah.
It's quiet. Too quiet.
You know, way around this shit.
Damien's?
Yeah. They're here.
Be careful, James.
I don't want my suit dirty, man.
Let's continue.
Oh, fuck.
Finish my ciggy first. Those things will kill you, mate.
Those things will kill you, mate. Or I will.
They're everywhere.
Baz. Baz, you there? Stop mucking.
Ooh. But these silence weapons go crazy.
Got the blueprints of the villa in front of me. It looks like... Yes, there's a way in through the roof.
Fuck. Oh, I have the missile pen. I forgot. Oh, this motherfucker got armor on him.
Slipped into the plants. Lost him.
Quick scope that boy. I low-key laid out everybody. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty clean. I need my props. Oh shit.
Three men on the stairs to the roof.
Yep, I see them.
Three? We see three at. Oh. Is this guy bugged? Okay. So where's the third one?
Didn't see that coming, did you?
Bug of doom. Oh damn.
Oh no, what's this? What's the American doing here?
Oh my god, that dress is gorgeous.
Didn't go the way he'd hoped. He doesn't fit the narrative. The real Caliban never allowed for collateral damage. Nobody's perfect. How many times? My father is adamant that the validity of Thea's conclusion is not questioned. Are you dumb? Look at me. Are you an idiot? You make him disappear. All right?
Make
the boys
him
in Ops will
disappear.
patch up the loose ends. Go. And Nico, bring Loki to the side. I think it's time we set things in motion.
They grab my girl like that? Bet.
Tell me you
bet.
got that.
Oh, I got it all right.
Will it be enough?
It'll have to be. Now go get the girl.
Not yet. They'll kill Ellis.
You can't save them all, James.
Oh shit.
I can sure as hell try.
Mm-hmm. Tell her.
To find Ellis.
License to kill.
Found him. He's on the lower floor. Watch your step, Bond. It's a full house down there.
Good. I like those odds.
Boy, it is a full house indeed.
What's going on? Don't worry about it. Just a bit of trouble.
Oh fuck. That was too close. Where's the wine cellar? Oh, it's under me. Oh. Fuck me, I had to reload.
There, up top.
Top. Excuse me?
Don't have visual.
Move to the next floor. You need to get downstairs.
No way.
Shortcut to the basement, there.
I see it.
There.
Oh,
Ellis
people
is on
in
the
there.
other side of that door.
Locked.
Well, kick it down then.
Fine.
Knock, knock.
Oh, what is it? But oh fuck. That's awkward. Ooh, that was close.
Over. This is Indigo 1. Moving target into position now. Over.
What the hell are you doing, Smythe? You with them? Put the bottle down. I just saved your life. What the hell have you done with Teresa?
Oh, great.
That's
oh,
wasting a perfectly good bottle
that.
of wine.
Finally, James.
God.
Lockers on the
Wow.
Location marked on your queue lens.
I didn't think he'd. Whatever. Cool fireworks. He was drunk as fuck, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, look.
Damn, I have no ammo on my pistol.
How thoughtful of them.
Oh, fuck. Not gonna jump down through there. Shit. Oh, it's from both sides. There's someone behind me as well? Ugh. Oh, that missed. That's awkward. That's awkward. They might wait for him to get closer. They threw a fucking grenade at me?
It's kind of scary how good you are at this.
Everybody's got a talent.
Well, I'm glad you're on our side.
Everyone's got a talent, chat. Forget that. Damn! You beat woman? What the fuck? Oh, this guy gotta die. Oh, hell nah. Is that a Molotov?
Well, this is cozy.
What are you a fucking oh, that fucking. We're trying to fucking grab me, fucking loser. Oh, he dead. He's super dead. Oh, he's super dead.
John?
Oh, he's super dead.
I love the dress.
It's from the gift shop.
Gift shop or not, the only gift is you. Hold on. You murdered him? Hey, bro. That dude beat woman. I do not give a fuck. Oh, shit. We gotta get out of here. Oh. He's alive? What? How? Die! He's on fire!
Say hello to your brother for me.
Fucking hell, die! Whoa, that's... Sheesh.
James. James, are you there?
God damn, I got my suit there. Oh, what the hell?
Oh, you had me worried. Do you know where you are?
Damien's after party. Listen, I'm in a bit of a bind here.
I know. Okay, I'm working on it. Just try to
This
buy
shit is
some
cooked.
time.
What was that?
I swear,
I got a little
James.
suit on, like what?
Do you even
Little
have an
helmet
off button?
thingy.
Because you're
Little
starting
face
to make
mask
the
thingy.
rest of
What
us
are you
look
gonna call it?
bad. Yeah, my work-life balance isn't great. Let's see if we can't find an even split.
Listen to me, Damien. Your little show in the Emperor's Suite. I've recorded the whole thing. The truth is already out. It's over. What did you say? Last I heard, your father's setting you up to take the fall. You need to start deciding who the real enemy is.
No. No, you're bluffing. It's time to die, James.
Look, I get it. Playing second fiddle all your life, having to compete with perfection, knowing your father loves Thea more than you. Perfection?
His father loves Thea more than you is crazy.
Who has to get his hands
Father
dirty
love AI more.
every time that glorified chandelier makes a mistake. I almost wish the truth would come out. So quit! I promise I'll do everything in my power to protect you.
That's sweet, James. Really. But we both know you have none.
Damn it, Damien, you can't contain this lie forever! One way or another, your father is going down! Don't let him ruin your life! Let me help you!
Nice try, James. Really. But you'll never defeat my father. Hyperion will see to that.
Yo? Holy shit.
But we're lying down on the job again, are we, Bond?
This guy.
You're late!
Late as fuck.
Hold still.
Yo, that is not
Now Damien's men are moving in on your position.
what Amy got.
Gladly.
God damn, look at my suit, man.
Nothing. Okay. I guess we're doing this then.
Oh, great.
Bond, you got a lot of company down there.
Still in one piece.
Right. Okay, here's the plan. You call them, I'll bag them. I'm in position.
You!
You gonna bag him or?
You've got.
There we go.
Push forward through the quarry. I'll meet you at the other end of it.
Like you gonna shoot this guy or
One of Rep's boys, closing in on you.
where?
Anybody got eyes
It
on?
was me thinking it was going to be a nice, quiet evening.
Watch it.
Anyone got
Two
eyes?
hostiles
There he
your
is.
way.
Up there! Move in! Move out and put the pressure up. I've got a line! Target's on the move. Right there!
This is
Not moving.
Yo, shoot this
Push it
guy?
out.
Greenway. Thank you.
He's down. Keep moving on. I've got
W. Damn. We got a shot on him. Damn. Oh my god, this motherfucker got aim. What the fuck is this? Nah, this guy aim is OD. Oh shit.
No getting through there. Hang on. I have an idea.
Explosives, please. Jeez. Yo, Nova, thanks for the 5 gifted. Holy shit. That shit came out of nowhere, but I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Yo, we're almost at 500 subs. What the fuck? We're not even doing a subathon.
Yeah, I see them. Wish me luck.
Starting off June strong, goddamn. Holy shit, I appreciate it, dude. Oh, let me get rid of the sub roll.
You are going down.
Get that off the screen while we're doing this. We're almost at 500 subs. That's fucking crazy. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. 500,000 is fucking crazy. No subathon.
Hostile is down.
No September either. It's crazy. Thank you guys. Let's get out of here. I want some World's Bond. Get off my balls.
He's down.
Jeez.
Stay there. I'm coming to you.
Happy to.
Sheesh. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Up here.
Oh, I need to gift the YouTube. Wait, let me pause. I gotta gift the YouTube subs. There's like a monthly sub thing I can do on YouTube. I'll do that right now, real quick, if I forget. There's like a monthly. What the fuck? Oh, it's thanks for the 5. Hold on, let me send 5 to YouTube real quick. I'm gonna send those 5s you guys just gave me to YouTube. There we go. Everybody gets a sub. You get a sub. You get a sub. I'll do it again. I got us 10. You get a sub. You get a sub. Just improve and one gifted. Probably like one. This guy. Well, you're not number 1 though. It's 2. You guys are both. I think you guys both share 2. On my screen it says you're 2. But I don't know.
I'm not finished.
You have to do 1 more.
I thought you said you were out.
Appreciate the
Let
5.
you have all the fun.
478 down. Thank you guys.
Hands. And here.
This dude Greenway got a fucking eye on him, bro, and an arm.
I'll take the high ground. We push
Did
forward.
5? Yeah, you have to do 1 more.
Corner Damien.
Yeah, they're both tied.
And then we put him down.
I like it.
I like it too.
Moneypenny, Damien took my watch. Can you track it?
Of course. Triangulating his position for you now.
Triangulating?
I have him. His location has been marked on your Q lens.
Thanks. Greenway, how you doing?
Thanks for the gift. No, wait, no, you guys are about to do a gift sub battle. Chill. It's not that deep, bro. Oh, nah.
Damien brought a small army with him.
And they all make for terrific
Y'all are
target
fucking crazy.
practice.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you. The fucking gift sub
Always
battle
wanted
at
to try
3
one
a.m.
of
is
those.
ridiculous. You lucky ain't a subathon. I don't think I'm doing a subathon until next month.
Right up ahead. You take it slowly. It's busy here.
Oh, Christ. They're everywhere.
Is this gonna have a silencer on it?
Any ideas?
Just the one.
First,
Lining up the next.
leave some for me.
Kill confirmed.
Fucker has a
Come on,
shield
save
on.
some for me.
Oh man, this is not.
And another one down.
You're just showing off now.
I have no fucking ammo.
You're getting paid for the head. Explosive stuff. Engage them.
Oh fuck, I got shredded. September gonna be a movie? September? I'm probably gonna do like a mini subathon in September because I usually only do 2 a year. I do summer one and a winter one.
Greenway.
The winter one in December.
Right up ahead.
Doing like a mini one since September. I should probably just do only one and just do the whole thing in September though.
They're everywhere.
I might start doing
Just
one
the
only.
Right up ahead. You take it
I
slow.
don't fucking know. Oh shit.
First,
Lining up the next.
leave some for me.
Why can't I drop that?
Come on, save some for me.
Do I have to hack it or something? Oh my god, what is this mission? I don't know how to fucking do this. There's no cover. My cover is getting destroyed. What is this mission, yo? Okay, I can't even go silent either because fucking Greenway just instantly just blows something up.
Position. Right up ahead. You take it slowly.
Oh Christ, they're everywhere. Any ideas?
Just the one. Right up ahead. You take it slowly.
Target down. Lining up the next.
Leave some for me.
Kill confirmed.
Come on, save some for me.
Bro, how the fuck am I?
Teammate down.
Oh god.
You're just showing off now.
I need that gun.
Coming out.
One more down.
You're getting paid
Oh
for the head.
fuck.
Standing near exploding barrels.
Good night.
Done this before.
Oh, fuck. They're fucking everywhere, man.
Just done.
Remind me not to piss you off again.
Help. Oh shit, he killed him. He didn't help me. What the fuck? This motherfucker's aim is crazy.
He's down.
I gotta keep moving. I can't stop. I have to keep moving.
They're closing in on me. Try not to get killed.
I'll do my best. That was good for me. How was it for you?
I've had better.
What on earth are you two talking about?
We're bonding.
Bonding. Okay. Take it slow. Yeah, he just fucking shoots and
What's the problem?
Taking fire from all angles. They've got me pinned down.
On my way.
Oh my fucking god, this motherfucker is tanky. Give me your fucking gun. Oh my god, you're insanely tanky.
I need you to mark Greenway's position for me.
This guy's fucking so tanky, bro. It's actually insane. What's up, Devon? Wait, Devontae?
I see you. You weren't kidding, were you?
No.
That guy's pinned down. I'm supposed to be running. I do not care.
Got an idea. Hunker down.
That's the plan.
But you were thinking about I do not care.
I'll bet. Don't let him escape.
Oh, that guy dead.
Talk too much anyway.
Talk too much anyway.
Whoever said bigger isn't better never sat behind the wheel of one of these.
Let's
Don't do
go.
that, Greenway.
How convenient this truck is over here.
Jump on.
Get on, get on, get on, get on.
Ready? Got it.
Holy shit, we getting out of here. We getting active. Woo! Kind of always say that GTA mission, the last heist you do in story mode.
What was that?
Come on.
Wait, wrong way.
Not good.
Oh
Not good at
no.
all. Here, take this.
Oh fuck.
You hold them off while I try and get this thing moving again.
Ooh. Oh my god, that fucking threw me off. Reload, I gotta reload, I gotta reload. Where the fuck are the rest of them at? I get out of here now or what? Hurry up, hurry the fuck up. I don't see anyone else. Oh, get in? Oh, whoops. No, call it. Good night, dude. I appreciate you coming out. Just like the truck.
Hold on. We're moving again.
Oh my god. Oh, this whole thing is gonna come down. Oh man. Jeez.
Run!
No!
Thanks.
Please tell me you have body armor on.
You're hit. Just nick me. I'll be fine.
Nicked, he says.
I'll hold them up. Go. Find Damien. Finish this.
Awesome, nicked. He ate that shit, bro, like a fucking pancake. Talking about some nicked me. That's cap. Son, he ate that shit. Oh man, am I even loaded?
He's busy entertaining a few of Damien's friends. I'm taking care of Webb Jr.
You do know he's probably walking you into a trap, don't you?
I know. I'm counting on it.
We have the evidence. Sir Nicholas, Damien, they're finished.
But I'm not.
Okay. Please be careful. That's an order.
I'll be careful. Come on, Damien, do your worst.
Where's he at? It's a little more. God, these guys are fucking cowards, yo. Why does he have this mask on still? What is that?
What's that? A little liquid courage for what happens next.
What this? Oh no. This is so much more.
What? That's like some super serum?
It's a synthetic compound. It floods the endocrine system, elevating physical and mental awareness.
Okay.
It makes you faster, better, stronger.
Why does he... What?
Show me.
Bro took some fucking steroids. You better win this. You better win this, by the way. Oh shit, he might win this. God.
You still think you could stop me, James?
Why do you have this dumbass mask on?
Outmatched and outsmarted. Don't you see? We've been ahead of you every step of the way.
You break your arm falling?
You really do love the sound of your own voice, don't you?
Ooh. Wow.
What now?
This guy's a freak.
Think, James. Think.
That's better. Shall we?
Don't let him get near me.
Oh, fuck.
Use the space around you, James. You think you've won, James? You're not even close to me.
Got him. Oh, fucking Casper.
Is that really the best you've got? You really did underestimate what we are.
Fucking loser. Oh shit. Oh, whoa, whoa, it was a joke. It was a prank. It was a prank. It was a prank. It was a prank.
You really have no idea what you're dealing. Enough games. This ends right now.
Oh.
You'll pay for that one. Your little
I got a gun out now.
is just a minor setback. You
Oh
can't
god.
stand in the way of progress, James.
Ah, fuck. Oh, this motherfucker is annoying. Fucking coward, likes using guns and shit. Closer, get closer, get closer. Right in the head, bitch.
You'll pay for that one.
It was a prank?
You think you've won, don't you? You really did underestimate what we're capable of. You'll pay for that one. Truth no longer.
Oh no! This fucker is annoying. Okay. What's your favorite mission? This mission is sick.
You still think you can stop me, James? You are outmatched and outsmarted. Can't let it get too close. That one tickled. There, I can use that. You think you've won, James? Close to him's a death wish. The next one will cost you. I really wish. Enough games. This ends right now. No need to pull the punches, James. That video, it won't make a difference, James.
Fuck.
None. Because you can't stand in the way of progress. That one was
Super Sarah would just use a gun. This is a fucking coward.
Your little video is just a minor setback. You can't stand in the way of progress, James.
What? He just shot me through the wall. Oh, hell no. He shot me through walls. Bro got a fucking magic bullet. Another one? You're using a gun. Come on, come on, come on. Ooh, right in the eye.
It's been fun, but I'm gonna have to break this off.
Ooh, get that eyeball off you. How far was the fall? Oh, he's still alive.
Oh, James! James, you have such a way with words. You're hilarious!
You haven't heard the punchline yet.
You push that shit on him? Oh. That works. Hella dead.
Easy now. I've got you.
Damien.
It's done. He's gone.
Okay, up we go, old man. Let's get you patched up.
I thought you said it was just a scratch.
No, the wonders of adrenaline. Stop, Bob.
We need to get you to a hospital.
Oh, James. James.
Looks fine to me.
What do I do? I need you to tell me what to do.
Just sit for a bit. Sit and
Just getting toys? Damn.
enjoy the view.
Why did you come back for me? I thought you hated heroics.
Turns out I was wrong about that.
He's been wrong about a lot of shit.
You've got heart, Bond. You're just what we need right now. I don't know why I didn't see it before.
Because you're a miserable old bastard.
There is that. Will you do me a favor?
Anything.
Don't let it change you. Don't let it.
Is there anyone I should contact? Greenway. John.
Damn. Damn. Sheesh.
There is no doubt that Britain is in a highly precarious situation. If this data is corroborated, it will indeed put an enormous strain.
Attention, please, everyone. 5 minutes ago, Sir Nicholas Webb informed us that if we ignore his demands, the next leak will be bigger and a lot closer to present day. Meaning that sources, assets,
This point just to
even
start, bro.
agents
Stop
will be at
spoiling.
risk.
Big a shot.
The diplomatic hit we have already taken is irreversibly detrimental to our national security, global interests, and Great Britain's standing in the world. Further jeopardizing that is not an option. It has been decided to accept Webb's demands and grant him immunity.
Wow.
Giving in is not giving up. Quite the contrary, we do this to protect the country we all love. It is time to stand down. Thank you.
They're just gonna give up? That's ridiculous.
Bond, congratulations. Your performance in Vietnam proved beyond a doubt you'll make an excellent 00.
What are you doing? We can't let Webb get away with this.
What we do is my call. The world's not fair, Bond. I thought Greenway taught you that.
Don't bring Greenway into this.
M, we have to go. The Prime Minister's waiting.
Moneypenny will debrief you, then go home and get some well-deserved rest.
Wow. Just like that?
All I'm saying is that it could be a giant bluff. I
I'm just not convinced that he's got anything more recent.
Why wouldn't he? No doubt about the authenticity of the first batch, at least.
Security around Thea is impregnable, I'm sure.
Glad I'm not M.
Or Bright, for that matter. Always so chummy with Webb. That's not how that used to cause a lot of envy.
Immunity? After all he's done?
I'm
Immunity
sorry
is crazy.
about Greenway, James, but...
Well, she's not.
She's doing her job. And she's doing it well.
And that's it. You're happy to just walk away.
No, but I also have a job to do. I wrote some code to stress test some of their safety layers, and I'm going down there now. But I can see that you're not done ranting. Come, walk with me.
That's
Thea
crazy.
Is a complete scam. Webb lied to MI6 for more than a decade. He started out using the 00 program as a scapegoat, destroying 009 and Greenway's lives. Cressida and the other recruits dead or maimed. Monroe. And now he's leaking top-secret intel to the press, and we're just letting him get away with it. But how the hell has it come to this?
He's been one step ahead all along. He has a sixth sense, I swear.
He doesn't need one. He's monitoring his own tech, and we've let him.
Come on, get in. Actually, we are certain that he hasn't. 2 full sweeps and a third one concluding as we speak. Thea isn't and never was compromised.
Come on, Moneypenny. We saw it at Web HQ, and Damien pretty much confirmed it.
Nevertheless, no breach has ever occurred.
Then explain to me how they could have a whole department at Web Industries dedicated to sifting out Thea's mistakes if they didn't have a live feed of everything Thea ever delivered. We didn't make that up, Moneypenny.
What can I say? Unless Webb has some quantum-entangled mirror computer, it's just not possible.
Hang on. Hyperion. That's gotta be it.
What?
It was something Damien said. In Greek mythology, Hyperion is Thea's brother and consort. That makes perfect sense.
No, it doesn't. Tech like that is sci-fi, doesn't exist.
Sci-fi?
Probably never will.
You guys don't listen to a fucking AI.
What would you have to do to eliminate the threat?
If it were that simple, destroy or remove the core, and you'd render the quantum cloud meaningless.
The data can't be read without the core.
Nope. The core is the magic key.
Wait, you're not actually buying any of this, are you?
What if it's true, though? We can make this whole thing disappear.
But it's not. Okay. And I am with them on this. We have no choice but to give in. Even if we had solid intel, a gamble like that would be reckless, beyond any sense. It'd go against MI6's very reason to exist. It would be high treason. So you won't do anything stupid.
High treason.
Of course not. I'm not an idiot.
Promise me, James.
Whoa, I don't know what promise.
Cross my heart. Sorry, Moneypenny. This idiot's about to rob QLab.
Don't watch for promises. So far as Paris, ours. Not sure which way you want to pronounce.
Bond. I just wanted to check in. Where is everyone?
I sent them all home. Come, join me.
10 seconds, yeah. Why is there 3?
Don't do it.
Aw, shit, he knows.
What?
Blame yourself. I knew him for 25 years. The good years and what came after. Operation Nightfall changed him. He slipped into darkness. Never could find his way out until you came along. The first light in more than a decade.
First light?
And he came back. More alive than ever. And thanks to you, he went out with a bang and not with a whimper. And if that's not a reason to celebrate, then I don't know what is. To Greenway. And to you, James. Salute. Don't forget to turn out the lights when you leave.
He knows exactly what I'm about to do.
To get the Hyperion, I'll need an edge. New watch, pistol, and whatever else Q's got lying around.
He knows exactly what I'm about to do, bro.
Okay. Where would you leave a shiny new Q watch?
Stress test chamber.
It was the first of a new batch. And it was in the stress test chamber.
Look at that motorcycle. What is those? Progress support. Is that the one with the flamethrower on the back? Oh, it is, I think. Yeah, it is. Shit, I'm gonna need that. I don't want to get to use that.
Credentials incorrect.
Oh,
Access denied.
shit.
Playing favorites, eh? Q has total access. All I need's a fingerprint. What was the last thing he touched?
Where's the jar?
Got a fingerprint. Now how to get it off the glass. This should do the job. Damn. It's only a partial print. What else could be good for a clean print?
Clean print. Sticky note, maybe? Nope. Why are you aiming at me like that? It's kind of scary.
Great. And another partial. I wouldn't like to end up on the business end of that.
I mean, partials, damn.
Q's isn't out of here all day long. Must be a print on here I can use.
I'm up for Bridget.
Thanks for the tip, Bridget.
Cube malfunction.
Whoa, smudged and flame grilled.
Jesus Christ.
Useless.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck, bro?
At last. One whole print. Now let's see if I'm right.
Identity verified. Welcome back, Q.
W.
I would have made a half-decent agent after all.
He knows damn well he's getting fired after this. No, nothing new. Nothing new I can take. Come on. Okay. Okay, what do we take? Whistle pennon, I like that. How much can I take? 4? Oh, 3. I think the laser strap is pretty handy. Dart phone? And a dart phone and a laser kind of does the same thing. For being honest. Smoke.
Thank you, Bridget. The watch and the pistol to go.
It'll last longer? That's fine. Takes green stuff, one takes blue stuff though. I rarely ever use the blue stuff, so it doesn't matter. Okay, where do I get this Service pistol at again? It's vehicle testing. Wearables. The armory at? Oh, shooting range, where it is. There it is. Enter code. Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Okay, so what code would Waters use for a room full of guns?
Try that. Try this. W.
Too easy.
Too easy indeed. Oh my god.
Hello there. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Nice.
Just the watch to go.
Where's this take me? I don't know, but I'm gonna find out. Much ammo back here, damn.
Cease fire. Personnel detected on range.
Teacher score last week. No, he changed the code. Just fixed the glitch. Let's get this gadget. Or I mean, Q watch. Whoops. Oh, I mean, it's a gadget, but you get my point.
Access granted.
Where are the watches at again? Stress testing. Didn't he have in like a little thingy? Like a briefcase or something, right? Stress test chambers.
Identity verified. Welcome back, Q.
What's up, baddie? Where you going?
Q credentials inconclusive. Running diagnostics.
Huh?
Don't worry, I'll be in and out.
Shit, I gotta hurry.
Thanks, Q. Promise to take better care of this one.
Q not detected.
What?
Initiating.
No, wait.
Shit.
How do I get out of here?
Laser charged and operational.
Industrial strength. Or perhaps this will do the trick.
Whoa. Whoa. This is pretty cool. Now, what do I laser?
Shutter lock gone. Nothing to it.
Anything else I need to turn off?
Laser deactivated.
Yeah, that's it.
Access granted.
Aha.
Okay. I better look around to find a way out. Now, what's a beauty like you doing in a place like this? Starting a fire or setting off an explosion? Right.
Can't get this yet. Thought this was when you were working for a second. Now we beat that already. Door closes automatically on detonation countdown.
Closes when the countdown is triggered. Damn, just a cupboard. Okay, let's not stick around. Cover.
Explosion test commencing
Fast.
in 10,
This
9,
car's blast-proof and better be field ready. Q.
6,
It's
5,
pretty dangerous.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Stress testing. Aptly named.
Ow. What a fucking car. What a car that is.
Furnace ignition activated.
Let's turn up that heat.
I'm not sure what this. I mean, I know the instructions are on the. Oh shit! There's a passcode to this. When update code regularly. Updating code is always a 4-digit. Code should always be related to stress test subject itself.
A code-protected cabinet. I wonder what's inside.
Use with caution. Cause a fire when used and when not used correctly. Check the lock above the door is activated. Make sure fuel flow is not too high.
I doubt caution will get me out of here.
Get it above. Not too high, huh?
Fire hazard coming up.
Safety protocols initiated. Fire exit active. Please evacuate immediately.
How's that for burning bridges?
W.
CQ. You wouldn't even know I was here.
Even know I was here. Alright, let's get out of here. We're not going through the sewers, right?
Time to go.
No, we're not going back here again. We're about to get fired. We are getting fired. Was Q still here? It's gonna be like, oh, he's not here. Was he waiting for me upstairs? We'll turn the lights off. He did say turn the lights off before you leave. Damn.
Hello, James.
I wondered if you'd made it out alive.
With the 7 kinds of hell you raised, I practically walked out the front door.
Happy to be of assistance. What do you want?
Get to Webb, same as you.
Webb's finished. Disgraced and on the run. What makes you think I care?
Please, don't kid a kidder.
Let's hear it.
Don't get a kidder.
You know where he is. I have the means to get us there.
And I don't.
Nice try, James. But we both know you're about to burn all bridges.
Damn.
Means I already know he's somewhere in the Antarctic Circle.
Downloaded.
So unless you plan to join a whaling crew, I'm your best shot. I pinned the location. We leave in 24 hours. Bring your trunks.
Well, when one door closes...
She got me downloaded. That's crazy.
See you, Bond.
Take it easy.
Read me like a book.
Leaving, James?
Afraid so.
Well, hell of a thing you did. See you around.
You won't. Leave MI6 as a rogue agent solo achievement. Wow.
What's this?
Vodka martini. Shaken, not stirred.
What's the difference?
I want what I want, James.
Fuck is wrong with her fit? Why is her why is her clothes bugged? Her thing is bugged.
When you offered me a ride, I was expecting something a little more airborne.
What can I say? I prefer comfort over speed.
That? Don't worry about it.
Certainly wouldn't mind your expense account.
Sure it could be arranged?
Who are you really? No tricks this time.
You know who I am. I'm a thief.
She a black cat?
Job description.
But we are what we do, James. Not to mention what we wear.
Controller? No. Oh, thank goodness Loma wasn't here earlier. Oh, God.
At least tell me what you're after. I'm seeing as we're in the same boat and all.
A girl is entitled to her secrets, wouldn't you say?
Oh my God.
I need to be sure we don't have a conflict of interest.
Oh, it's not what you think.
Try me.
How did your parents die, James?
Doing something they loved.
Not mine. They died doing something they knew was right. And I'm going to finish it.
What? You're going to kill it. You could have gotten to him any time when you worked at Web HQ. But why didn't you?
My client wanted to control him. I figured that was a fate worse than death.
And what changed?
You did.
Huh?
You backed him to a corner. It made him more volatile, dangerous.
Oh.
In any case, I suppose you did me a favor.
I'm very sorry.
I don't need your pity. Just stay out of my way and I'll stay out of yours.
I've upset you. You know, I understand this whole no strings routine. I was on my own for a long time. The thing is, those strings don't hold you back. They keep you up.
Your career with MI6 might be over, but you have a bright future writing fortune cookies.
Bruh.
I hit a nerve.
How do you get a job as a fortune cookie maker?
You must be quite the marksman. What do you plan to do about it?
Like the marksman indeed. Hold on.
Ikoana じゃ20分に合流します。
Why the fuck does she know Japanese?
やっぱり1時間ください。
What? This guy actually ran away to the North Pole? Because why the fuck are we here?
Is this normal? I don't mingle a lot with billionaires.
A client of mine runs a crypto vault out of an old nuclear bunker in the Hindu Kush.
Crypto vault?
I figure normal is a spectrum. Would you mind?
Just from the words, it's heavily implied what they did. Wait, what? Excuse me? He said he hit a nerve, and then she said, "You're quite the marksman." I don't think they had time
What exactly
to.
are we breaking into?
Web Industries' fabled R&D
Need to
facility.
know. I mean-
All the greatest breakthroughs were developed right here.
Bro,
That
nah.
includes the big brain in your basement. I knew about it, just not its exact location. What can I say? Sir Nicholas takes industrial espionage very seriously.
People want to come here.
You better believe it. It's the ultimate golden ticket.
Still, what's wrong with a tropical island?
Maybe the lease was cheap?
Optic camouflage, self-heating smart fabric.
You'll lie an hour.
Compliments to your tailor.
Not y'all.
You sure wear it well? Cable car station's up ahead.
Steep climb. Sentries?
Expect so. If I can reach that comms relay, I can jam the signal. Should give us an edge.
You brought toys. Nifty.
Oh.
Here, give me a boost.
Why am I getting deja vu?
I said I was sorry.
Last time we did this, he left us. You
Sure
get
I
leaving
did.
Roblox? No.
Meet you at the gatehouse.
She brings a submarine, thermal smartware, jamming device. Does she bring a rope? Look at you go.
Eyes on the prize, James.
Oh no, this is where those penalty pull-ups pay off.
We'll come back. I don't know. Most likely no, though. That's
Now
not
what?
safe. Oh, this is
What have we here?
cave. Oh, they are armed. Whew. License to kill or what?
Figured it out, by the way. Your client, CIA.
That's so?
They advances made MI6 top dog in the spy community. I bet the CIA would love to get back in the lead. Webb is the key, but they know he's too patriotic to defect. So they hired you to dig up some dirt on him. When I exposed him, he became a liability. Webb leaks our secrets. The CIA take a hit as well. This is all just damage control.
Quite the theory.
Can't jump up. Oh my god.
Climate change.
What, too soon?
Close call.
Sheesh.
So how did I do?
Yeah, no. Not even close.
Really thought I was onto something there. Cable car's leaving.
New arrivals. Mostly senior staff from London HQ. Hopefully we'll be able to blend right in.
It's a big operation.
Webb's rounding up his lieutenants before MI6 can put the thumb screws on them. It's what I would have done.
You don't say. Reach the lower platform. I see a way in. There are guards up ahead.
Well, comms are down. We contain it quickly and they won't be able to reach the alarm. You take the one on the right. I'll take the one on the left.
Deal.
Hell, everyone's on edge.
W?
That wasn't necessary.
Means to an end.
That's your way, not mine.
Eggs and omelets, James. I'll meet you up top.
Do I go to the right or the left? Let's check the right first. I doubt it'll just make me. Well, let me just go to the left like that. Oh shit.
What's that?
That could have been bad.
Let's have a look. One of the engineers got cabin fever. Said the new runner. Tanner's team went out looking for one.
Sorry about that.
3 guys. What? W. Well, I guess there's nothing else here.
So far, so good. Next stop, cable car.
It's not a ski resort. We'll need staff IDs to board. Found a couple of newcomers and relieved them of their ID bracelets.
Oh, who knew Spycraft involved so much petty theft?
Petty
What'll
theft,
you be doing?
damn.
Laying low. I told you, a lot of familiar faces inside. I can't risk someone blowing my cover. Call if you need assistance, though.
Fine. Sit tight.
Access the cable car. Obtain ID for Isola.
Norris and Vincent, you may pick up your ID bracelet at the ATR counter. Norris and Vincent, your ID bracelet is ready.
Why are you here then?
I'm the company's executive performance coach. I'm pretty much the living embodiment of someone who's
Yes. I can see why they'd want you out of the way. What?
Nah, still at the gatehouse, waiting to get my ID.
You could have just...
Okay, get me up to speed here. How many ID bracelets have we signed off on?
7, I think. No. Macmillan makes 8.
Did Norris and Vincent pick up her ID yet?
Yep, just now. She was heading over to the lounge. Poor thing was so strung out on sleeping pills, she could barely see straight.
Sleeping pills.
Would you believe it? I was tapped to join the AI prosthetics team next quarter. Now everyone will assume I got a free pass like the rest of you lot. Outrageous. Of all the historical injustices
They just like steal one or pickpocket?
Let's see. Trench, Lopez, Larson, check.
Yeah, everyone's accounted for.
Except this one engineer who threw a fit and refused to get on the cable car.
Refused?
Some type of anxiety attack. Don't worry, he's not about to do a runner. I'm monitoring his tracking chip on my phone. Last thing we need is an outbreak of mass hysteria.
Found a lead on an ID. I need access to an HR person's phone.
Try a proximity hack. It worked wonders at the web gala.
Very funny.
Oh, here. Oh, it's just the same way. Where I just came from.
Couldn't help it over here. Someone suffered a panic attack.
I'm afraid I cannot disclose employees' private details without their consent. Please have a seat, sir, and wait for your number.
That one normally works.
That one normally works. Lighter. Someone's stuck in the toilet. Yeah, that guy is pissing. Let's see what I can do with this lighter.
I'm Dr. Lucinda Swan, Perch Analytics. You could say I'm at the heart of this whole thing.
Oh, wow. What on earth did you do?
Can't just leave that. I guess we're good now.
Tanner, security office. Building AI flagged a potential fire in the cooling system. Pretty sure it's a glitch, but I gotta check.
Right. Don't let me stop you.
Cheers.
Cheers. Okay, the bracelets. Where is St. Vincent? This is Nora person. Who is this Nora person?
Say and accomplish. You make it sound so sordid.
Is that Nora St. Vincent?
Oh,
Look,
found her.
she's even got her ID bracelet. Should have been on the cable car. Nora! Rise and shine, Nora.
Don't.
Oh, no! Oh, this isn't good.
That was weird.
Can't do it the two
What in the
same.
Is it just me, or is something or someone moving around?
Wow. I see, I see. Need more blue stuff.
Nora St. Vincent. Sleeping on the job.
Need blue stuff. Where do I get more blue stuff? Batteries. Ah, I see.
Can't believe I'm really here. It's literally all I've thought about since I joined.
She is knocked out, god damn.
Did you call the number I gave you? He comes highly recommended by Roger Finch, and the company will cover the lead.
There's some right here. Shit's mine now. I don't see these over here. Oops. Alright, another one. Me too, right? These are 2 separate ones you can do. Hack the HR manager's phone.
Nigel, Gatehouse HR. We could use another couple of hands down here to sort out IDs. Your rivals are getting restless. Yes, well, let Miriam know when she's out of her meeting.
Oh shit. On my side?
Yeah, it's Nigel. I have a hysterical engineer on my hands who refuses to go on the cable car. Permission to sedate? We all know panic is contagious.
Sedate? Damn.
Fine. Had to ask. What's this? Remote hacking attempt detected. Defensive software engaged. Are these notifications even real?
Well?
The hack failed. They must have built in an extra layer of encryption. Looks like I'm gonna have to nick the phone.
We do like petty theft.
Jesus.
We're working tirelessly
Nick
to
his
resolve
phone.
this unfortunate crisis and return you to your loved ones as soon as possible.
Can't do it right now, that's for sure.
Just wait till you see it for the first time lighting up. This great big structure emanating from the east.
Is that? What could it be? A burglar? A cat? A crazy axe murderer?
Shit. Oh.
Somerset David. Got you.
Oh, I'm not too late. Yeah, what time was it? 4? Yeah, kinda are. You missed a pretty big plot point. You kinda are. Can't lie to you.
Just consider where you are for a moment. Web R&D, Harry. Could be worse.
In the bathroom?
Somerset?
Yeah? Who's this?
Fellow traveler. Can we talk?
Hidden opportunity. Oh, wow.
Come on, mate. What's going on with you?
What's going on with me? My God, why can't anyone else see what this is? Webb is blackmailing the government, and they must be planning an armed response. So, management brought us here as human shields. When the bootnecks arrive, how do you think this is going to play out?
Try not to think about it. Why did they relocate you?
Before I joined robotics, I worked at a university research center doing circuit engineering on a quantum computing project. For some reason, they put me on the extraction list. Don't know why, and don't care to find out.
Hang on. Someone's coming. Don't get up. We'll talk about this in your next... IDs are in the bag.
Good. Meet me by the cable car.
We'll talk about this in your next appraisal.
Know that?
We'll deal with this.
Tell them if they
Kick
don't
that shit
vote
down.
fair, we can bloody well buy our chips from Zora.
Well done. Who do we get?
I'm David Somerset, Senior Robotics Engineer.
David Somerset.
And you are Nora St. Vincent, Webb's private masseuse.
You're kidding me.
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Touche.
After you.
Scanning. David Somerset, Robotics Department. Security level 1. Please proceed. Scanning. Nora St. Vincent, Nanomechanics Department. Security level 1. Please proceed.
Don't give me that look.
Bruh. You giving her that look like he don't be doing the
Promise you
same.
won't make any moves before I do what I came here to do.
For England, James?
No games, Isola. Do we have a deal?
Just don't fail. One way or another, Webb dies today.
Damn, today? Sheesh. Today, she says.
Now what?
We need to get our bearings.
The fuck is
This
that?
robot looks friendly enough.
When in Rome.
Scanning ID. Greetings,
Whoa.
David Somerset. Senior test engineer.
They should scan the
robotics
floor.
department. Where is your tracking chip? I do not detect a signal.
Oh my
Company
god.
policy. You should have received the implants on the
This
plane.
AI
Ah,
shit, bro.
Must have
Oh
missed
my
it.
god.
Spent most of the trip in the bathroom. Nervous flyer.
Very well. I have notified legal. Someone will be in touch. Now, how may I assist you?
I can just uppercut this shit.
What's your name?
It is Wellington. Thank you for asking. No one ever bothers.
Are you sentient?
Alas, no. But I have passed the Turing test many times with flying colors.
Where can I find Hyperion?
In the annals of Greek mythology.
Smart ass. Where may I find Sir Nicholas Webb?
Sir Nicholas is located in the Operations Department Command Center.
Great. Do I have access to operations?
You do not. Your access is limited to the Robotics Department.
Just my luck.
Strange. Your face does not match the picture in our database. You are not David Somerset. Stay put while I
Uppercut
notify-
this shit. Ooh.
Right. I'm going to operations. You should too.
Do you think Hyperion will be at the command center?
Jesus
If not,
Christ.
it's the best chance of locating it. You're in robotics, I'm in nanomechanics. I say we split up, double our chances.
Works for me. Call if you have a breakthrough.
If...
When?
Oh, take this. Pistol attachment. Fires a wireless electroshock projectile that will cripple an elephant and fry just about any electronic system.
Ooh.
Might come in handy where you're going.
We've got those two.
Ripple an elephant. Do you know how hard it is to get an elephant down? Whoa, that's pretty cool. Can I like loot the... Ooh, cool. Fuck ass robots. Let's go.
Please await assistance.
Out of order. Oh my
Even the
god.
tech breaks down.
Damn, I'm saying.
Position clearance.
Some type of test equipment. It's synced to the door panel. All fixed.
Kryptonite. This shit might be fun.
Bet you would like this place.
David Somerset.
Seems I'm in the right place.
Ah, good show. Hope you're feeling better. I'm Ferguson, the head of department. Hop on that big platform over there and show you the ropes. So, you came in on the chopper this morning?
That's right. Straight from London.
How's the weather?
Not if you need to ask. You've been away too long.
Ain't that the truth? May I introduce the Autonomous
is this?
Demolition Unit, or RECCE among friends. It's designed for urban disaster areas, able to clear a path through wreckage in mere moments, allowing medical aid to arrive safer and faster. Here, grab the controls and let's get started. Issue a move command, any direction you want. Good. Now, here comes the fun bit. Make RECCE demolish those crates.
Okay. You named him Reki?
Just don't get in its way.
RECCE is equipped with a full array of detection sensors. As long as you have a heartbeat, you're perfectly safe.
Okay.
All right. I think you've got the hang of it. I'm curious, what exactly are the accusations?
As long as you have a heartbeat, you're
Getting
safe.
mixed
He won't
messages
crush you.
You know, high treason, fraud, conspiracy to commit murder. Just slap on the wrist stuff, really.
Must be false. Something a troll farm cooked up. The stuff they can do with deepfakes these days. Anyway, here we are. Our most promising creation. Tabula Rasa, general-purpose android. This unit can master virtually any function or skill through mimetic machine learning. Caretaker, paramedic, teacher, sky's the limit. It's
Oh,
quite
yeah.
strong when required, and incredibly damage resistant.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Good thing she gave me that fucking thing. Because, oh nah.
And the public just isn't ready for it. Okay, you can leave the weapon back in the rack. Wouldn't want an accident now, would we?
Pity. It was starting to grow on me.
Well, that's all the time I have, I'm afraid. We'll pick this up later. Have a look around. I suggest you try the piano. Advanced mimicry.
Piano.
Socks off.
Yeah, we'll do. Thanks for your time.
Good to have you on the team, Somerset.
James, what's your status?
Happily single, thank you very much.
I made it past nanomechanics. The utility area behind the research space connects every floor.
Utility area. Got it.
The floor is warm in here. Oh, yes, the platform is temperature controlled for extreme conditions testing. Crank it to max and you can dry roast a turkey. You want me to turn it down?
Oh, no thanks. It's rather pleasant, actually.
I don't want to electrocute her. That'd be fucked. Where's the piano? I am interested. They have piqued my interest.
Hey, just doing the rounds. What are you testing?
This android's outer shell is constructed from our new smart composite nanofiber material. Ultralight and shock absorbing. Damn near indestructible. We believe it will revolutionize space travel. But testing on human subjects would be far too dangerous. Obviously. Go on,
Okay.
have a crack.
Don't mind if I do.
Shooting range activated. Weapon deployed. All clear. Proceed with test.
What happened here?
Just fell apart.
I'll activate another unit.
Hey man, it just fell apart.
Had enough?
May come back later to conduct a control experiment.
You won't be the first.
Oh, I can move that.
Shooting range activated. Weapon deployed. All clear. Proceed with test.
Just
got it.
Now there's a sticky situation.
This could take a while.
Cleaning robot to test area 2. Cleaning robot to test area 2.
I don't know what that's for, but I feel like I'm gonna need that later.
Hey, what are you testing?
We're calibrating the android's strength and fine motor skills to handle unstable chemicals and fragile samples. This unit could do toxic waste disposal, assist in biocontainment labs, even conduct scientific studies in outer space.
The sky is not the limit. Impressive.
Especially when it works. Those chemicals are a pest to clean up.
Cleaning in progress.
Cleaning in progress. Explain what he just said. Dude, they're playing chess.
Somerset, right? Newbie advice.
Newbie.
Don't fret about making a mess. The automated system dispatches a cleaning robot from the utility area. No need to get down on your knees and scrub.
Son.
You just focus on your research.
Good tip.
Son.
Thanks.
Hey, science is messy.
Like, I'm gonna actually get on all fours and start scrubbing, like.
Insufficient clearance. Cleaning in progress.
Oh, can't I just go through there? It's just gonna send a robot out. Yeah. Nope. Perfect distraction.
Starting to feel unwelcome.
Insufficient clearance. Just like snag a fucking robot and just throw that bitch in or something. Fuck this. Open up. Oh, I am James Bond after all. Let's go. This is very unsafe.
Up we go.
Yeah, don't try this at home, kids. Don't try this at home. Why is it not letting me get on the thingy? Son. What? There you go. Oh, that would suck to be in the middle of. Aw. Oh. Too big to attempt that.
There's a view to die for.
Ooh, how beautiful this is. Okay. Well,
Gotta be another way back
curiosity
in.
almost killed the cat.
I'll take the next one.
Whoa, this is not good.
James, how's progress?
Great. I'm progressing.
Glad to hear it.
I'm progressing for sure.
Whoever thought they'd need a balcony at minus 30 degrees. I salute you.
Where we at? Damn near the North Pole. We ran away. I'm gonna risk someone killing him. But we found his ass. Well, you climb glow so smooth. You got that touch, bro. You don't got the Midas touch, bro.
James,
That touch.
a word of warning. I just ran into a guard who wanted to scan my ID bracelet.
Oh shit.
He's having a lie down. Clearly, we're not supposed to be back here.
Thanks for the heads up.
I'll wait for you on the landing.
Seriously, what keeps this place from sinking into the sea? Sheer willpower? It's perfectly safe. Webb doesn't cut corners. No, that'd be too pedestrian for him. He only dabbles in high treason allegations. Nothing more. Your loyalty is moving. Something's true. Eats of the establishment, or does it in provisionary? Change frightens him. Please, mate. No politics.
I don't think I have a choice but that was pretty loud for a silenced pistol, I'm not gonna lie. But whatever.
It was a thing of beauty. Penrose hacks the fire alarm system. Walk staff is evacuated. Me and Tommy here slipped in just as firefighters. Swapped the dental records of DNA samples and voila. The alleged Caliban. Come on, really? What we got Weird.
Oh my god, there's so much fucking people. Ooh, I feel like I'm trapped. Oh, you're trolling. That was the wrong button. But no. I swear to God, that was the wrong button.
Found it! Take him down!
Oh, fuck me, man.
Work started, now!
Oh, it's awkward. We're good. Okay. Just one shot to kill. I mean, it's a headshot, no?
Oh, you know, boys and their toys.
People rarely survive headshots. You know how low the chances of surviving a bullet to the head?
Issa Vale.
Lindsay, hi.
What on earth are you doing here? I heard you were let go.
Long story.
I'm afraid we have a little time for chit-chat. So Nicholas expects a debriefing right away.
And you are?
Kittredge, Special Intelligence Task Force.
Kittredge.
Never heard of it.
Lucky you. Let's keep it that way, shall we?
Right. Of course.
This conversation never happened.
You'd make a great conman, James.
Well, always nice to have something to fall back on. So how come you didn't know where this place was located?
He deadass just
Within the
accepted it.
Antarctic,
I'm crying.
Same as everyone else. But the
This
exact
conversation
coordinates
never
were
happened.
classified. Even Damien was never invited down here.
Webb's own son. And no wonder the guy was troubled.
He does not
There's
care
no
about
excuse for what
this
Damien
company's
wants.
safety.
Webb just found a way to harness his son's worst impulses.
Oh, if life gives you lemons.
Pretty much.
Oh, that's a lot of
And that is Roger Finch, the chief legal officer.
I know. We met in a lift.
I've upgraded security. No one enters the command center but you and me. Next 48
Well,
hours.
you heard the man. We need to boost our security level.
How do we manage that?
I'm sure there's an upgrade station around here somewhere. But you must do the heavy lifting again.
What month is GTA?
This will be crawling
September?
with management types like Lindsay.
All I know is like there's like no game.
Cameras
Oh, it's
being
November, isn't it?
We'll hang back. I'll go fast track my career.
I'll poke
Okay.
about in the system.
Every game is
See what I
dropping in
can find.
September. There's a shitload of games in September. Nobody put their games in November because they don't want to be next to GTA. That's actually quite hilarious. Even at that state of play yesterday, September, releasing September. Like, hella shit was just September. Yeah, nobody wants to be next to GTA. You know, it's like a month difference. It's not even that. Like, come on now.
Of course they have a man on the inside. If not MI6, then Whitehall.
Code, the archive stored in the office safe and must be changed every 24 hours.
With the hacker attack story. Kill that article. I don't care how.
Yes, ma'am.
Miriam, what the heck? I left my stuff in the command center earlier, and now my ID has stopped working.
Not my doing, I'm afraid. Take it up with Roger Finch.
Damn.
How do I upgrade?
The ID station is in the security office. But it won't do you any good. No one enters without Roger's consent.
Forget it. Didn't need that insulin anyway.
Yes, ma'am.
Next point on the agenda, please.
ID upgrade station.
James, I'm looking at department schematics. Looks like the upstairs rooms are connected by vents. Could be a way into the security office.
Good tip. Thank you very
Ravina,
much.
Yamazaki, Maxwell.
Webb firmly
Who
rejects
else
the
is still
great
unaccounted
man.
for?
Insufficient clearance.
We
On the
need to
contrary,
double the
it
effort.
is his deeply held
These
belief
people
that
can't
no
fall
one
into
is
MI6's
great.
hands.
It's just that
Next.
humankind loves its heroes, don't we? So we put them on a pedestal and gloss over their mistakes. In reality, you don't need to be a history major to realize that.
Where's Miriam? My? On a first-name basis with the head of department, are we? La-di-da.
La-di-da.
She's in a staff briefing upstairs. Why?
Priority message from London.
My head out,
I
see a
left it here
legendary.
on her desk.
Pretty sure you guys coming out. I'm getting pretty tired
As soon as
myself.
she's out, not making that mistake twice.
Okay. But she'll want
6
to see
hours. I do one more. Pretty sleepy. I've been editing all day and doing other shit.
Oh, come on. Bright's political career has to.
Can I do one more hour? I'm fucking kind of tired. I gotta lock in.
Has plausible deniability.
Or it's 6. No, not 6 hours left. Bro,
Just in the high
are you a troll?
Like that'll hold up in the court of public opinion.
I suspect that by the time this mess reaches the public, it'll involve shape-shifting aliens.
What the?
But I have a mate who works at Cummings.
Quick look.
Gunning for an excuse to sack Bright. He's been
What is?
Nah, I still don't buy
Odd.
it.
Ah!
Even Bright.
Something in my eyes.
That's cold, Em.
To his advantage and come out looking like a victim.
What is that? What? Got it.
Fuck.
David Somerset. Any sign of him?
Mind if I ask you something?
No. Shoot.
How long have you been stationed down here?
6 weeks. I was about to take some leave when this crisis happened. I used to bodyguard an oil executive. Figured getting a job in tech would lend me an air of respectability. Joke's on me, yeah.
Meet the new boss, same as the old boss.
Nah, you said it.
I was trying to get into the command center.
Don't bother.
It takes me
We've
confused
shut
now.
down operations
6
indefinitely.
hours we've been live.
Sir Nicholas and Roger Finch, the chief legal officer, are the only ones with access.
Just my luck. Hold that thought. Think I hear my phone ringing.
Later, mate.
Any word on David Somerset? And we're sure he boarded the cable car.
I'm kind of hungry
Try the
too.
arrival station. Maybe that's as far as he got.
Hey, Karen? Karen, are you here?
Out here, Jean.
What's going on? Worth a closer look. I think
There's something in there I need.
What the?
What was that?
Safe key. W. Oh fuck, he's back already. Damn. Damn, son.
Can't see. My eyes.
We've received a notification about 2 of the new arrivals, David Somerset and Nora St. Vincent. Something about missing tracking chips.
Damn, how'd you?
Never heard of
Damn,
them.
the robot sent
Let
it before we
security
knocked it
sort
out.
We'll just stamp the paperwork.
Security memo.
Fucking hell, that robot. That pesky fucking robot.
what in? Guess I'll check. What could it? Looks like.
1864.
What is? Odd. I guess it's fine now.
Let's see. Legal is requesting a complete
Insufficient
list
clearance.
of London employees who did not make the last
Mom?
extraction.
Sorry to interrupt.
What is it? We're in the middle of something.
A back-channel communique from the Foreign Office. Priority 0. It's waiting at your desk.
I see. We'll pick this up later. Dismissed.
Could I just...
Didn't see you there.
I hear he's obsessed.
Ah! That stung!
I hear he's obsessed with that MI6 agent who played him for a fool.
Can you blame him?
Someone certainly not me.
Hey, we're doing pretty good. We're cooking. We're cooking. Let us cook. Let him cook. That's awkward.
Level 5. Moving up in the world.
W.
All set. Meet me at the command center.
It's a date.
W. Moving up in the world. These guys are good. Oh, I could have went in here. Isn't it 1861? Or was it 1816? Or what it was? Fuck, I forgot what the code was, and I just fucking... I don't need it anymore, obviously, but... Whatever. I forgot what it was. But I stopped paying attention to that one since I wasn't doing it. I was doing two at the same time, and I realized, oh, I can just do this one.
Remember our deal.
How could I forget?
Applies to Roger Finch as well. He's a civilian.
That doesn't make him any less punchable.
There's a chair looking at a cat.
No sign of Webb. Or Hyperion.
Never mind. We're at the heart of his operation. The information you need will be...
Main character energy. What the hell? I'm not reading
I'm
that.
gonna find a way down.
Okay, you poke around. I'll keep a lookout.
No, it's probably something to do with the cat.
I think I know exactly where to poke.
Just like that.
Bravo.
Oh. How much money you gotta have to be able to like have a staircase like that?
Show
Like, what?
yourself.
Got too much money. Damn. Too much money.
There you are.
James, you might want to see this.
What are we looking at?
Predictive analytics. That's a neural network tree. Watch.
It's a roadmap.
Yeah, for overthrowing the British government in as few moves as possible. And instating Stephen Bright as the next PM.
It's a damn coup d'etat. How is this possible?
Well, looks like with Thea offline, Webb was finally free to use his mirror machine to his own gain. You really outdone yourself this time, James.
I have to get down there.
Damn.
James
Oh
Bond.
my god.
We meet again.
We do?
Roger Finch, Chief Legal Officer.
Oh, right. Elevator guy.
Oh, the elevator
It's a
guy.
big job to you. Don't move. I will shoot.
Forgot about him.
It's Finch. James Bond is here. I've got him poking about in operations. Sound the alarm.
Putting the bad for me, yeah.
Let's see you wiggle your way out of this one.
Challenge accepted.
Let's go. We're about to have company. You should take the freight lift down. Webb is not going to leak the data on account of one rogue agent, but he will throw everything he has at you to stop you from reaching Hyperion.
And what about you?
Webb's penthouse is directly above us. I'll wait for him there. Time to settle scores.
Isola, if it's closure you're looking for, I promise you won't find it. Not like this.
You really are very sweet.
Oh shit, I don't know, my revenge.
The target is still here. Shoot on sight. Anyone have eyes on the CLO?
Shoot on sight. Ooh.
Yes, my right.
Was she waiting? She wasn't waiting, she was sneaking around.
Seriously. One man. One man who chose to come here on his own. Copy that. He's a nutter.
Is it possible to sneak past all these guys?
I see Finch. He's down. Repeat, the CLO is down. Shit.
Weird.
The hell? Potential casualty. There. Go check on them. Watch yourself.
Just passing through.
Oh man. Almost had it. Oh god.
Running diagnostics. Resuming functions. Going down.
Aha! Wait, don't shoot me from above. That's kind of evil, no?
Isola, I made it onto the lift. Heading down
Sheesh.
towards Hyperion. Did you locate Webb? Isola, copy.
Oh.
He's
God damn it.
Business.
We can throw hands. As long as y'all don't pull out no guns. Yeah, good luck trying to fight back in that bulky ass armor you're wearing.
Resuming
Don't get up, folks.
Going down.
I insist.
Flashbang is it's real pain to your eyes. That's why I close my eyes, but
Have you lost your mind?
what?
You're talking about turning them into autonomous weapon systems. This is not what we do.
The order came straight from the top. Remove all safety restrictions and upload the defense software protocol.
No, I won't be a part of this.
Then I will. Step aside.
I get in there.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, hell no
We need a way
indeed.
out. Now.
Well, well. Out of the frying pan and into the meat
God.
grinder. Didn't see that coming, did you? Remember my name. Who's the joke now, Bond?
Busted ass robot. I'm not fighting that shit. Bro, fucking open it. Game. That works. Oh my god, he's still punching up there. No way that thing's gonna jump, right? Oh, fuck no. Fuck no, that shit's gonna jump down here. Oh, hell nah. There's a lot of these.
The lift. Not getting anywhere without the override key.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, I gotta go back. It's still punching up there. Let me get the key.
This better work.
You've lost your fucking mind. I'm not fighting this. that shit was stanky as fuck. I almost died to that twice. Who's gonna fucking murder me? Those aren't murder robots, right?
Reki, fancy meeting you here.
Attention all staff. This is a level 2 alert. Anyone not performing critical functions is kindly instructed to return to their quarters and await further instructions. We apologize for the inconvenience.
W game indeed.
Attention all staff.
Game is this? Oh, 7 First Light.
Anyone not performing critical functions is kindly instructed to return to their quarters and await further instructions. We apologize for the inconvenience.
I think I'm replaying this game on hardest difficulty. Should have played on hardest, but I'm having a blast playing on the normal, so I need to change it and risk ruining the fun.
They should lead to the lower levels.
Do not operate.
Let's stick to factory settings this time, shall we?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this is gonna get really wicked. Where is the thingy? Can't get over there. Do not operate houses of glass. Where's the thing to control it? Oh boy. Fuck, I don't have enough thingies. Oh god. Chill out, chill out, chill the fuck out, chill the fuck out. It's not that deep, it's not that deep, it's not that deep.
Throw your weight around.
Destroy that. Woo. Destroy these. W. I'll destroy this. W.
Ricky's blocked. Gotta lower the bollards.
Let's see. Wait, you're still alive? What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Thank you. Okay. Not operate hazardous glass. Okay, so how do I get past this? Recce for the win, yeah. What does that do? Is there a point to doing that? What am I missing? What am I missing? Yeah, can't go through there. Can't squeeze. Oh, okay, I can. I didn't give me a prompt, so I didn't think I could squeeze through there. Oh, great. Found a way to get Reki over here. Did that do anything? Nope, that did nothing. How do I lower these thingies? That'd be like some control machine thing. Around your right. Aha.
Fuck, sure. Why make it easy?
They break out? Fuck, they did. Oh, that's awkward. W Reki. Let's get out of here.
How to get inside that structure? Ideally without being ground to a pulp.
They can run? Fuck yeah, they can run.
Power source must be nearby.
Oh god.
Engine is 66% operational.
Killing me.
Reki, destroy this.
Engine shutdown. Energy level. Electrostatic charge in 3, 2, 1.
Whoa.
Thanks for the masterclass, Ferguson. Put in a good word with Q.
Alright, fuck I do in here now? Oh. Oh, the only person who can't be destroyed by Reki? Damn, where the hell am I at? Yeah, good luck to those dudes finding me in here. I'm so far down, it's like... Oh, shit.
Okay. Final stretch.
Diverting power to attempt stabilization.
Is this whole thing about to come down? This is so unsafe.
Yellow warning. Engine inoperable. Core systems overheating. Diverting power to attempt stabilization.
Wait, what? Why is that letting me? Oh. Oh. There we go. What the fuck did I just do?
Yellow warning. Engine inoperable. Core systems overheating. Diverting power to attempt stabilization.
can't go through there. Huh. So...
Yellow warning. Engine inoperative. Core systems overheating.
Did I just go in
Diverting power
circles?
to attempt stabilization.
I think I did. I got on that side and do.
Stairs would be nice.
Oh fuck! Can't just go in there like that. Why's my thingy? Oh, there you go. Works.
Yellow warning. Engine inoperative. Core systems overheating. Diverting power to attempt stabilization.
Diverting power. What is life without a Q watch, bro? What are you gonna do, bro? It's so handy. I need one of these IRL.
Yeah, that's not happening. Must be an off switch somewhere.
Yellow warning. Engine inoperative. Core systems overheating. Diverting power to attempt stabilization.
It's almost risky. We'll be fine.
Orange warning. Stabilization attempt failed.
A little bit of electricity ain't never hurt nobody.
Immediate action required.
What are you saying? Who gave the order?
It was Finch. Told us to disable all safety restrictions and upload the defense software protocol. Said he was acting on your behalf.
Contain the situation before it snowballs. And find the intruder. He must not reach the silo.
So?
Webb's here. Isola? Webb is at the silo. You're in the wrong place. Isola? She's offline.
Offline? Excuse me?
Orange warning. Stabilization attempt failed. Fire eruption in the cooling system. Immediate action required.
Whoa.
Okay.
A little freaky.
Hyperion. Brother consort. I bet he got a kick out of that one. A second quantum computer. That's the perfect sleeper agent. A threat so
Sleeper
far outside
agents.
the box we couldn't even conceive of it. That ends the day, Webb. That's a promise. Fair Mark 2. Why quit while you're ahead?
Don't want to know.
Oh fuck no.
No sign of target.
Oh shit.
Team moving in. No sign of target.
Move to position. All teams block exits.
Roger that. Staying put.
Oh, come on. Out of ammo. Fuck, where'd my ammo go?
Orange warning.
Well, that's awkward.
Fire eruption. Immediate action required.
There's something over here. Lockdown. A longer range gun. That'll do it. Whew, this is unsafe as fuck. I didn't know I had no ammo. I clicked the silence pistol, I tried to shoot it and nothing came out. I'm like, oh, that's awkward.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
Okay. Remove the core. Stop the leak.
Mr. Bond.
Jesus.
Predictably unpredictable. Have you come for my other son?
Maybe this one you'll actually care about.
Not so fast. Health monitoring device. Like all tech, its purpose can be redirected. Such as dumping every last bit of MI6 data the moment that my heart stops beating.
I don't have to kill you to stop you.
Go on then. Risk it.
I really don't.
Not so easy when you have so much to lose, is it?
I mean, the rest of them are dead though. But he is kind of right. We are doing this for MI6.
Thought so. Drop it. Kick it away.
Your very own magic mirror. It's clever, I'll give you that. Was overthrowing the government always part of the plan?
A last resort, nothing more. And like a great man once said, never let a good crisis go to waste.
Lucky for us, we don't need the gun. All we need is the watch.
There is no flip side to the world I'm building. You think I'm a fiend. But make no mistake, Bond. The future will be grateful.
But we were on the stream. The last part's in yesterday's VOD. Not. Whoa, who shot him?
What did you do? You gave me your word.
You really should know by now, James. My word means nothing.
He's dead.
Most likely pierced the abdominal aorta. He doesn't have long. I'd keep the old ticker going if I were you.
Whatever happens, stop her. Don't let them have Hyperion.
Your parents' murder. Just another lie.
Oh, what can I say? I know my audience. This is business. Always was. The only reason I let you get this far is because you make for such wonderful distractions. Good luck, James. I really do mean it.
Oh no.
Moneypenny.
Where are you? I've been trying to...
I was right about Hyperion. Webb's dead. I stopped the lead, but Issa escaped with the core. You need to send in the cavalry.
Oh fuck. Oh, I can't go through there. Oh god. Oh god. Kick that shit, man. Come on.
Red warning. All personnel
Not let her onto the boat. I repeat, all you
Oh god.
That'll hurt in the morning. Faster! If she reaches that sun! Isola! Stop!
God damn, bro.
Must be heading to the docks. Here we go again!
Oh my goodness. That guy's super dead. Oh god.
Oh no, you
Oh, that's crazy fall damage now. Oh, that hurt. License to kill. Here we go. Christ, man. Sheesh, that must have hurt. Oh no, 100%. River J, he's in his mid-20s. It's not that bad, but that shit still look like it hurt. The fucking way, bro. This girl is too gone, bro. Holy. ACL injury.
He's still on! Don't make me.
You won't. Let it go, James.
What a shot.
Oh, look at you. Whole house broken.
What a shot, though, I must say.
What a waste.
What the?
They won't take you back, you know?
I know.
You will rot in a cell and leave nothing behind but a blackened file.
This is Bond. The threat is neutralized. I could use a ride. +1.
Sheesh. What a shot, though. Right on the wall. Damn, we locked up.
He insists he was working alone, no assistance from anyone MI6.
What about the girl? What does he have to say about her?
A means to an end. He needed a ride.
Who just happened to offer at the most convenient time. No one's that naive.
He saw her as a calculated risk.
Calculated risk.
More than he bargained for. What's our take on her?
We have none. Or 1,000. Nothing adds up.
Well, surely you must be able to tell me something about her.
Well, so far, she's manipulated all our screenings and biometrical analysis.
Damn.
Only breaking a sweat when she means to. The fact that we have nothing on her is perhaps the most telling thing of all. Someone has gone to great lengths to make her what she is and cover their tracks. We have no clue whatsoever who she's working for. Can't help but wish it was us.
Well, it's not.
That's
is the one
crazy.
thing we know about her.
I wish it was us. Is crazy, bro. What? Y'all got no info on her? Nothing? Nothing? God damn. She erased their name completely. What the fuck? Oh. What type of peoples you got that can do this? I mean, I know MI6 is ass, but goddamn.
Are you coming?
Get out of my way!
Give them hell, James.
With pleasure.
For England. Oh, fuck. I don't got no watch. Oh, no. I'm homeless.
It's him! Hurry! He jumped in the smoke! Any casualty here! Covering fire! Now! You got coming down! He took cover in the...
MI6. Must be a whole new breed of crazy.
New breed of crazy is crazy.
Don't try to move. Who's doing this?
Don't know. The lockdown was triggered. They still got in.
Damn, we're getting
Shouldn't be
fucked.
possible.
I'll get help.
We need to get word upstairs. Red phone in security room.
I'll get them for this. I promise.
Is MI6 this ass? Goddamn, we've been getting played for years. Goddamn.
Poor bastard tried to put up a fight.
Area secured. Do it. Suspect is firing. There he goes. I'm hit.
I'm running a gun like this shit are graders.
No visual on target. Got a line. Who are you people? Quiet. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Who you've just declared war on?
He's about to blast that guy's head off. Oh.
Guard the exits.
Too much firepower. Need to be smart about this.
I think they wanted me. How'd they guess they came from me?
Leaving smoke screen. Time for a smoke break.
What happened, mate? Get back here! No time. Got it!
Huh? What's that?
Fucking helmets.
Lost visual on the target.
That's awkward. fucking keyboard. Take a fucking keyboard, why don't you?
Took you long enough.
Em, listen to me. I've no part in this.
No need. I just watched you take down a handful of intruders. I'm not sure which side you're on, Bond, but it's clearly not theirs.
How did this happen?
You need an earpiece. The man you just fought was tuned into our frequency. Grab his. I'll update you on the way. And I'm reactivating your Q lens. You'll need all the help you can get.
Thank you, Mom. I was feeling rather naked without it.
Literally. Rather naked, like.
Proceed.
Take the back stairs down to operations. Find Moneypenny. If anyone can raise this lockdown, it's her.
Moneypenny's here.
She's not your friend, Bond. She's an asset. Stay focused.
With respect, Mom. To hell with that.
Duly noted.
Someone needs me alive in there.
Stay with me, Henry. We'll get out of this, you hear me?
Son, he's dead. The blood is dried. That.
Hang tight.
Whitlock. He's gone. I'll take it from here. Get yourself to safety.
Take care of him.
He's dead.
He's only resting.
Son.
Team moving in. No sign of target.
Move to position. All teams block exits.
Roger.
What? I didn't know there was a guy right there. See me? Oh, I shot it so I can walk fast, but oh fuck. Oh fuck, both guns have no ammo. Oh shit. God, how annoying.
Grenade away!
God, this fucker. Why would you throw a fucking grenade? Like a grenade, really? Fuck is she at?
Not the pod. No sign of Moneypenny. She was reviewing the security feeds. The hostiles are taking out the cameras. They're heading down.
Towards there. Yes, I've noticed that too.
That's got to be it. Moneypenny's gone to protect the core.
Good.
Jesus.
What's the fastest way there?
Stairs are out of the question. Give me a moment. I'll plot a way down.
The fuck?
Tea time.
Man down.
Took a bullet.
Get rid of it.
Whoa.
The only way forward.
Oh fuck, wrong button, wrong button, wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. I mistakenly ran up to him. Oh, fuck, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to press RB. I pressed RB and square. So just RB. Fuck, I didn't mean to do that again. Oh, I just did the same thing twice. That's crazy. Yo, I keep pressing the wrong fucking button. Am I this sleepy?
Get rid of them.
Oh my god. Okay, let me chill out. Holy fuck, bro. Those are fucking. Oh, I missed. That's awkward.
I found the utility shaft. Hold that thought, Mom. It's busy in a moment.
Oh my goodness. Just gonna got some kick to it. Damn.
They brought snipers.
That's ambitious.
Snipers?
Get rid of them. It's the only way forward.
Right here. One down, one to go.
Shit. Fucking. Okay. Alright, bro. It's never this deep.
Need to get creative.
We got a fucking riot shield up.
Find another way.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's awkward.
Bullets along one cut. Need to get creative. Position. One lump. I see it over there.
God, I have no
Gotta find another way.
Fucking health, bro. I think my biggest complaint with for this game, oh my fucking god, would be the guns have no fucking ammo. They run out so fast.
Frag grenade out. Need to get creative. That should even the playing field.
Asshole.
You were saying something about a utility shaft.
Yes, there's an access panel in the skiff room. It'll take you all the way. Doesn't appear to be compromised.
This is almost too easy. Okay, I think it's about time you told me what happened.
The hostiles used our own security protocols against us. They feigned an attack in the lobby, triggering an auto-lockdown of the lower levels. This allowed a secondary strike team to breach the facility through the tunnels in QLab, effectively sealing you off from the outside world. I called an SCO-19 unit, but those tunnels are a maze and likely booby-trapped. They won't get there in time. I'm afraid you're all I've got.
What else is new?
Tell her. What else is new? What fucking else? Jesus Christ, bro. You barely have ammo in this game. It's crazy.
Any idea?
Which, I mean, I guess it makes sense now you're carrying around a shitload of spare mags. But...
Isola. I don't think so. She ran away from the intruders in the null space.
Perhaps she failed them one too many times. In case you haven't noticed, these aren't nice
Moneypenny's
people.
wallet?
Q-Lab is coming
Name
up.
is Eve.
Is he safe?
The lab was the first department to lose surveillance. I just don't know.
All except head of branch. Staff may be covering for it. Oh, you have his picture. Kill on sight. This man dangerous.
Kill on sight. This man's dangerous.
Look around you. Anyone with this much imagination is a threat.
Oh my god.
Q's fine.
What?
He's laying low.
Fine.
Son, what
the hell
did
am
I just watch?
She can't stop these guys on her own.
She's a resourceful girl, Bond. Besides,
Okay.
she kept a standard issue service
Brother.
in her pod. I'm sure
Okay.
she's
Yeah, well, I saw her.
Why
range
the
scores.
fuck is there a couch right
Single
there that
bullet
just...
in the sheet. Moneypenny, you better not be dead.
Okay, bro. See something new every day, bro. Like, okay.
Brilliant. Didn't need that anyway.
Bond, as soon as you enter Thea's Faraday layer, our comms will be cut off.
Feeling separation anxiety creeping in, Mom.
What's worse is they've activated Thea's magnetic shielding, meaning you'll have to enter the core unarmed. I don't need to tell you what's at stake.
Don't worry, I'll be careful.
I don't want you to be careful. I want you to be you.
Yes, Mom.
Yes, ma'am.
The hell? Universal Exports? I need to dispatch a shipment of assholes. Is this the right floor? Drop it!
Shit, assholes.
Yep. Right floor.
Patch a shipment of assholes. Alright, I'll reload the gun.
About to enter. Signing out.
See you on the other side.
Don't tell me Moneypenny's working for. What in the hell is that armor? Son!
James. Oh, James, I was hoping that you'd try and save the day. Tell me. How do you like the new look?
You are cornball.
You grew a spine.
Rogue's spine is crazy.
You summon. You're killing me. Come here. You've had quite the run, haven't you? My father,
I said no guns, but oh shit, they never said about knives.
truth out. My legacy, my inheritance, all gone. All except for good old Thea here, eh? Luckily, I had a host of buyers already lined up. Each one more unsavory than the last. And it's all thanks to you. How does it feel, James? How does it feel to really make a difference?
James.
Yo, chill.
Right, do what he says. Go on, do what James tells you.
Another briefcase. Or hack AI thingy.
Take it and go. I'm told my father died in your arms. It's not fair, you know. You hogging all the fun.
Moneypenny, don't move. I'm gonna stabilize the bleeding.
James. James, you have to listen.
Don't talk.
On!
Shoo! She's bleeding out.
Okay, I've got her now. I've got her. Damien's only escape is through the tunnels. I've slowed him down, but it's up to you to stop him. Whatever it takes, Bond. Here, take this. It's a special edition. It's the master key to the lab. Unlocks the
Master
entire
key.
arsenal.
No offense, Q, but I'll need more than a man in a couch.
We have the Valhalla. It's the only thing with enough firepower. Get the keys from my coat and wearables. Now go! While there's still time. The watch will guide your way.
Hang on, Moneypenny. You're in good hands.
Down the hatch. Let's go.
Hang on, Moneypenny. You're in good hands.
Where the fuck do I get past this? Ah, I see.
This is the place.
Ah.
Now what? Gotta be some bridge control.
Bridge control somewhere. Boom. Now we're out of time.
Come on, keep moving. Can't let Damien get out.
Where is this shortcut at? Oh, this is where I came from.
This is meant to be a shortcut.
Approaching Q-Lab. Alpha device detected. Welcome back, Q.
Thanks. It's good to be back.
Life without a Q watch, bro. I'm telling you. Wouldn't even seem possible. No way. Dark. Let's keep doing smoke.
Grab what you can! We're leaving!
Damien.
You've been holding out on us.
Now this I like. Famous. Forget it.
Wow. A lot of fucking hacks. Ooh, what is this?
There's a body just there. Stand down. Get a more there.
Really is a master watch.
Bet you didn't see that coming.
Robotic laser arm.
Somebody on the ground, line there.
Is that a teddy bear?
That sounds wrong.
Let me
Ignore it.
aim at that. Well, let me aim at it. The fucking teddy bear is in the way.
This isn't good.
Not happening.
These guys are getting mass trolled. Holy shit.
Not this one. Like a needle in a walk-in closet.
Need on a walk-in closet. These keys out.
Got it. I'll take good care of her.
Intruder alert. Emergency lockdown in progress.
Oh, you're trolling.
Intruder alert. Emergency lockdown in progress.
Shit. Could have mentioned the motion sensors, Q.
Wait! Leave it be.
Forget it. Gotta do
Oh
something
my.
about that lockdown. Should try Q's laptop.
Lockdown override initiated. Lockdown override is lockdown.
I have to stay in the. Oh.
Lockdown override resumed.
Most of these guys are already fucking dead.
Override in progress. 25% complete.
This key watch is so broken. Holy shit. It just regens over time.
Let it wait. No time.
Override in progress. 50% complete.
Come on. Pick it up.
Almost done. Oh man. Oh, that's a fuckload of people.
Override in progress. 75% complete. Lockdown override conducted.
How the fuck did they find me?
It's moving cover. Where'd he go?
my cue to leave.
Oh god.
Hope I'm not too late.
Woo! First try, let's go.
Time is solid steel. Going as fast as I can. Everyone get ready to clear out.
Oh, that was the car he was working on.
It's fun! Cut him down!
Q, we have unlocked visitors.
So we do.
That shit is for sure
How about we
bulletproof.
show them some English hospitality?
Certainly.
Smoke screen, oil slick, sonic cannon.
Flamethrower. Activate flamethrower.
Flamethrower not applicable.
Damn it. What about missiles?
Missiles. Full stock.
All right.
Ooh.
Here we go.
Arming missiles. 12% complete. Stand by.
Oh, come on. Activate machine guns.
Machine guns armed and ready to fire.
Yes. Now we're talking.
Voice analysis complete. You are not Q. You are Bond. James.
You got me.
How did he die?
Q.
How did he die?
He said he would let you drive me over his dead body.
Oh, desperate times.
His dead body is crazy. Some how did he die? Why the fuck do you need to know how he died? You stupid car.
Missiles armed and loaded.
Now we're fucking talking.
Neutralized.
Free. That was pretty free. Windshield cracked a little bit though.
I don't see Damien. Should I worry?
Short of an ICBM, you're quite safe inside.
Unless. Fuck.
The door's stuck.
I'll raise a ticket with tech support.
Jesus.
Not helping.
That is a nasty dent, James. I do hope you have insurance. Sit tight. The end is coming.
What is he doing? Don't ruin the ride, bro. This is a sick ass ride. Oh, he's leaving. Oh, you asshole. We gotta get out of here.
Gotta be a way out of this wreck.
I resent that.
Wait. Activate ejector seat.
Are you quite sure?
Just do it.
Whoa!
Oh, nothing a fresh coat of paint won't fix.
Man, you kill him? He doesn't need to. He's trying to keep me here. He can fucking leave. If he gets over with that shit, it's over. I mean, the car's bulletproof anyway. What the fuck is he gonna do? Shoot inside the car or shoot at the car? It's explosive proof and bulletproof. If that SUV was explosive proof, you think this one?
You don't know when to quit, do you, James? What's wrong, James? You can't keep up. I'm waiting.
Christ, dude.
Over here.
Wrong way. What the? Jeez.
The clock is ticking.
This guy, bro. Okay.
Too slow. Tell me, James, how long can you hold your breath?
Top of the class.
Well, congratulations.
Top of the class.
You get to die last.
Hey!
What the hell is he up to?
Where does this guy go? Oops.
Good God, James! You must have a death wish. Well, I'm only happy to oblige. Hey, don't use James! You'll need to pack more punch than that! Better run.
Gadgets are down. Some kind of jamming tech. Glitch when he grabbed me.
What is a shotgun?
Close enough, maybe I can hack it. Gadgets are useless. Gotta shut off the jamming device.
No, just a trick.
Really, James? Stop hiding. It's beneath you.
It's beneath you is crazy.
I've caught your signal, James. Don't move now.
Oh shit.
Gotta be something around here that'll put a crack in his armor.
Now we're talking.
Couple more.
Bad form, James. Don't you know never to perform the same trick twice?
Best chance to hack his suit. Gotta get up close.
What else could I use in here?
James? Surely she must have bled out by now. One more notch on the old belt, eh? Lucky for her, you stab as well as you shoot.
Stab as well as you shoot is crazy.
Do something. It's too powerful. Need to wear down that suit.
Be something I can use here. Surge flow.
Show your face.
Come on, get over here.
Bulletproof. Gonna need to blow him up. Got a trace. Cut. Scar. You're running out of friends, James. When this is all over, I'll be sure to pay a visit to your close friend, Cressida Bright. I never did like to leave a job half finished.
Right. What? Jammer's down, gadgets are back. Time to wreak some havoc. Come on, stay low, keep moving. Use the
fireman. You got this. Oh, this should tickle your fancy, James. Of all the interested Thea buyers, one in particular stands out. Now, oh, this should tickle your fancy, James. Of all the interested Thea
Whoa. Oh my god, that suit is strong as shit. What? What do you mean he punched the floor? What?
Bombs. You're flooding the tunnels. You're gonna kill everyone. Bang on! There's enough water in this reservoir to turn MI6 underground into a fish tank.
Oh
By the
shit.
time they sort out what's transpired, I'll be long gone.
Well, am I live short format? Can I watch on my TV? If you're trying to watch on my TV, you gotta come to Twitch.
Gotta find a way to damage him.
Going horizontal, you gotta watch on Twitch.
Do it. Are you sure you brought enough?
Vertical's better for short format as well.
I had to keep the riffraff away. We set up turrets at every sewer junction. They'll blast anything that moves. I'm afraid that SCO-19 unit won't make it in time. If they make it at all.
Oh, that dude just one-shots me. Okay. Sheesh. That shit one-shots me. Okay.
Gotta find a way to damage him. First sentry. Gotta find a way to damage him. First sentry gun should do it. Away. Turrets will seek to Damien's weapon. They aim where he ends. Tell me, James. How'd my father cash in his chips? Did he have any last words? They did mention he should have had that vasectomy.
Huh.
Okay. Turrets follow Damien's every move. That's looking so much later. Can't have the suit. We can override the turrets. Let's turn the tables.
Oh, I gotta hack it, right? Aim and shoot. Turn. Shit did not mirror my motions. What? It didn't mirror my motions. I don't get it. Oh, that's what you meant. Thought I meant with the Q watch.
Fun's over. One more turret. Let's go. I can't say I'm gonna miss the old bastard. His lecturing, his saintly posturing.
Oh my god, that damage is unholy. What? Like one shot just guarantees 3 of them, and it just one shots you.
One more time.
Oh my god, I even think he can peek me under there. Curious.
One more time. Let's go. I can't say I'm gonna miss the old bastard. His lecturing, his saintly posturing.
Oh fuck. Oh my god. That oh my god, it was a wall, but he just destroyed it. Jesus.
One more time. Let's go. I can't say I'm gonna miss the old bastard. His lecturing, his saintly posturing. The way that he carried his thing with such earnest conviction. What a fraud! At least I'm honest about who I am. storm while I fetch the
Holy
world's smallest
fuck.
violin.
Sheesh. Wow.
And you're gonna stop me? No need. Kill yourself just to get to me. You don't have it in you. Well, you got me pegged. The truth is, you have set me free, James. I've never felt so alive. Let's go out on a high then.
Oh, that's not good.
Stay down. All I gotta do is walk out the door, then I'm home free. Just lie back and accept defeat. Nothing to be ashamed of. Lord knows you tried. Why do you keep on fighting?
Jesus.
After all you've done for these people, they locked you up. You owe them nothing. I'm afraid the boys in accounting would disagree. Fine. I'll bring your neck. All mouth. It's end of the line, James. You have failed. Everyone around you. Your parents.
Damn.
Your mentor.
Damn.
Your friends.
Damn.
Even for all your pluck, you couldn't save a single one. And now you will die. Unknown, unloved, and alone.
Okay.
Not alone.
Yo, that bulky ass suit, that motherfucker is drowning. Nah, he's for sure drowning before me though. Oh. Oh. Yo, imagine she takes this and leaves me. I was about to say, like, bro, what? Really, bro? Like, bro, are we dead ass, bro? Dog, are we dead ass, bro? I'd have been so pissed. Yo, Cleo, thanks for the raid. I was about to say, like, dead ass? LARPing raid, what the? The goon sesh. There's no gooning here. She dead ass just, bro, are you? Oh my lord. John Greenway. What's the command? There is no command. There's no command. What's up, Daisy? Wait, why are you awake? What the? What are you guys up to? Thanks for the raid. I think we're at the end though, so we're at a pretty bad time. The Goon Commandments, that's not a real command. That's not a command.
Yes. Well, Webb was a national treasure. Nothing less would do.
That's GG.
It doesn't feel right, does it?
Spies live and die in the dark, Bond.
Rage.
Join the Olympics. In case you're wondering, all charges against you have been dropped.
You know? Oh, my charges dropped. Nice.
Bright's a reasonable man.
Bright's a survivor. We came to an understanding. I testify that all he's guilty of is keeping bad company. He gets off my back and doubles our budget. Everybody wins. Congratulations.
Grats?
I suppose this makes you 001.
001. Oh, wow.
Wouldn't be right.
Nah, I can't be that.
Actually, Mom, I thought since I was the 7th recruit.
Happens to be my lucky number. Just don't tell anyone.
Fuck 2X. Hope you're enjoying First Light. You guys are on 2X? I'm probably gonna play 2X tomorrow, actually. I go sleep. Good night,
pulled me
dude.
out of that water and made off with
I'm pretty sure they're gonna do a double drop with
There's only one person
Senna.
to be.
Thrash and
Unseen
Senna.
hand operating in the shadows, playing a game we know nothing about.
Wait, did you sign up for the 2XAO slam?
Keeps me awake at night.
You too, Daisy. I don't know if you're still here.
Perhaps you'd be so kind as to do some digging. 007.
Mom.
No.
Thought you'd never ask.
Thought you never asked. Peak. Misa, yes. W-ass game. What a sick game, man. Iconic. This game was sick, man. Oh, let's go! Let's go! We'll return. Let's fucking go. More DLC or something. This shit is sick, man. Let's fucking go. Up to Sejam? That's what's up. I didn't sign up. Just finished? Yeah, that's why I said it was kind of a bad time. Damn, peak. What a peak game. Sheesh. Well, that was cinema. I like that. Now that girl, oh my god, she would have had me so tight if she didn't save us. That was cinema. Nah, this game is peak. I'm happy they said we'll return. Oh my god, this game is peak. Woo, that was fun as hell. The music. Damn, I'm gonna head over before y'all talk about spoilers. I'm not gonna talk about any spoilers. The game is peak though. a little kind of bittersweet at the end there, but no spoilers. Peak. Matt out. Good night, dude. I appreciate you. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Miles, can we get a shout out for? God, I think that's your mom out there sleeping. Actually, I'll do it. Holy shit! I'll spoil, and you will get banned. And you will get banned. There we go. That's a shout out. Sheesh. Damn, that was a peak game. I'm gonna skip this and see if there's any post credits. I doubt it though. They said all they needed to say. It says we'll return, so unless damn, no post credits. Fuck. Sag. Tactical simulations. What the fuck is this? I don't know what this is.
Okay, welcome to my dream factory. Before
Oh,
you
some
start,
agent training
you must load
shit.
up a simulation using the TACSIM console. We've just added some exciting new
Clearance.
challenges to the portfolio.
Oh, it's like a challenge mode.
Go on.
Oh, okay, I'll pass on that for now. Damn, this game is sick, bro. Didn't disappoint. That was fun as fuck. 007, bro. Peak. I don't regret buying this game at all. Sheesh, bro. Oh man. Anyways, that's gonna have to do it for me. I'm gonna have to end the stream here because I've been on for way too long. Next stream, damn, bro. We're doing next stream. Next stream, we're gonna do oh lordy, let me think. Next stream we're doing Rivals, Tekken, Cuphead, and I don't remember what else. Oh wait, we might not do Rivals. You'll see what we're doing. Anyways, I'll catch you guys later. I appreciate everybody that came out tonight. That game is fun as hell. Definitely a banger game. Jeez, I don't regret playing that at all. That was fun as hell. But yeah, what I thought about the story. The story was pretty good. I'm not gonna spoil since some people just got here, but the story was pretty good. I love the stuff. It definitely felt like I was playing Hitman, and it definitely felt like Uncharted from what I've seen. I haven't played any Uncharted games, but from what I've seen, the adventure and like the parkour and stuff definitely felt like Uncharted. But yeah, that was fun as hell. I'll catch you guys later. Let me see, who can I raid? Who's awake? Hoping for a DLC. Yeah, I mean, he said will return, so I mean, I think DLC is guaranteed. No, DLC is guaranteed. No. There is no one awake. Goodness. Oh my goodness gracious, there's nobody awake. Okay, I can send you guys to, actually no, there's a few people awake. Hold on. Wait a minute. You guys to, what is he playing? I don't know what this is. I can send you guys to Yoribert. She's playing Deadlock.
Yeah, of course they did.
She's on Deadlock. I'll send you guys to the Yoribert. Appreciate you guys being out here tonight. Thank you guys again for watching. What the fuck? There you go. And yeah, I'll catch you guys later. See ya.